Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for day one of your first time coming into your $128,000 Halo Pro League, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. I've been waiting too long for this. We've had qualifiers, we've had the hype, we've had the rumors, we've had roster mania, but now it's time to dive into the action tools. How you feeling, baby?
I'm feeling great. We got good matches to happen right away, and for the first time, you know, I think in a scale of this size, at least, we're doing pick bans for today's competition. I mean, with how this worked, Cloud9, this is one of their picks. They decided live fire was how they wanted to start the day, and well, Avusi getting that sniper is showing why. So clean with those snipe shots.
This is what they wanted, and now you're starting to see the results right off the rip. But you do have camouflage now in the hands of Renegade, who quickly attacks the sniper almost immediately. The action is already gone down. It's left and right, it's back and forward, already off the start right now. Cloud9 having a bit of an advantage as far as progression over toward the first hill until Legend introduces himself, takes down Boo, but FaZe do go 3 down.
Stellar, the last alive for FaZe, trying to cake that challenge to win that fight, but with him going down, it looks more likely that Cloud9 is going to be able to come away with this. Boo filling in that support, and that's going to push FaZe Clan to the other side of the map, and 99% of the way there, Cloud9 just need to take a step into that hill to get the capture.
Go down here for Cloud9. Stellar was able to get away with the sniper, which is going to be huge for FaZe, as he just waits and tries to avoid all the damage, but eventually Syrian throwing an excellent grenade to take him down. Legend putting down some even better shots, and just like that, FaZe have the advantage and look to steal this hill number 1, which honestly looks to be rightfully Cloud9's. It's so close, but Boo with the 5-shot, Boo with the nades, there's no...
What? How is Legend alive? He was one shot down in the pit, 2 stickies. One should have insta-sploded off the other, but instead, Legend stays alive and the hill transfers to FaZe. It was 99% the way there for Cloud9, but first blood goes to FaZe Clan in this King of the Hill.
Haven't we learned time and time again, tools? Do not doubt the MVP. Do not doubt the Frenchman in Legend who just stays alive long enough to keep that hill. Cloud9 not gonna be happy with that one, but they will have it set up early over toward the tower side. Now Renegade and the rest of FaZe have to break their way through, but through the front door, it looks like Renegade and FaZe are going, the final 2 players, and it's a double push out of FaZe that absolutely obliterate one. And did he get the melee on Syrian? It looks like he did. Syrian is down to 1 shot, but not cleaned up yet, and as he gets his shields up, it's 3 down for FaZe. It's the 1v1 he was looking for, and he ends up winning it right before getting cleaned up. Good. Jeez, King Nick.
Took a swipe to the left. He calls this hill his throne. King Nick pushes back FaZe with that snipe shot, and now the time is really playing against FaZe. There is 1 player on this flank though, and already caught out. Avusi's got the damage, but it's Legend that stayed alive. Boo with those cleanups, and look at what's happened in the meantime. No one has gotten close to King Nick until now. They're almost there on the capture, and they'll get it just before Bound can get the slay.
Tied up at 1 apiece right now, but FaZe do have a bit of an advantage. Having Bound with the sniper in his hands, he aggressively pushes it through the bottom of the map. The no-scope connects, and the cleanup is there. FaZe immediately taking the setup over toward the A side, and they're not letting it go. Bound like a wrecking ball, putting damage onto everybody. Eventually sends Syrian back with the repulse, but Syrian now having that sniper looking to hold FaZe out.
And Syrian, I mean, look, he's having a fantastic way to start this year. He's 12-6 thus far, and he's been involved in just about everything. And you know, yesterday there was a lot of talk going on in the Twitch streams about, oh, Sirion's gonna get humbled tonight, tomorrow. And right now, I mean, Sirion looks like he belongs. He has been on the front lines, winning gunfight after gunfight.
As right now, Cloud9 eating at the moment here, almost done taking a 2-1 lead right now, as they're so close, maybe about 85-90% done with this hill. King Nick getting a lot of extra time on top of that. Eventually the trade goes down, but you're looking at what, just a second or 2. It feels like before you're able to take that hill with camouflage coming up, that's going to divide the attention of both teams.
Ooh, Legend An incredible shot there to take down Boo Boo Doo. That keeps not only the camo in play, but also the hill. Cloud9, once again, is 99% of the way there on a hill, but with how things are shaping, Legend could play spoiler. It's a 2v4, though, that he needs to come out on top of, and that might be too tall of a challenge for a camouflage.
Double push through Cloud9 and they're finishing out that hill. 2-1 lead now belong to Cloud9 as we switch gears over towards Boo Boo Doo. Navigating his way through the green side, ends up getting spotted out, and because of that, he goes down. Back-to-back kills. Stellar puts down some extra damage on top of that before going down himself, eventually bound with the cleanup, and FaZe having 3 down and the hill.
You see players standing in that tower trying to keep this anchored, but Legend so far has been a pretty big nuisance to Cloud9 on trying to be that player that's disrupting their macro intentions, and so far he's been successful at that time and time again. His play there stops Cloud9 from anchoring out those spawns, and he is not losing these gunfights. It's hard to believe that he's playing on a European connection right now.
A lot of the 1v1s now starting to go the way of FaZe, and Bound absolutely shredding one with the quick scope. Lines up Syrian, and I couldn't even tell if that hit. It looked like it did. Syrian's backing down. Bound's getting aggressive here, but Syrian gets his shields back. Bound simply does not. Syrian with the win and wants to double as well as a player with the QT, but they ain't backing down for nothing. It is Renegade who not only turns 1 to 2, but now gets a sniper tied up in 2 apiece, but you allow the main slayer to get the sniper.
And this is a great spot for Renegade. He's anchoring out that left spawn, but he also has a lot of freedom to go roaming, right? He has this exit route through the bottom of the map. Doesn't get away with that snipe, and right now FaZe is getting all this time, but Cloud9 might just be on the hunt after Syrian hits an incredible stick.
Still has multiple players around him right now, with Syrian trying to hold on to this tower side here. You Renegade over to that side. There's a player literally right above him over on tower. Syrian with the movement, then the no-scope cleanup real quick onto Bound. You gotta love that as Syrian claims control of tower.
And so far, Cloud9 playing this well. 2 players standing in the hill helping each other. 1 holding down the tower, but Renegade got on the flank, and he's doing massive damage.
How loud is the green gun? Syrian didn't hear it over the tower. Now does Renegade get a free kill on the flank, but he turns that into a double kill still. Nobody's stopping King Nick from getting that camouflage. Gets value out of it almost immediately with that extra damage. Has to get in the hill, but not able to do so. It's gonna get captured right in front of his eyes and right before FaZe go 3 down.
Unfortunately, they had to give up the hill, but King Nick very much wins them the rotation here. They should be well set up, but we've seen it before at the beginning of this game. Cloud9 got most of the way there, but it was FaZe that ended up getting that first hill, and we'll see. It could be the first and the final hill that comes back to really bite Cloud9 in this series. I feel like they played mostly the better game of King of the Hill thus far, but it's been FaZe Clan that's been able to capitalize on a few of these hills.
See the end go down here. But man, was that an exciting one. Snipes left and right. Absolute chaos. King of the Hill live fire. It's still my favorite game mode of map combination.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, there must have been a lag out or something right away, because there was still 2 minutes on the clock. Looks like there was a game crash. They're gonna ask for a full re, which if I'm Cloud9, I'm taking, right? Because they were down a hill. So I mean, there's the real world where you could say, like, look, we're on the first hill rotation already, so like the rotation wouldn't be messed up. So I actually think it's kind of tippable from FaZe, because on this crash, they were about halfway down on that hill. They don't necessarily have to give them that hill, but it looks like they're going to offer it to them, and we could be seeing a full reset here.
Like you said, it's simple. I agree. I think recognizing the situation and understanding it is definitely a way to go. I think it's a great sportsmanship, but also maybe on the other side of things, maybe it's confidence. That's one way to look at it too. Like maybe it's like, hey, we're so confident we're gonna win this thing. You know, we'll give the full read. We'll say, we were gonna win this anyways. So we'll give the full read. That's just more practice. So I'm gonna lean towards your side of things and saying that it's the more sportsman-like thing to do, because it really is. But I also just wonder in the back of my head, I'm like, ooh, is it the confidence?
I could definitely see that. So we're gonna get ourselves into this right away. Looks like they've agreed to the full reset, so get ourselves locked back in. And you know, from the initial start though, I think the player that's been standing out the most, especially on the Cloud9 side, has been Sirion, guys. Like Sirion has come to play. He's looking fast. He looks confident in these gunfights thus far.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, but like not even just about the quantity of kills, but it feels like maybe the quality as well. Like that, there was one point I remember, like that's running in my head, the time where he was in the back tower side, surrounded by at least 2 FaZe members. The movement was cracked out. He ends up getting one, gets tower control when he probably shouldn't have. There was a nice no scope that he got on bound to, that he turned into a 2-tap. Like it feels like the quality of kills might also be there as well.
We see a very different start this time around. The sniper not getting picked up right away. It's been a slow passive play from Sirion, and well, slow and passive I don't think is going to work against FaZe, especially when they get that sniper in their hands. We know the shots these guys can hit.
Yeah, Fast and Furious are going to be Renegade and FaZe, and you see that literally almost immediately. King Nick, the battle for the camouflage, wins the camo, and now Cloud9 on the attack.
I like the delayed pop from King Nick. They know that there's a lot of safety on that camo side. There's no need to waste a couple seconds that camouflage. Try to maximize the time you have with it.
Sniper's hands. Oh, rage in his heart. Beautiful no-scope onto FaZe, and 3 down. This should be a Vusi, I apologize, as FaZe have control of the hill.
I mean, with this, 2 shots left, and FaZe has so much presence on the map. They're flying forward. They've essentially closed down everything but that big door, but one player did sneak through. That's going to be King Nick. No one saw him get through, so despite FaZe having all the possession, it ends up being just Boo Boo Doo that's alive on the map, and oh, I might be getting a little deja vu. About 90% the way there, FaZe Clan get taken out of the hill, and Cloud9 this time have a chance to find the steal.
As steps on the hill, luckily his teammate doesn't even get the kill on the player that was lingering over towards green, but back-to-back kills favor both Legend and Bound. Cloud9 go forward down. A stray grenade from the grave somehow stops FaZe from stealing that hill, but it only delays what was the inevitable a 1-0 lead for FaZe Clan.
But that delay is going to actually have a bigger ripple effect into this game. Think about what would have happened if they capture it right away. FaZe had a clear win on the rotation. Now Cloud9 has a chance to make this a lot more difficult for FaZe, and you're seeing that already. They weren't able to get that much time off the initial rotation. That nade, although it doesn't save the hill, it might have saved their rotation to next.
Boo Boo Doo repositions over toward the next side here. Once again, FaZe with the back-to-back kills in order to keep Cloud9 a bit staggered. Nice little no-scope from Boo Boo Doo, but not able to capitalize on that. King Nick eventually gets remote detonation, and Boo Boo Doo almost teleports himself into a kill. King Nick with a perfectly placed grenade. Now Cloud9 having a bit of an advantage. I say that, but Legend has a camp.
The focal point for this hill really is this tower. It's not necessarily about getting into the hill, but as long as you have that tower side control, you're gonna feel in a good spot. You want to make sure that those spawns in the back mud aren't open, that you have presence there, and that's why you're seeing a lot more focus on these players playing towards the back side of tower rather than just getting into the hill. And look, they never cleared out Renegade. He's gonna make you pay for that. That's the first player down. Although you're getting time now, might have popped. Oh my God, it's Sirion though. Sirion getting that sniper might have just saved Cloud9 a ton of headache by taking down Renegade.
Not done just yet, finds a weakened Bound over toward the low side, and now perfectly predicting and understanding that FaZe are rotating through the green to nest. That is a squad wipe, and Cloud9 continue to score.
And there's plenty of sniper ammo for Sirion to use. The first goes to the body of Bound, and FaZe is struggling to get up on the map. They know they're focused on the rotation, but on the attack is going to be a Sirion with 5 bullets, a sniper to work with.
Now the pressure's on the other side of things. The hill moves over towards A. Cloud9 have to turn the defense into a bit of offense. And also they're able to do it, infiltrate the A side. King Nick finds himself some kills, but couldn't find Bound. And then finally, it is a Vusi that ends up in the hill, and a 1v1 wins that one. But the cleanup crew is here. FaZe Clan are not giving up this hill.
I like this from Stellar on the on this rotation, trying to make sure you're hidden from the attack. And this is pure Stellar gameplay. notice that there was no hesitation that he was going to go on the attack. He was in isolation waiting for teammates to come. His way to delay and slay is by pushing forward, by being aggressive and forcing the play. Cloud9, in this meantime, has really been struck by that aggressive play. They lose their positioning, and they might just lose a lot more if they're not able to stabilize here soon.
They lead all slays right now, but Bound did have himself a sniper and a setup for FaZe. Cloud9 once again trying to push up. End up going 2 down. Boo backing up just a bit here as FaZe started to win these 1v1s, and all this time now going for FaZe because Cloud9 were not able to break.
And this is a great play by Cloud9. They've done a double dilemma. King Nick is in the back ranks, forcing players of FaZe to come deal with him. In the meantime, Cloud9, being led by Dubu, was able to get themselves towards that camouflage. And once again, recognizing they don't need to pop right away, are able to leave that camo to the last opportunity where Dubu is able to put it onto his body. He's going to have maximum time with this.
Enemy team
Still, FaZe has such an advantage on this hill. It feels like 1 or 2 kills go their way, and it could be hill. As I see that a trade goes down, Cloud9 holding on to this hill. Dubu somehow finds the angle to where the key door side and almost takes down 2. Legend down to 1 shot. He will be chased down.
kill.
Legend. Are you kidding me? He's in a disadvantageous situation. Not only did he kill Camo, he took down the next player while 1 shot. He's dancing on the grave of Cloud9, and this hill is taken back. It's FaZe's. Now, the rotation to next forward on everyone's mind as Sniper comes up.
Legendary plays being made here as a 2-1 lead seemingly out of nowhere finds FaZe. They go 3 down once again, and Syrian has a sniper, and we've seen what he can do with it already. Lines up, Renegade catches the body, wants the head, gets the 2-tap. Renegade goes in for the ego chow, and Syrian was ready.
You see, he's feeling his movement. It feels like he's in flow right now. Syrian able to just keep himself in the right spot, right time, and I think the only thing I'm seeing in his gameplay that I'm not liking is that reticle is just a little low. He has hit every body shot with this sniper. He gets those to connect the heads. This is a dominant position for Cloud9.
20 shots over to the green side, and there's the one that's going to connect. A few more members of FaZe trying to push up here, but that's tough to do with all the Cloud9 locking them down. The repulse, the triple. Cloud9 want this hill.
Locking them down, and Syrian clearly is locked into this match. 15 kills, 10 assists for his team, and right now we're seeing a clear difference between these two teams and how they're playing as a squad. A lot of isolated one-on-one fights where FaZe Clan have come out on top time and time again. On the other side though, Cloud9, it's like a connected web that's working together. Primarily Syrian and Avusi getting into these frontline positions and buying time for Dubu and King Nick to come in and be ready to clean up those fights. Look at the assist column between Cloud9 and FaZe. That's the difference in this game thus far.
Both of these teams have already made it into the Pro League here, but both want to make it to land, and you can see it. Making plays left and right leads us to a tied game at 2 apiece. 1 minute 23 seconds on the clock right now, and Syrian almost had a ninja situation, but still, a very sneaky play can be made by Syrian. He can give his team tower control if he plays this right.
Patient plays from Syrian come with massive rewards. That's going to be 4 down for FaZe, and now it's about spreading on the map, isolating the spawns, and having perfect knowledge of what's to come.
In the hill, feet planted right now. Our Syrian trying to box out any member of FaZe and try to get in, and a trade honestly is not that bad for Syrian or Cloud9. Legends by himself. Cloud9 are still scoring, and a player does end up QTing right behind enemy lines over to the green side despite being weak. You know, this FaZe is still pushed forward, but Cloud9 can attack from all angles here. I'm not mad at Cloud9 right now. 1-1v1, and it could mean some more time.
Oh, good cleanup by FaZe there. Legend not letting Avusi get away with that rotation, is giving them second life into this hill. The next thing that could be a problem for Cloud9 is that sniper that's coming up in just a few seconds. Renegade's here and waiting. Cloud9, it looked like they were in a dominant spot with a 4 down, but as we get further into this hill, it's FaZe that are in control.
Snipes holding hands right Renegade. A lot of damage being taken. Those nades are good and end up taking him down. Snipe ends up finding Vusi. Now is in this hill. He knows a player over toward the A side. Knows he has some pressure over towards tower. That means it could be a green spawn, and he's getting ready for it.
Where did that push come from? It was a camo player that tried to get in, I believe, from Stellar, but unfortunately for Stellar, there just wasn't enough to facilitate an actual attack. And, you know, Cloud9, good job on getting that hill, but as we look into this next rotation, that sniper going down and just switching hands back to FaZe with a lot of ammo in it. So Cloud9 have a lot of work ahead of them despite having this lead. I think this is a hill that largely favors FaZe at the moment.
Those audio cues,
there's a sniper.
You have a player jump in and you just hear that error sound. And Syrian now, the sniper, not even catching the no scope, but the second shot is money. Bound somehow getting a double kill, and there he is. Not only getting the double, ends up over towards green, scoring for Cloud9 and with a 1 bullet sniper.
Oh, peekaboo! Bound comes out on top. Boo Boo, Doo-Boo's down, and this hill is getting closer to FaZe's. It's just, they only need about 15-20 seconds inside this hill. The problem that's going to arise is in the bottom middle of your screen. The neutral clock is ticking down. 35 seconds. Can Cloud9 hang on?
Legend will find his way over toward the back green side. This is troublesome for Cloud9. They've just gone 3 down, and now FaZe are scoring. They have the setup that they want. Cloud9, do you try to desperate this hill off the spawn here, or do you punt it? What is the play?
I think it's looking more and more likely that a punt might just happen, but at the last second, Cloud9 decides we're getting into this. 18 seconds on the clock. It's a race to the hill, but the slays keep trickling in for Cloud9.
10 seconds. Can you hold the line here? One player sneaks in, he'll stop the neutral time. 4 seconds. It's players are sneaking in from all sides. Legend goes down. The FaZe attack at the same time, but at the same time they attack, at the same time they go down. Together, squad wipe, and Cloud9 will hold on.
Cloud9 absolutely ripped them in the reset too. When we look at the final stats, the slaying story is heavily in favor of Cloud9, and it's Sirion that was leading the charge.
Sirion has been a dog this series, man. 26 kills, 15 assists, 14.0 KDA. Sirion is tired of being the player that people talk about having a ton of potential or being next up. He says, it's not next up. It's his time. Sirion wants the crown right now, but he's going at some legendary names. We're talking about some Hall of Fame type names on the other side of things, and he's the one leading in damage. He's the one leading in slays. Remember Sirion's name. He's damn good.
7,800 damage as well from Sirion into this game, and I mean, look, he absolutely ripped the lobby. And when I think back at, just yesterday, I was actually tuning into Renegade stream, and Renegade and Sirion were having a little back and forth between the two of them. And, Sirion, he's a young kid. He likes to go off the handle a little bit. He's saying some suspect things. Renegade had some key words for it. He said, Tony, I'm going to humble you tomorrow. And so far, I mean, I don't think anything's humbling Sirion in this lobby.
And you kind of could tell that in his gameplay. Think back to that live fire game where Sirion actually had Renegade one shot, and it was a situation with over toward the back dummy side. Actually, it ends up he was elbowing, he ends up in back dummies, but plenty of time for Renegade to back down. Sirion had the advantage. What does Renegade do? He goes in for a bit of an ego chow there. Like he wanted to welcome the young man into the league, and Sirion, he accepted the challenge. He won the 1v1, and I felt like that was him almost trying to prove himself. He's like, hey, look, you're trying to humble me. He's like, I'm good. Worry about you. Sirion coming out hot in that one, but I'm not surprised that you mentioned that, because it almost felt like in that play, Renegade was trying to humble him with that ego chow. Good intel.
I don't know, we look into the next map, and this is the thing that's shocking. Like, we go live fire. I think, hey, this is a map that should be, FaZe, one of FaZe's better maps because that sniper's into play. But the reality of it is that Cloud9 must have been very confident on me. Obviously, it was their first pick of the map, and it might be one of their best. Now that we get to the end and we see how well they played it, there's a reason why that was their pick. We go into Origin for game 2. Origin, a map that traditionally FaZe has done well, but once again, this is actually a map pick here, I believe, for Cloud9. So Cloud9 feeling very confident at the start of this series thus far.
Slayer Origin. First to 50 kills takes the win, throwing 12 minutes on the clock, and obviously, we gotta talk about how powerful these power weapons are. Rockets over toward the top side in a very non-advantageous position. The sniper over on that snipe side of the map, over toward the catwalk, and get yourself a huge advantage with that snipe. Origin Slayer. It ain't for the weak. Luckily for both FaZe and Cloud9, ain't no weakness in this lobby.
Yeah, that sniper up. Still Cloud9 in a good position for this. This is FaZe Clan's map pick here in game 2. So this is the map that FaZe felt most confident in, but right now you can see why. The Rockets and Sniper early on should be heading FaZe's way, and so far there has not been a cleanup for Cloud9.
When he found himself over toward that window side of the map, I thought he was in a bad situation, but teammates are there helping him. Ends up getting the assist off of that grenade, but it looks like Cloud9's bounce back is serious as they end up putting FaZe 3 down, but you didn't account for that final player being a Legend with the sniper.
Like Legend taking low ground here. He's trying to buy as much time, make it as difficult as possible for them to deal with him. And by the time they do, the help has arrived and the rest of Cloud9 is starting to fall. The final player's Boo Boo Doo, and his position's known. Easy cleanups for FaZe. 11-5 to start this game.
Legend might have been 3 down, but wasn't playing like it. Those were some huge plays being made that really give FaZe the advantage. Bounce still with the sniper in hands, chases down that player as back-to-back kills now go the way of Cloud9. Are they able to slow down this red hot FaZe?
Oh, the split spawn there might just lead the demise of Bound. He thought he had a clear lane to go in, but Cloud9 able to get that team shot established early on, and you can see how quickly a collapse can fall apart on the other side when early damage is unexpected. Bound going down early there has cost FaZe dearly in this last few kills, and you can see they have not recovered yet. It is kill after kill, and suddenly we're tied up in this game at 15 all. Cloud9 is on a hell of a run.
Cloud9 not backing down whatsoever. You saw it right then and there as we're tied up at 16 apiece. And now map control started to favor Cloud9 a bit, but we've been apprehensive on this push as FaZe now started to introduce themselves to the middle of the map. With a huge 1v1. Syrian flies on in to take down that player, finds the weakened one, and just like that, FaZe 3 down.
And that push and pull from Cloud9 has been really effective against FaZe so far. We've seen a hyper-aggressive Sirion that is not afraid to get into these gunfights. But on the other side, Cloud9 does a great job of stunning the other side. King Nick and Boo Boo Doo especially just are constantly dealing out damage from long range and preventing FaZe from playing forward. And Sirion has found these weak points to exploit, and he finds himself with 9 kills, potentially 10 with these rockets now. He has been unbelievable this series.
Very patient with the rockets. Love the thrust movement off of the lift here, and he gets hyped because of it. Gets a double kill, and just like that, you see Syrian making veteran plays despite being the young man.
Power weapon control has been Cloud9's the last few times, though. Stellar wins that fight. Sniper is going to be on the ground, and this is a fight that is very important for FaZe to get the sniper away from Cloud9, but it looks like it's over before it even began. Sirion has it back once again, and the lead continues to grow for Cloud9.
Snipe finds the hands of Syrian. He's trying to provide some supportive fire for King Nick, but as King Nick hits the respawn screen, it is Lucy that takes his place. No scope right to the dome, and a trade out with Renegade. Boo Boo Doo now on the flank, some good damage in. 34-26 here for Cloud9.
And really, you see the big score
Double
discrepancy.
kill.
You're thinking, how does FaZe get back into it? It's probably the power weapons that are going to do it, but right now, there's not a lot of access, right? The sniper just ran out after Stellar hit that shot. They have a 8-kill deficit to make up, and the timers are not in their favor. We have a lot of neutral fight left before this next set of rockets and the next set of sniper comes into play. You might not have enough time. Like they need to cut this lead down in the neutral game.
Renegade now gonna aggressively attack the snipe side here. Has some teammates around him. Cloud9 feel almost a little stuck over toward their side of things, but they've been able to fight out time and time again in these very close situations. Syrian retreats over toward the cave side to allow Stellar to get the flank off. That's gonna be max damage going down, but Syrian with the win. He's been the man of the series, and you see why he makes the plays that matter.
Boo Dubu heads up awareness. He's expecting this fight, and he gets Renegade down to 1. Although he goes down, he has put them on notice. They are anticipating these spawns, and they are flying at FaZe, trying to restrict their movement on the map. Rockets are up, but there's only 6 kills left for Cloud9 to win this game. FaZe desperately needs these rockets, and they cannot sacrifice lives to get them.
Beautiful shots by Syrian once again for his 16th kill. Only has died 7 times and 11 assists. These are incredible numbers to be putting down, especially with the likes of FaZe Clan on this side of things. Dubu now gonna do everything he can to stay alive over toward the elbow side, not able to do so. Legend hunts him down. Syrian now wants to walk his way over toward the high side and
don't challenge him. Don't challenge him. He is ripping everyone on the map. 17 and 9. He's got 11 assists to go with it. He's leading in the slays. He's leading in the assists, and he has the least deaths in the lobby. MVP performances as they look for the final kill.
Looking for one more. And will it be Syrian? He smells blood in the water, and that's when the shark strikes and just barely missing the timing for the 18th kill there. But still, what a performance. I said it before and I'll say it again. He's tired of people talking about next up. Syrian is letting you all know, putting everybody on notice that it's his time right now.
And you know, the rise of Syrian has been a new development in Halo. When we think about the history of Halo Infinite, Syrian didn't really come onto the radar until the very end of the HCS cycle, and right now it feels like he's taking his leap from, you know, a new pro player to suddenly becoming one of the mainstays in the league. That is incredible work from Syrian, and right now he is putting the team on his back, and that's what you expect. This reminds me of, you know, an early splice when in Halo 5, when you had like a Renegade that was coming in, or like straight rip-in from Halo 5, where Renegade would just come in and take over a game. That's what Syrian's doing right now. He is not failing to live up to the task. He's not failing to get in this game and make it mixy. 4,400 damage. He's in those front lines, causing chaos. The first priority right now for FaZe is starting to call Z out by name. Don't let him get away with this.
Well, there's one player that recognizes that early splice days, like you were mentioning. It's Boo Dubu. Remember, he was on that early splice roster, actually. So if there's one person that recognizes the talent and recognizes what he's playing like, it is Boo Dubu. And it feels like not only is Syrian playing absolutely out of this world, but you kind of alluded to it earlier. Maybe you might want to do it again. The team is perfectly complementing around him. Like, it almost seems like these 3-1 splits where Cloud9 are playing very hunkered down, and it's Syrian that's just being real sneaky like.
Yeah, look, the reality right now is there's been a lot of gaps in FaZe Clan's setups where they have weak points, and Syrian has been able to identify those time and time again. But with that kill right there, I think we might need to shift our focus from Syrian to Renegade. I think about how confident he was right there. He had no hesitation, ran through the middle of the map, got a double kill. That leads the sniper going to Stellar, them having great position, potentially ball time. This theoretically should be a great spot for FaZe, but as soon as I get to it, Tony, they're 4 down. They have ball, they have camo. King Nick's got both camo and sniper. That should have been FaZe's.
No, he jumped off. Oh my gosh, King Nick coming in. Not only did Cloud9 have this setup, but King Nick was trying to guarantee it somehow. Despite the plays he was making, FaZe has to come in and make a play of his own. He's able to do so now, rotates that ball back towards the Cloud9 setup.
The two players of FaZe trying to break in right away, forcing Cloud9 to at least drop this ball for now to focus in on some slays. And so this is where it can be a little bit more difficult when you lose early numbers and you're not able just to pick up ball time. Despite, a really strong position from Cloud9, it felt like they should have been able to get some more time. Oh, okay, that should have been an easy kill, but Avusi's the one that actually stays out on top. And with that, Cloud9 still theoretically in control of this ball time.
Yeah, that was a really awkward fight for Stellar. Looks like he thought the melee was gonna happen, but didn't clamber. That was a really tough fight. Ends up punching the wall, and Avusi ends up winning that one here. 27-6 is the advantage right now for Cloud9. Stellar awfully aggressive, but Syrian has proven time and time again he will not be backing down. He will not be bullied by FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Syrian certainly is confident to take on any fight at the moment. And I think right now FaZe is trying to figure out where the weakness is. And Cloud9 just hasn't really shown a lot all series long. I mean, they've been very, very strong on all of their setups. They're quick to identify when they need to drop, when they need to be focusing on what's to come next. There's just not a lot to exploit in FaZe. So often they're finding weak points. That's their strategy, right? You have all this great individual talent. If there's any weakness, that they're going to exploit it. And right now, Cloud9 look like a strong wall that's hard to overcome.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Cloud9 knocking on the door, trying to take down and get the upset against this FaZe Clan roster. Renegade Dope with the camouflage, trying to be a thorn in their side. Boo with the 1v1 win, despite Renegade having the camouflage. Now Stellar going at him, and Stellar wins his, but gets cleaned up almost immediately. 3 down go FaZe, and Boo now with the stun.
That's the second time this game that I've seen a routine gunfight be lost by a missed shot from FaZe. The first time it was Stellar, the second time it was Renegade, and that's not a good sign because that's just unexpected from these high caliber players. We expect FaZe to win those hard gunfights. That's what makes them so tough to take down is you put them in a 50-50, they change 50-50s into 60-40s, They're just that good.
Not able to find the shots to connect. Eventually does get a nade off that turret into an assist. However, no FaZe able to get most of his kills. Syrian able to get the sniper. That's seemingly all that matters. As long as he has the sniper in his hands, he goes right through FaZe's chest as he turns nothing into something. Syrian is unreal.
Nice rotation from Boo Doo. I like the drop ball to ensure that you're helping with these gunfights. See 3 players of FaZe stuck on that green side of the map, and they have to be wary of the flank that could come in. And Avusi, just perfect timing. Devastating results for FaZe from that. They could not afford to let him go free, and it's up to Renegade to try to make miracles happen.
I know we might be talking about it a lot right now, but Syrian is just excellent. Whatever he had for breakfast, I'll take 3, because my gosh, Syrian did come to play, and maybe an overconfident play on that one, dropping the ball. By the way, not off the map and going in for the challenge. That might have been a little bit of overconfidence.
Well, think about the ludicrous situation that FaZe even gets the ball in this situation, because Renegade was last alive in a 1v2 fighting against Ball. 30 seconds later, we see Ball set up for FaZe, where Renegade was never taken down. He was completely known. He was a known entity at the back of tower by Ball, and Cloud9 were not able to deal with him. And now you've created an opening where FaZe Clan's going to get a lot of time here, but they're also going to get the power up that comes next. They're going to be able to start working more as a team, and you're going to see a very much weakened Cloud9 on these next few rotations, because it's going to be very hard for them to get 4 players together.
These are situations that you cannot blow. There's no way you can allow FaZe back in this round and take it away. Not when you had that much control. Not when everything was on your side. Not when one play ball might have been able to stop all of this from happening. But Bound with the camo, finds the backside of King Nick, gets it clean up real quick without taking any damage whatsoever. Now looking for the second. Meanwhile, FaZe continue to rotate this ball. Looks like Renegade might got caught on the rotation here. Ball ends up over toward the middle of Queen, and it will eventually be played off the map.
That was heads up by Sirion. Expecting there's 3 players charging the ball. It's very easy to stay focused on what's in front of you. He hears the call out. He's sitting there pre-aiming and pre-firing where that camo player is going to come from, and that makes this back into a neutral game. Bound was going to clean up 2 players easy if they weren't doing that. Sirion saves it for now, but this game looks largely in favor of FaZe. Despite them being down, they have the better position. They have the power weapon. This is a lot of work ahead of for Cloud9.
With one fire of the sniper, Renegade was able to influence how Cloud9 were moving on the map. They wanted to rotate through tower, but Renegade's one shot made them scatter. Right now, Cloud9 looking for their point of attack. The only thing they'll find is the reticle of Renegade over toward the net side. 3 down go Cloud9. FaZe still scoring.
And time is starting to become a precious commodity for Cloud9. They need to get together to make a coordinated play, but they don't necessarily have the time to coordinate that play. It's going to come down to this fight here. Can they find the clean wipes and then get themselves set up for the next rotation? It looks so far so good, but they need to hold this for 30 seconds at minimum to tie up this game. And there's only 45 seconds of neutral clock to work with. I think FaZe Clan has dual win mandates right now.
Cloud9 thinking in their heads, all they need to weather the storm just a bit here, and that might have been the opening they were looking for, because not only they get that ball towards tower, they get the slays that they need. Snipe in the hands of Bubu, and he might be able to combine it with a camouflage. FaZe 1 and 2, and oh my gosh, Bubu on a killing spree.
Didn't need to even hit the head, but does it nonetheless. Only 2 players alive, and the clock is running out. Vusi holding onto the ball. Legend is in a desperate sprint trying to force the play ball, but right now Vusi saying, hey, force it, and they just can't. Cloud9 weathers the storm and wins round 1.
Beautifully played by Cloud9, and you can tell, despite the fact when they lost a bit of control and FaZe took the advantage, Cloud9 are the confident ones. They're the ones who feel like the favorite. They said, all we need is 1 round of slays. We'll turn it into 2. We'll turn it into game right there, despite being down. Cloud9 are moving different. On paper, you might have thought FaZe were the favorites in this one, but Halo isn't played on paper. Cloud9 have been putting in the work, and Cloud9 are in fact looking like the favorites in this matchup.
Early ball time for Bubu and Cloud9, though. Power weapon did go to Renegade.
Enemy has the ball.
I'll say we've been talking a lot about Sirion. Bubu just got taken down. He might be the player that should be on the radar as well. 18 kills, 10 assists, and the sniper shots are hitting for Renegade. Oh, I thought he was gonna call it for the triple. He might still. King Nick desperate to get out of that fight, but he can't go anywhere. FaZe completely turns this game on its head.
Cloud9 maybe the more confident ones here in this matchup, but you gotta recognize if you don't have that sniper in your hands, you were at a disadvantage. Renegade turned sniper into a camo combination. Ball off the bat. 23 seconds already here for FaZe, and they want to turn it into a whole lot more. Ball being rotated away.
Usually routine shots from Renegade do not go his way. Instead, this ball time for Cloud9, and it's chaotic here, but they force the play ball. Renegade gets the double kill, but at the end of it, oh, never mind, make it a triple. Could be the over if he identifies Bubu behind all 4 of them, by the way, and they don't know. Finally, Bubu goes down, but Renegade had to use that repulse to make it happen.
Just about to find the gap and turn another triple. 1 good triple deserves another, says young Syrian. With Cloud9 with the ball, they may just take the lead here.
This is what I talk so often in Halo. We have ripple effects, right? Plays that happen 20 seconds prior or 10 seconds prior that lead to something much bigger early on. And that's right. That's Bubu in that spot. Bubu getting behind all 4 players, identifying Renegade, getting that kill, and then doing a little extra damage opens up a door for Sirion to get the triple kill, right? And that's what's been really hurting FaZe Clan throughout this, is they're letting Cloud9 create too much of a splash in these games. It's what should be still water becomes tumultuous, and with it, Cloud9 has taken advantage time and time again of these situations.
39-26 at the moment here. Renegade though, right through the green side he goes. Ball off the map once again. Cloud9 with the lead, but FaZe with every other advantage as far as display, and a flying Renegade to fight in for the camouflage. Lucy just comes up and immediately gets pelted with bullets from Renegade, and the rest of FaZe will continue to get ultra aggressive on him. Stellar wants more. Stellar will get it. That's a huge double, and you allow Renegade to get the camo.
And right now, Renegade feels like he's in Mission Impossible. At 27 kills, just 12 deaths. He has been running this lobby, but despite that, they still find themselves down in this game. But there's a man that's going to change it. It'll be Renegade. Camo, snipe in the hands. The spawners are going to be directly in front of him.
Finds the body shot out to King Nick. Goes for the 2-tap. Not able to find the headshot just yet. King Nick is living right now until Renegade throws a perfect grenade. Now right back over to the boys. The sandbags time. No timing loss whatsoever. But where the heck did Boo Boo Doo just come from?
That's the question throughout this entire game that's really plagued FaZe. Where is Boo Boo Doo Boo? That's the second time now he's gotten behind Renegade when he's in a prime spot with camouflage and has gotten a critical kill. This should be a 20-30 second lead for FaZe. Instead, it's Cloud9 and FaZe duking it out for map control.
We're definitely making the play so far this series that don't show up on the stat sheet, and so far this game, he also is showing up on the stat sheet. Renegade gets away with a 2-bullet sniper over toward the back elbow side. Those nades are keeping him out of that angle, out of the fight, and right into the hands of the flanking Boo Boo Doo Boo once again.
Boo Boo Doo Boo, where are you? That is insane. He did it once again, got behind Renegade and got the critical kill. Renegade's 31-14. Damn near every one of those 14 deaths might be the responsibility of Boo Boo Doo Boo, and he is keeping his team in the lead.
Fires off a warning shot. Enough damage going down for him to almost get away from that. King Nick does come right back in. This might be a play ball situation, but he wants to kill, and he eventually also gets this ball off the map. Well played by Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Now we go to this reset. Camouflage is coming up in just 10 seconds. It's FaZe that have the better situation for it right now, but that doesn't necessarily need to stay as the trades keep coming in. It's Avusi and Boo Boo Doo Boo versus Renegade and Bound for this camo play, and well, Renegade might be the last player you want to see on that camouflage, but honestly, you'll take those trades. And Boo Boo Doo Boo, he got to the back rank again, Tony. He hits the flank, gets the kill onto the ball, and now they have a safety pocket to work with inside the ideal setup of A.
Enemy has the ball.
We're now trying to rotate this over towards his teammates though, and it looks like as of right now, FaZe have them surrounded. They've got to fight their way through, and Syrian is ready for it. Boo Boo Doo Boo is boxing them up. It's Cloud9 with the lead. They're not letting go.
Boo Boo Doo Boo's taking over this game, and time is running out for FaZe. All 4 players are here. Stellar shooting fish in a barrel. There's just too many to handle. Sirion stays alive with King Nick. They're getting the kills. It's just Bound, a 1v2 on the ball.
This could be it. Right here, right now. The nades are coming left and right, but King Nick is dodging every last one of them. Avusi doesn't get the trade on Stellar, and nobody's there. They close out yet another one. Do Cloud9.
Boo Boo Doo Boo's flanks were hard hitting that game. Constantly, every time it felt like FaZe had secured themselves a setup, it was Boo Boo Doo Boo that hit the back ranks and called game for his team. Dueling efforts from him and Sirion in 2 dramatically different ways. Sirion staying on that high, aggressive frontline push. Boo Boo Doo Boo entering that empty space on those flanks and finding critical kills in those junctions. Create a situation for Cloud9 that's perfect. A 2-0 lead, and now up 3-0 in their series. This is a massive game for Cloud9. We got to remember, top 6 qualify for the LAN. They're coming out the gate, not only guaranteeing 3 map wins here, that's going to help them down the road if it comes down to map count, but they could take an early win against one of the league's favorites, FaZe Clan.
Boo Boo Doo Boo with a big 8K damage in a minute worth of ball time. What are we talking about here? And let me tell you something, Tools. I was told throughout the week that there would be a 4-0 sweep in this matchup, but they were telling me that it was going to be FaZe. Well, You may see the sweep, but it may be going the opposite way. It may not be red as you thought. It may be the boys in blue, Cloud9, up 3-0 in the series, and now a 1 win away from taking a 4-0 sweep against what arguably many had as your favorites to make a grand finals. Origin, we end up back on this map, this time capture the flag, Cloud9 looking for just one more.
And this was the map pick from Cloud9. So we're going into CTF Origin, their map pick. Cloud9 going into this, they had banned Empyrean from the map rotation. Cloud9 decides to pick Origin as their next. And, you know, although this is Cloud9's map pick, I think this is one where FaZe is pretty happy to have for their do or die series here. This is one of their more comfortable maps.
Renegade making his presence known almost immediately, grabbing hold of those rockets and almost turns into a double kill. King Nick with a huge piv on the other side of things. Lucy somehow survives, thrives, and gets the weakest dollar and turns and burns bound.
So that we've been talking about his teammates a little too much, starting to put respect on my name. Of Vusi, a critical shot, and you start to see the pressure from Cloud9. 2 players getting into the elbow. They have them trapped at the cave. There's nowhere for them to go, but this might be a bit of an overslay. No one's grabbed the flag until now. This might be a little bit too late on the flag grab. It's just Boo Boo Doo Boo that's alive, and the players of FaZe start to swarm in. And although, you know, on paper, everything went right there for Cloud9. They had them trapped. They're getting kill after kill. It shows you how important efficiency is in the game. You can't afford to waste a couple seconds to pull out a flag to get a couple more slays. Oftentimes, it's going to bite you in the back.
Despite the 5-0 start by the former Rainbow Six player in Vusi, we're on board with FaZe right now. That means not only to get the stop, but also starting to convert that defense into a bit of offense. You're looking for the counter opportunity. Renegade taking damage from 2 different angles, somehow finds the third, the exit, and the nade onto Boo Boo Doo Boo. Now wants to line up Syrian, who has no idea he's being stalked by the ultimate hunter. Takes one down, turns it into 2 extra damage onto King Nick. That's just what Renegade does.
I mean, Renegade has clearly come to life in this game. 9 kills early on in this game. He had a great performance in game 3 despite the loss. I mean, it feels like he's trying to find the spark for his team. The question is, can the rest of his team find that same flame? Because so far, Cloud9 have been on the front foot, and this time, not a lot of lost efficiency. Early flagpole into the death cycle. I don't know if FaZe can even spawn up in time to stop this flag.
Flag moving. Both of those days not going exactly where Stellar wants it to. Vusi ends up getting it toward the elbow side, getting it home, and that's the first flag cap in for Cloud9. And just where you thought it might be done, Kingdom continues to slay after slay. Takes down 2, gets extra damage onto 1. Cleanups are coming in left and right. Cloud9 controlling the entire map.
They know where Renegade's at as well. It's trying their best to take care of him. Ooh, but Renegade's gonna say, I'm gonna come instead. And honestly, I felt like that might have been a spot where Renegade gives a death a little bit too freely there. We'll see if Cloud9's able to punish that. 3 that go down for FaZe. Despite Sniper coming up, Cloud9 controlling this rocket side of the map might just find themselves another flag capture.
Vusi over toward this elbow side here of FaZe's base, and as FaZe want to push up and get any kind of control, they know they have to address and respect Vusi's position. Grabs himself a carbine as well, which I'm sure he's gonna love for those long-range fights. Does he know there could be a close-range one in his sights here? No, they deal with them. Vusi on the pole here. 3 down go FaZe. Is this gonna be another flag cap?
The spawns for FaZe should be out on the elbow, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You see the angle's good to stop the flag, but unfortunately it's just too little too late with Sirion hitting shots like that. 3 down for Cloud9 though. Sirion, can he stop them from getting to this flag? It looks like it's likely to happen. This should be the second flag that comes in. Cloud9. Man, the efforts from Cloud9 have been rewarded time and time again in this series. Oh, JW, the overkill to potentially get a counter?
Syrian making the plays that matter in order to guarantee that cap, but Renegade trying to will his team forward. An overkill turns into a flagpole, turns into the first cap that should be going in for FaZe, and lucky for FaZe Clan, just because it's a 2-1 lead in Cloud9's favor, it doesn't mean anything really. We're going to 5 flags this time. Things switch up quite a bit here in the Pro League.
Man, Abusi and Sirion have made this a very difficult game for FaZe Clan. What I've really liked about their strategy thus far is they've forced FaZe. You know, when you're playing on a map, a lot of times you want to play up on the map, right? You want to get forward towards that 50-yard line. The way they've been playing is it's forcing FaZe to play side to side, where they're having to take space early on to try to counteract aggressive plays from Cloud9. It's largely because Sirion and Abusi have been very consistent on their overextends. If they can start to shut down those overextends and keep Cloud9 in their back base and make them play for the 50-yard line a little bit more, that's where FaZe can have some success. And you're seeing that success right now. Cloud9 struggling on getting out of their base, taking a lot of damage here. Leads them to going 3 down. Renegade last alive, but he'll be able to reset the front line here for his team.
See Renegade do this time and time again on some of those teams during those lower bracket runs when his team looks like they're in a bad situation. That's when he just goes off and tries to will his team forward. The problem is 18 kills out of him. His energy's being matched. It's Lucy with 19 now. King Nick with 15. We've seen everybody making plays on the side of Cloud9 to match his energy.
A couple key wins there, though, from King Nick and Sirion, stopping that flag opportunity for FaZe. And look how aggressive Cloud9 is on trying to get into the base of FaZe. If they're given an opportunity, they are sprinting to the other side.
Opening pick goes down for FaZe here. Flag was pulled, but doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we do see a return starting to move down, and everybody just trying to get their kills. And of course, K-Nick will get his. 3 down, go FaZe. And K-Nick couldn't even stop to go for the sniper there. He was playing very unselfish.
Yeah, I like it, right? That sniper's really not going to make much of an impact with where he was. Instead, you needed to get that bandit into the fight. And he knew that his team was eventually going to spawn up behind him and come take that sniper. I like the idea of just trying to stay on that front line, right? Let one of your players coming off the spawn get the power weapon. That way you can keep the attack forward and give your team another chance at a flag opportunity, which they capitalize on.
Yeah, arguably, if he makes the greedy play, they may not even have this cap right. They may have got that stop beautifully done right now as Avusi able to get a hold of that sniper and King Nick. And Avusi now want to try to work together here to clear out things and maybe go for a 4th flag cap.
You see giving up a lot of space to keep the sniper up into play. I mean, Cloud9 in a great position with 5 minutes left on the clock here. This is a prime time to sit in and listen with Cloud9 on how they're trying to close this game.
Yeah, I shot him like up a week.
Don't die for the Julian. One guy section, one guy, yo, 2 guys silver.
Mason, you one, another flag.
Our light.
Carbase, right? Yeah.
One shot basement, one shot basement.
I'm dying to someone else.
One shot basement, one shot basement.
Bottom red.
Or maze.
I got him. Rockets. Cause
Yo, legend sitting on bottom elbow.
one's their window. They're maze. I killed maze.
Flag.
Sniper.
Pulling it, one shot elbow.
I can't see him. I'm trying to live.
In their beer.
On Julian's head.
There's
Silver. Shot
our elbow chasing me, chasing me, Z. Chasing.
Can't see it.
Play for kills. Nice, you left, Jesse.
I'm down.
Run it. I got it. Top rockets on flag. He's rockets.
Their window.
He's absolutely red trench. Watch out. One shot.
What does that kill me?
Two shot elbow.
One guy
One shot couch. One shot couch, legend. You might sell for a second, Nick.
S2, Stellar. They're gonna drop from me, guys. Nice. Stellar. Sniper.
Stellar.
Sniper. He's already.
Their couch. They're both at snipe. One's our pyramid now.
Our silver. Stellar. Watch our amazing.
Our stinky bound. Watch our stinky bound. Down our sniper against
and then two rocket shoot on me. Top rocks, one shot.
Rocket two shots.
Both top rockets.
Both weak.
Legend. One shot elbow. Dead.
Is there scattering?
I'm in there window. The other window.
No, I'm heading up.
Top rockets.
What's the top rocket, John?
He's absolutely in. One's our.
One shot above me. Drag it. Blow you.
And one top rockets above you. Nice. Above you right now. Get a drop.
Double kill.
I'm going to stop.
Double bound.
Go stop.
He's bottom mid, going elbow bound.
Sniper's coming.
Yeah, bounce her up.
He's doing a race.
Play their side. Kill
I died.
They're BR and their flag. They're BR.
One shot flag. Dude, no.
We're good. Let's see.
They're maze. One shot their maze. One shot their maze, bro.
Extra bounce.
Absolute they're found.
I got shooting.
Absolute
One shot
found.
bottom mid as
One
well.
shot bottom mid.
Like 3 one shots. They have a sniper though. They have a
They're
sniper.
BR.
On the flag, we go.
One shot.
One shot trench. I got one. I think I got me bottom. Mid.
And one top gas sniping. B.
Chase me a
Two
little,
shot
chase me a
our maze.
little.
Our maze. 2 shot our maze.
On me, rocket silver.
Despite the times of it getting chaotic, somehow I was still able to easily understand all of the comms that were coming in from Cloud9. Like, there's definitely energy, there's passion behind those comms, but it's I'm able to decipher it, where a lot of times I feel like teams, maybe they get a little too chaotic and things might get a little lost in the weeds. I like the comms of Cloud9, and so far it's working good in this series.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's a bit concerning for Cloud9 in those comms is that we saw them clearly start becoming very reactionary to the plays of FaZe. And I don't think it's necessarily that Cloud9 is doing anything wrong. I think FaZe has just come to life, and they're starting to be a little bit more aggressive. And this is the game-tying flag that's on its way. I mean, Lucy not able to connect with those rockets, and that's it. FaZe have brought this game back, and thanks to it being a 5-flag capture, right? This is the first time we're really seeing 5 CTF on Origin, and you're seeing that it's bringing a second life for FaZe here, where this game's not over yet.
Minute and 25 seconds on the clock right now. Syrian with the sniper and 2 taps. Legend from the bottom side of things now really wants to turn that into some elbow side control. Beats Stellar to the punch here, but Stellar still gets first shots and the win. And with Cloud9 not an advantage anymore, FaZe look to march into their base.
And Stellar wanted to get right up into the front lines again, but I think not waiting for his shields to come back there gave Avicii a big opportunity to get that kill and to make this a little bit more mixy. Oh, dude, Legend's been in the back ranks of Cloud9 all game long. And although it hasn't been successful each time, he is clearly creating a situation where Cloud9 is going to have to focus on 2 things at once. This flagpole and Legend in the back ranks. But Dubu gets a ton of damage down. Is that enough to keep this flag alive?
We could potentially be looking into an overtime situation here, but if you pull a flag out at the time going down, we could see sudden death. We could see any one of these squads that can play King Nick. Wanted to be that guy, put some good damage onto Legend, and it takes 2 in order to take down the King, but it looks like that's exactly what FaZe do.
Yeah, but to King's credit, very rarely are you forcing FaZe Clan to play backwards. And that's exactly what they did. I mean, obviously having a lot of respect for these plays that Cloud9 have been making. There's a couple seconds left, but it doesn't look like we're going to get extra time here. Instead, we'll be heading to an overtime. Sniper, rockets up for grabs right away. It was FaZe Clan that had a lot of success the first time around. Can they replicate that in this overtime start?
Based on the old Origin settings, this game would have been done already, but we get more Halo action, and I'll never be mad at that. Going to overtime, it's next cap will win. And right now, Legend and FaZe do have the advantage, have the sniper, but Cloud9, they have a Syrian.
It's Carbine versus Sniper, and it's the Carbine that wins! Renegade from the top rocks was able to get that, and now he's holding off the next 2. This is an opportunity for FaZe. The flake's coming through on the Snipe side. Players are going down. Renegade might have just opened up a path for this flag. It's out into the open. Legend will try to keep it alive, but he's the last alive for his team.
Somewhere out there, Hoaxer just gave a nice little head nod after the Carbine usage there. Meanwhile, 3 down, go FaZe and Cloud9 on the immediate attack flag. Already pulled off of the base here. Syrian recognized that he can't overcommit. Tried to put some extra damage down, but FaZe stopped that flag run and now look for a counter opportunity.
Dubu heads up awareness, hits a perfect pre-nade. It's just Syrian that's alive with the thrust. Kept Renegade in the front ranks. He's staying alive, waiting for his teammates to get here. It's a longer flag run than normal, but Renegade might just get away with it. Another thrust to stay alive.
Renegade finds himself over toward the high side, does have a teammate with him here, recognizes there's a player over towards that back line, and it's going to be King Nick pulling flag and creating chaos. A 2v2 situation. Now this next lane feels so important. Bound sends the way of Boo Boo Dubu. Renegade throwing haymakers. He's not done. He's still alive. And just like that, flag is still moving, and FaZe might have just done enough. They put a game on the series board.
I love the last 30 seconds from both sides because they're both employing the same strategy at the end of the game. The question is who's going to blink first, and whoever did was going to lose that game. That time around, it was Cloud9. When we look at the last bit, it was Stellar and King Nick making the same play on opposite ends in each other's bases. King Nick goes for the flagpole, but they never identified Stellar, and Stellar went to the window and absolutely ripped King Nick from across the map, giving them the kill necessary, the space necessary to take that flag back home. A big game once again from Renegade, who has come to life in this series. Look at that KDA, look at everyone else's, and look at Renegade's 38 kills, just 21 deaths. He is trying to will his team forward.
And I feel like we've seen him do this before. We've seen this playbook out of Renegade, where his team gets dropped down into a lower bracket on those many Optic Gaming rosters. I feel like that's when Renegade played his best. When his back is against the wall, when you count him out, that's when Renegade really emerges and shows what he can really do. You may be up 3-1 right now, Cloud9, but this last game is going to be the hardest. Closing out a team like FaZe is the hardest thing you can do in a best of 7 series.
Going into Street Slayer, this Slayer is the map pick for FaZe as we go into this game, and right now FaZe are trying to make the reverse sweep a reality. They need to take this Slayer. It'll be the first in the series that they will have won if they come out on top this time around.
But it's going to be the one of maybe many firsts that we see in the series. So far, the first game have gone their way. We've seen the first 21.7 KDA out of Renegade so far, and maybe we see another first in the first Slayer go the way of FaZe. Boo Boo Doo Boo with Stalker, teammates getting slays, and looks like Boo Boo Doo Boo just waiting for the action to come to him. He gets the info. He wants Bound. Despite Bound having camo, Boo Boo Doo Boo has the eyes.
I would say even into the shot into the shroud screen, he was very close to hitting that shot. Boo Boo Doo Boo trying his best, and Bound only getting 1 kill from that camouflage. So I'll say I think that damage from Boo Boo Doo Boo might have done enough to at least limit his opportunities later down the road.
One game advantage here for FaZe. Stalker rifle getting value here for Boo Boo Doo Boo. He's somehow still alive and doing his thing. Wants to repost himself over towards the nest, but was just short and ends up getting caught out in no man's land.
That equal footing in this early game, but Stellar last alive, trying to figure out where this push is coming from. He's got identified him versus Avusi, and Avusi with the perfect shots to get themselves B-side control. And what's concerning here is you see the 2-man push coming into the cafe side. Renegade seemingly aware of this, but there's a lot of players to take care of.
Renegade and Bound, that 2v2 duo for how long now, having 10 of the team's 12 kills at the moment, but Syrian with the win against Renegade over toward the back A side. We switch gears over onto King Nick. You might find some players rotating in from the arcade. Not only did you get those slays on the back A, but looks like you found the spawners, and that's going to be good for C9.
Just Renegade that's alive. Cloud9 having them backed up, and there's the call out. They know he's into the red room. The insta-splode gets the damage for King Nick, and right now he's staying alive as well. Great job not engaging until he knows he has to. He's forcing Stellar into his space. Almost gets away with the trade, but does enough damage for the help to come in to eventually get the cleanup.
Despite having them staggered right there to C9, somehow FaZe are able to just break out of their spawn, and now you allow Renegade to get this camouflage. It felt like all of the advantage in the world was going the way of Cloud9's, but FaZe slowed them down, and Cloud9 apparently bounced right back.
But for the second time in this game, an early camo grab in the first rotation and the second rotation from FaZe, that was neutralized at only 1 kill. You'll take a 1-for-1 trade against the camouflage all game, and you see Cloud9 with a 4-kill advantage. Those camouflages being neutralized the way they have has been so crucial for Cloud9's game plan.
24-19 lead in favor of Cloud9. Stalker now in the hands of Syrian, and 3 members of FaZe kind of trapped over towards the seaside. Maybe just 2, because Legend flies his way on out, puts down the max damage. 3 down go Cloud9 as FaZe put themselves within striking distance of Cloud9.
Legend creating a lot of work there by jettisoning his way out at the perfect time. That looked like a great collapse from Cloud9. They're hitting out the lanes, but with Legend getting that first drop, he's able to open up the map for his team. They get a couple crucial kills, and now things start to be going more and more in favor of FaZe as Stellar stays alive. 27 all, and they know where the last spawners are. Collapsing onto this, they're gonna have a split and stagger if they find these kills with no trade outs.
FaZe take the lead here. Renegade has that BR in the back pocket, and right now it's Stellar and the rest of FaZe that are not only looking for those initial kills, but now looking for the follow-ups as well. Stellar gonna take a more direct route here and trades out his life as more damage goes down. Somehow Cloud9 able to defend their spawn.
Renegade delayed his push out here. He's able to at least get some good info for his team, but it's the Slays that keep trading out. And right now, if Renegade has a great position to try to collapse in with his teammates, but Cloud9 have not been giving away free damage. You see them tucked away into these corners so often, trying to force FaZe into making the play, and well, that time around, they force them into that. It's a couple that go down for them. It's been very trade heavy in these last few rotations.
Killing spree for Renegade. 2 kill advantage for FaZe. Cloud9 were controlling this game for so long, but now Renegade with the Stalker and the backside of Avusi. Some good damage goes down. Off the screen, Syrian does find a kill, which makes them this camouflage, or at least able to burn it. The Syrian and Cloud9. Things can't get any worse. Well, Renegade's here. At least they got camo off the
Renegade's been consistent at being the top man right now for FaZe all series long. Despite them, being down 3-1, he's had outstanding performances all series long. 13 and 6, double positive in this game thus far, and this is the first time we've seen him with a power weapon in his hands.
40-37 is the advantage right now. FaZe moving into their end game, and that's where Renegade shines here. Brings them within single digits. Now just 2 squad wipes. So what FaZe are looking for.
That's just 2 players alive for Cloud9. Remember this situation again. They're stuck in the cafe. Legend gets first contact, and with it is doing a ton of damage. Trade outs do come in for Cloud9, but they don't have a lot more time to allow these trade outs. It's a 4-kill deficit they need to make up before FaZe gets 5 kills.
Still has a good position here, and Cloud9 don't know it. They don't know it. Gets the clean kill. No trade there. Players still stuck over toward the arcade side, and just like that, it was the first domino that falls and turned into much, much more. Boomer with a huge kill, but it will not be enough. A stick ends up hitting, but FaZe just need 1 more.
Just 1. Who will be the final kill is the question for FaZe. Cloud9 playing very tight. They need to make sure they have each other's help, but when you play tight like this, you're leaving openings, and there's the opening Bound takes advantage of. He won't find the final kill, but it would have been if he's just given 1 more second. FaZe get their 2nd of the series, and the reverse sweep still on the table.
Cloud9 started this series off right, 3-0 in their favor, and then FaZe with the bounce back. And Origin capture the flag felt tight, it felt clutch, but it felt like maybe Cloud9 can end it right here, right now. And honestly, it almost felt like they needed to. Letting FaZe in the door is not the game plan of Cloud9. Now all of that momentum that you built up has been flipped on its head. FaZe have that momentum. They have the advantage, and it feels like we may just see a Game 7 on the horizon.
And next up gonna be Recharge, and that's one thing to know about this FaZe clan is we have players that have been away from the game. Bound hasn't really been playing for that much. Legend finally coming back. Renegade coming back from his stint in COD. I mean, with that being said, it's like I don't think it's necessarily crazy to think that this team's just gonna get better over time, right, Tony?
And both, honestly. I mean, when's the last time that we talked about Avusi? When's the last time King Nick? I don't know who woke him up, but it feels like both of these squads. I'm thinking the exact same thing. Like, getting a longer series is going to be fantastic for them. Giving them some more time within the pro league, getting some more scrims and more reps under their belt is going to be huge. I think for both of these teams, what we're seeing right now is only the appetizer. When we get later into the season, when we get to LAN, I think we're going to see even better and even cleaner gameplay from both FaZe and even Cloud9.
As we wait for this next game, yesterday we had Renegade live streaming to the world, and he had Sirion in his chat. Let's take a look at this clip real fast and see what these two had to say for each other.
I got you out.
I hope Suspector's staring at my chat right now, and he saw what Sirion said, and he's like, "Ha, I already bet." Like when we, like he's like checking the calendar. He's like, "When do we play C9?" I already bet. And he drops a 1 point fucking. He drops a 2.0 on Sirion's forehead. That's what I hope for.
So, see, Renegade and Sirion, they were having a little jabber back and forth. And, you know, Sirion, he goes into these Twitch chats. He's a little, you know, he can be abrasive. He's coming out. He's, you know, he's a young kid. But they had this big conversation happening. And, you know, obviously Renegade was out there saying, hey, look, Sirion, he went on a little bit later on in that Twitch stream to say, look, I am ready for tomorrow. You're going to be humbled. And with that, you know, he's come back, and Renegade is trying his best to pull this team back into this series. And he has had an unbelievable performance thus far. Honestly, it's surprising to think that he hasn't been playing as much as he has, because it's like he's right back on the World Championship stage.
Some and a little bit of ball knowledge, a little bit of respect also showing to Suspector, you know, say, hey, you want to talk trash, you want to go throw jabs here, like, hey, Suspector's that dude. And in fact, even during the qualifiers, I think there was a stat that went out courtesy of I think HS Fantasy, Notorious put it out, that I think Suspector actually might have had like the highest KD on everybody in the actual qualifiers. So a little bit of respect also being shown for Suspector, saying that he's the one that will drop a crazy 1.5 and 2 point on your head, but also Renegade will do it too.
And just to give you guys a reference point into this series, obviously the series started 3-0 Cloud9. When we look at the KDs, you know, an update to our series, right now the highest KD in this series has been Renegade with a 1.52. He's had a 1.52, and they're losing in this series. Just to give you a frame of reference, he has a 2.21 KAD. The next closest in this series has actually been Sirion, sitting at a 1.15 KD. Just show you, I mean, these two are going to war, but it feels like Renegade's engine has just started to rev.
We're still FaZe that suppose they're playing on their back foot. They're the ones that are down in the series right now, need one more game here just to force out the game 7. Meanwhile, Cloud9 can end the series right here, right now. Can Cloud9 go back to their winning ways, or will we see a Golden State Warriors like we want to lead main glow?
That's a huge opening start for Cloud9. Not only did they get 4 down, Camouflage is going to get away for free. This allows them to be on the attack early on, and that's one thing where FaZe, they can sometimes struggle when they're on the back foot. So often they want to be the ones that's forming the initial contact. It's going to be all Cloud9 early on, and Lucy's doing a fantastic job of not committing too much early into the fight, but letting those players come to him and getting a massive double kill for his team.
17-0 was the run here, Booba with the snipe, but right now it's FaZe that are scoring, and Cloud9 looking to put an end to that. Immediately hopping over towards C, looking for the convert. Booba wins another one with the shock, and anticipating the push here from Renegade. That nade should keep him out and may just be enough to convert Alpha.
Oh, I love this from Booba charging into the front lines. He knows he has help coming from the back ranks. He didn't want those shields to come back. If he's maybe 0.3 seconds faster there, he gets a clean kill on the rotation. Great idea there from Booba. And despite, not the cleanest execution, he still gets the kill, and it's still kept FaZe Clan largely on this back foot.
Alpha and Bravo currently belong to Cloud9 here. Renegade puts himself in a more central position with this shock, and now looking for where the attack is going to start. And actually, it's Cloud9 the ones that are on the attack over toward the Charlie side. They are able to take down Booba, and numbers that go the way of FaZe, and that's when they get aggressive. Not able to find the headshot on Kanan. The second shot definitely does, and the rest of FaZe collapse immediately. 3 down, and about to be the 4th for Cloud9.
I see them able to get back into this hill for the first time. FaZe really stopping this bleed from Cloud9 as they have early rotations. That A should be switching here, and you start to see them spread out. So Cloud9, this is the first time where we haven't seen them in control. How do they approach this break is my big question. And right now we're seeing a lot of resources being thrown at the tower from Cloud9 when Legend, despite there being like 3 players there, just charges in.
Walks his way down through the tower side, ends up over towards bottom mid, and Legend just going right through the chest of Cloud9. Eventually though, Avusi's able to get away with camouflage. He uses it almost immediately. King Nick gets his kill, and just when you thought FaZe had everything going their way, well, Cloud9 stealing right back.
Yeah, some risky plays there from FaZe. I didn't mind the play though. They were trying to both prioritize the trip cap and camouflage. Unfortunately for Legend though, Avusi just able to play that angle just right to get away with camo, and that's led to this now push from Cloud9 to get themselves in position for a trip cap that they're going to try to extend as long as possible. And it's going to be likely that they do with having a camo shock rifle in play.
Bound on a rotation out of the long haul side over towards Charlie. Avusi, actually a smart high IQ play, backing down, making sure the A side is blocked right now. Trip cap being held by Cloud9. FaZe do get some picks which open up a door for them to play towards a base, but Avusi ain't letting nobody in alpha.
A great job shutting down the players with that shock rifle. And finally the trip cap's broken, but FaZe still has a lot of work ahead of them to find this break. It looks like C is going to be the priority, and it looks like Cloud9 is realizing that. A couple players hitting this rotation. It's a big fight at C.
Once again gets the shock in his hands, and we saw what he could do the last time, and this time all it needs is his bandit in order to clear things out. Meanwhile, at the same time, FaZe aren't able to convert Charlie, but already having Bravo until Syrian not only wins the fight, but attacks B at the exact same time. Cloud9 back to scoring with over 100-point lead.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job of just having a numbers advantage by getting these first bloods and keeping FaZe on their back foot. Another thing that we've noticed a lot from Cloud9 is backfilling space, right? Although they've been aggressive throughout this game, they are very cautious about giving up initial spawns on some of these hills that they have. So good job on these backtracks. They have a massive lead thus far in this game. And FaZe, for the first time, we haven't seen Renegade leading that charge. You can see how different this team looks when Renegade's not up there on the top of the slaying column.
Another triple cap coming in from Cloud9 here. We switch gears over towards Renegade, who's going to try to fight for Bravo, but also respect the fact that Camouflage is coming up, and as of right now, he finds himself on the wrong side of the map. Nade lands right at his feet, converts Bravo, but gives up his life in order to do so. Boo Boo Dooble's able to get away with camo, so although Charlie might convert, it looks like Cloud9 get the resources they want.
Boo Boo Doo is just reading this map so well. He doesn't even go back to reset C because he knows no one's there to capitalize on it. Instead, his resources are better put forward on the map, being chaotic with his camouflage. And he's in a 1v2 buying time for his team to come up and try to win this fight at A. And despite being caught out, he did buy enough time for at least a fight to go down before this break comes in. Look at the score, 221 to 42 before FaZe can finally get this break. Talk about your back being against the wall. You do not have a lot of opportunity to give up much more.
Numbers advantage here for Cloud9 once again. Syrian thought he might have had easy access to Bravo. Nothing easy though when Stellar is on the map. It's a 7th kill here, and it continues to rain down bullets on the rest of the Cloud9 fighting members here. Renegade gets a call out. There's a player over toward the whirlpool. There was a player there. Renegade gets his hands on him. Syrian immediate on the cleanup. 233 points here for Cloud9, looking to close this series out.
That was a good sign for FaZe there in those last few gunfights. That was 3 gunfights in a row. Make it 4 after that. There's no help from Cloud9 in those gunfights. Individual fights is where FaZe love to flourish. If they're able to keep Cloud9 separated from each other and force more of these one-on-one gunfights, that's their path forward into this game.
Almost 240 here. Boo Boo once again had the shock rifle, but this time goes down quickly with it. Numbers advantage once again now here for FaZe. A triple out of Stellar. absolutely lights out, clears out gold and the opposite side of the map.
Dubu did get that high glass spawn. I don't think Stellar was expecting it. It's going to come at the cost of his life. And now this cross-map fight between Renegade and Avusi and King Nick is going to be so important. Oh, Renegade comes out on top. That establishes the trip cap. And look at the spawns. They're over at Long Haul. They don't have any quick access. This is the trip cap that can be your demise on this map. They will not have a lot of time to find this break. They finally get through to C. Cloud9, they stem the bleed pretty quickly there, but that was a win condition for FaZe, was getting that trip cap in. I'm honestly surprised that Cloud9 was able to find the break so early, Tony.
As right now, it is FaZe that is scoring at the moment here, but it doesn't like could be for long. 3 down go FaZe. Boo Boo Dubu now with the cross map shots. As of right now, Cloud9 look like they're on fire here. All they have to do is convert one base, and FaZe are back on their back foot.
And Boo Boo Dubu getting this camouflage might have been the nail in the coffin. Double kill for him. They just need a few more seconds. They're going for the trip cap. FaZe is running out of time. They don't have the opportunity for the stop. Cloud9 is going to take the series 4-2.
They pull off the upset here. Started off 3-0. FaZe bounced back with 2 in a row, and just when you thought we could be looking at a Game 7 in your first Pro League match, Cloud9 put an end to that. FaZe already starting your Pro League off 0-1, and you know Cloud9 are happy with that one.
And you got to give a big tip to Sirion in this series. You know, we've known Sirion's been a fantastic player for a long time now, but there's always been the question of when is he going to show up? This is I'm thinking of the high profile matches that he's played. I think this is the first time where we've seen him be this consistent in a series where he's actually taken over the way that he did. Sirion, Avusi leading the charge in that game 4 with 21 kills apiece, combining for 42. And wow, this Cloud9 team is looking fantastic. There really wasn't a lot of weak points for teams to exploit. And even at the end, Cloud9 got away with every single camouflage in that game. Heads up awareness by that team. And Boo Boo Dubu, I think, a large part of that. Look at his assat. 16 kills, 16 assists with 5,900 damage in the game. Boo Boo Dubu. He's always this unsung hero that's coming in and creating so many plays for his team. What a fantastic performance from Cloud9.
The man put up over 8k damage. I think last game or maybe the last win, excuse me, and then almost 6k damage in that one. And we talked about it then. Like Boo Boo Dubu was one of the players that will strive themselves on being that player that makes the plays that don't always show up on the stat sheet, which is so important to be that guy. But when he's also doing that, and then also happen to be dropping the 8k damage, the 6k damage, the 16 assists on top of the 16 kills, you know you're getting crazy value out of this player. And this Cloud9 roster is real and put the whole world on notice today that they will not be bullied. And in fact, no matter who they go up against, they know they have a fighting chance. They know they can beat anyone in our league.
And with that, FaZe is going to go 0-1 to start this league. Right? It's a round robin format, so every team is going to play each other in the league. There's not a second opportunity for Cloud9 and FaZe to play until the championship that happens in November. So Cloud9 going to have a little bit of a little bit of bragging rights here for the next few months.
That they will, and ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be, at least for me and Tools. We still got way more action on the way. We're gonna actually bring in the old man Mikowski and Eli to cast our next matchup. FaZe and Cloud9 is done and dusted, but we still got some more action for you guys. Tools, do you have any final words for the people at home here in your Pro League opener?
I'm just excited for all these matches that happen. Let's get this next series up and ready. Get these guys locked in. So much more Pro League action to happen today.
Killing spree.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your Halo Pro League, $128,000 on the line, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion, and we have a treat for you guys. For the very first time here in Halo Infinite, we're gonna actually have a pick ban system where we actually have the captains from each team come in, and we're gonna be doing this live. So guys, without any further ado, let's get right into it. Tools, let's get our picks and bans.
All right, so we have both Trippy and Druck here from 4 of a Kind and Mercenaries. Trippy, your team is the high seed. Would you like Team A or Team B in the map pick ban process?
We will take Team A.
Okay, so Team A will be in charge of map 1 for the game mode choice. Which game mode would you like to play for map 1?
Oddball.
Oddball. Okay, for that, Druck, you get 1 ban.
We ban
of the
recharge.
Oddball maps. So no recharge?
Yeah.
Okay, Trippy, what's your pick?
We're gonna play on live fire.
Okay, live fire oddball game 1. Druck, what side, Eagle or Cobra?
Cobra.
Okay, Cobra for game 1. We go into game 3 now. Team B, Druck. This is gonna be your guys' mode choice.
All right. We choose King.
Choose what?
King of the Hill.
Oh, King of the Hill. Okay, King of the Hill. Trippy, what's your guys' map ban?
We're gonna ban live fire.
Live fire is banned into King of the Hill map pick for your team, Druck.
We choose recharge.
Okay, recharge for game 3. What side would you guys like for game 3 here?
We're gonna be Eagle game 3.
Eagle game 3. Okay, game 4. This is gonna be your guys' choice, Trippy, for game mode.
Capture the flag.
Okay, capture the flag. What's your map pick ban?
We ban pit.
No pit. What's your choice here, Trippy?
We're gonna do Origin.
Okay, Origin for map 4. That means game 6 is going to be Strongholds. For Strongholds, it's going to come down to a recharge for Strongholds today. As there's only 2 maps, there's no map ban pick process for that. We go now back into the Slayers. For the Slayers, it's going to be 5 maps on the table. We're going to do a ban of each map. So we're going to do 1 ban for each side, and then you guys will pick from the remaining pool. Team A gets first ban. That's going to be you guys, Trippy.
For Slayer.
Yep.
We're gonna ban live fire.
Okay, no live fire for Slayer. Now your team, Druck.
We ban Origin.
No Origin for Slayer. Game 2. This is gonna be for Mercenaries. What Slayer do you want to play for game 2, Druck?
Trippy.
No, it's for your.
That's
it's
my
yours, Druck. Yours.
Plaza.
Okay, so Plaza is going to be game 2. Game 5 is going to be your choice, Trippy.
We'll play Solitude.
Okay, so we have Solitude. Now
that's Plaza twice.
Wait, so yeah, we probably can't do that again, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can.
Unless we can. We can?
Yeah. Are you saying between?
We'll switch it up.
Okay, okay.
We'll do recharge game 5.
Okay, so recharge game 5. It just puts recharge twice. You know that, right? Because 5, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, you want recharge game 5, and then game 7 will be Solitude.
Actually, game 5. Let's do Origin game 5 Slayer.
Origin game.
We
5.
banned it.
Oh, you guys did ban it.
Origin
You're
is
right.
banned.
My bad.
Yeah, there's only 2. It's only 2 options left. So you want Solitude game 7, and
Let's
recharge game 5.
Yeah, we'll just do recharge game 5.
Okay.
Okay. We're picked. Let you guys go into your voice channels, get yourself into this lobby, get yourself ready as fast as we can. We're going to go on a quick break here. When we come back, our series will have started.
But
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 1 of your $128,000 Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. We have another matchup for you guys, and it's going to be a banger. And as you guys heard during the pick and ban system, Oddball Live Fire is our game number 1.
And this is a kind of an interesting map, right? Because, an interesting setup between these two teams. Mercenaries didn't exist in the same way, I believe, from the first qualifier to the second. So the qualifier that 4 of a Kind actually won in is not going to be the same team that this Mercenaries team was in. I think this is one of the first times we're going to see these two compete against each other. And I'll say Mercenaries looked very, very good in the second qualifier. So they come out with the 5th seed as they won that second qualifier.
Yeah, I always was surprised that Sabbath didn't find his way into this kind of team for quite some time here. I know Suppress has been wanting a team with the likes of Druk and Soulsnipe for quite some time, so this team definitely makes sense here as Druk doesn't get away with the camouflage, puts it to work almost immediately, helping his teammate clear out the A corner, but it looks like 4 of a Kind now know where camo is, and knowledge is power.
Trying their best to stay alive in the situation will be able to do so. Although ball time is going to 4 of a kind, Druck winning that right side of the map is going to make it a lot more difficult for 4 of a kind to hold on to this tower. They have pressure coming in from both sides. You see them start to fall. Mercenaries should have a great position here for the ball pickup and to make the next play.
Sad with the cleanup here. Ball now rotating back over towards tower. Meanwhile, Druck chasing down that player. Big time kill here for Mercenaries, keeping 4 of a kind a bit staggered and scoring, taking the lead.
You see right now, 4 of a kind doesn't really have a solidified position to attack from. 2 players going to try to make the most out of the mid-map and nest, and they both went huge gunfights. Talik able to work the nest side, and I thought 4 of a kind didn't really have the necessary numbers to make their play in, but with both those players winning crucial gunfights, they just break the setup like it's nothing.
For a very long time, Talik has teamed with Druck and Soulsnipe as best friends for so long, and finally find himself on different squads and going up against each other right now as Druck does end up getting it made onto Trippy, clearing out towers. Some great shots across the map now, but didn't account for Snakebite being the slippery snake that he is. Drops the nade, tries to get the double from the grave, but Sab ends up getting a double of his own.
Sab going to be able to take tower. He's trying to clear everything. We saw how effective it was in the last game. A player getting into the back ranks can create all sorts of chaos. You see Sab being so cautious of what could be coming from behind that he ensures that everything is cleared before he moves up on the map.
27 to 21 right now is the scoreline. A very close matchup here in Oddball Live Fire right now. Druck for now the second camouflage in a row, I believe, this game here. There's a play right under him. He's not troll. Somehow finds the kill there. That could have been devastating for Druck with camo.
He gets those shields back. We'll be able to take out Talik. It's just Snakebite that's alive on the other side for 4 of a kind, and he is so far away. This should be a great position for Mercenaries to spread, gather space, and be ready for this next attack. On the other side, 4 of a kind was able to get the sniper off of spawn, so they'll have some fireworks to work with to get in here, but it should be a great position for Mercenaries to trap players in.
See Snakebite attacking the sandbag side, Trippy over toward the low. They both collapse together, and although Trippy does go down, eventually Snakebite gets himself that kill and a sniper as well. Ball, meantime, has actually been rotated through green here, so you see 4 of a kind still having to get back on the offense to clear things out, but all reset. Mercenaries 44 points.
Still a lot of sniper ammo for Snakebite to work with. He hasn't been forced into any gunfights really as of yet, and he's in the back rank. Sab had no idea and is punished right away. Great position for Snakebite to help keep this ball alive for his team. And with Suppressed being the last alive, it really becomes a dangerous situation. With Snakebite getting that kill, it could be an aggressive play for 4 of a kind to split and stagger the spawners of Mercenaries.
You mess with a snake and you get the fangs. Killing spree being dropped by Snakebite. He's not done, wants to add one more to it. And there's a player hiding over toward the back camo side. They don't do it, but Snakebite is striking and hunting down members of Mercenaries, keeping them staggered one at a time here. A one-man army right now is Snakebite, 11-6 in the early game.
It's more surprising if he misses a snipe shot at the moment. He has one last bullet to work within the sniper, but this is almost max value from this weapon.
One away from a frenzy stopped is Snakebite over towards the mid side there, but clearly the damage has been done. 80 points and counting here for 4 of a kind, but mind your precision, not able to win the 1v1 against Suppressed, and that's going to slow them down quite a bit. Suppressed trying to get his shields up as another fight is on the horizon, and Trippy just crouching his way in that fight.
Camo coming up. Snakebite is able to stay alive, and Snakebite has just found so much value for his team in this game. Even when he goes down, he's opening up opportunities for Talik there to get another big kill. And Mercenaries, they've done a great job when they had the ball to maximize their time, to get their play balls, but on the other side, 4 of a kind is just winning the slays. And they've had dominant positions in this map to maximize their ball time. So that doesn't seem to be changing either. Another 3 down as Mercenaries will have one last chance.
And 22 points here for Forvakine. Mercenaries have to get the ball in their hands as quickly as possible, but with Talik and the rest of the crew dropping killing sprees and nobody able to touch that ball carrier until the last second, some way, somehow, Mercenaries make one last stand.
This is not necessarily over, but this is going to be one of the most challenging climbs you can have to make a comeback. And Mercenaries can't even necessarily afford to play the ball too often here. Slays are what's necessary, and with 3 going down, it just looks like that's it. There's just no way Sab's getting out of that situation, and 4 of a kind with I think a relatively dominant performance. Mercenaries got a good chunk of time, but it really felt that 4 of a kind controlled the game, and it was all snakebite that caused it. I mean, so many sniper shots connecting in that single snipe.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, was it a dominant performance by 4 of a kind? Or if you take Snakebite's crazy, almost killing frenzy out of it, it kind of felt a little more even to me. I mean, maybe I'm a little off on that one, but that one almost killing frenzy by Snakebite, I think just put Mercenaries just out of it, man.
It definitely felt like the early game favored Mercenaries. It was definitely the tides that turned when that sniper had rotated hands. And this time around, Druck and Mercenaries trying their best to keep that sniper away, but it just keeps being drawn back to 4 of a kind. This time, Precision having his chance with the weapon.
Sniper hands here. And it looks like Atomic is able to clear out Suppressed, and what a name, keeping Precision out. I'm pretty sure he didn't even know Precision was there, but Precision, high IQ, swaps the sniper in the meantime, gets into the hands of Talik, who actually already has the camouflage. He rips one's head off almost immediately and lines up the rest right now as Talik knows Mercenaries are staggered. 4 of a kind should be grabbing ball time here, especially because of shots like that.
At this point, Mercenaries has to think about, hey, if a sniper comes up, maybe we gotta waste the ammo, because anything that's left over has been maximized in value for Talik and the rest of 4 of a kind. This sniper has been the biggest pain in Mercenaries' side.
If Snakebite and the crew could have done that back in the past, I'm sure anybody could do it to them, especially when you know when your former teammate in Talik goes on runs like this. That's a triple. He wants the over. He's playing with them, but Druck refuses to go down easily.
But think about the situation. That was 3 down, a triple kill. Druck was last alive, but at the end result, it's actually Mercenaries that's getting ball time and has a decent setup here. 4 of a kind, that should have been, you know, an opportunity for them to really stretch out a lead here. Instead, it's been the exact opposite. They're having to play a very mixy game, and Sab will be able to get the play ball before 4 of a kind can get the break. So honestly shocked at the scoreline, at being only 14-11.
I'm also shocked that Trippy's still alive right now. That was a crazy double kill seemingly out of nowhere. Clears out tower and clears out a path for his teammates to now rotate that ball too. And now to set up locked in here from 4 of a kind. Trippy having Druck right in his sights. A very uncomfortable position here for Druck. He wants to get shots on the weakened ball carrier. He knows Trippy is really close by. Eventually finds him. His teammate finds the ball carrier. And just like that, 3 down with 4 of a kind and no play ball.
Oftentimes, the most important thing you can do for a team is holding space. Druck does that fantastically over at green. His responsibility isn't necessarily to get the kill on the ball, but it's to do damage and buy time for his team to get in position. Once they do, the break is easy, and they're able to set up this ball in a decent spot to have playability and to keep the team, their opponents, in front of them. I think a fantastic play from them, but this might be a better play from Talik. Wow, the camo, the snipers, they are making all the difference in this game.
Ball drop.
Despite potentially the round-winning, almost killing frenzy himself from Snakebite, it's actually Talik to lead the ball right now, 23-10, as does end up going down for the 10th time. But this Trippy, the one who has that snipe in hands, and he's the one that can make the plays that do matter. Sab goes down, and the same result for Soul Snipe. He gets his Soul Snipe. Druck is chased away, and before you know it, every mercenary is wiped off of the face of live fire.
If that suppress, it's gonna come off a spawn, try to lead Mercenaries forward into the front lines, and he is there early, but Trippy has the knowledge, gets the call outs, and now the sniper starting to hit. Only 1 bullet left, but a big lead that's opened up here for 4 of a kind. Oh, 4 down.
Trippy on the push, taking space as you mentioned earlier, but ends up in a 1v1 against Soul Snipe. But I mean, Trippy does die on their side of the map, so he'll probably spawn up and have another chance to fight. Meanwhile, Soul Snipe now trying to navigate his way closer to the ball and his teammates.
Nice job by Soul Snipe
Enemy has the ball.
to get that kill, but he's the last player alive. It's Snakebite and Trippy that he's got to deal with. And
Enemy has the
he's
ball.
at tower trying to do his best, but I think it's just too much to ask of one player. Honestly, the fact that he's still alive is impressive in its own right. Oh my god, how did Soul Snipe get away with that?
Soul Snipe had a bit of a tough start here. I think he was like 3 and 14 at one point, really starting to catch up to his KD and really starting to catch his footing. You can kind of tell with the gameplay. Nice little back smack out of him, unselfishly going right after the ball, having most ball time, but eventually taken down. Sad will replace him as the ball carrier. We got to recognize 4 of a kind are still coming. You got to deal with them.
Enemy has the ball.
Camouflage is up for the grabs, but 4 of a kind have been so consistent on their camo and sniper this game, and it looks like that might not change. Precision gets it, but there's 3 players staring at him. He's not going to be able to get away. Instead, it's a triple kill for Sab. And time for Mercenaries. Look, 4 of a kind is at the final stretch, but Mercenaries still have plenty of time to work with to get this comeback and to steal round 2.
I love that move. I love that play by Sab and Mercenaries. The moment one player is down to 1 shot, give him the ball. If he can't be effective on the map, give him the ball and let the rest of your players try to get damage. Eventually, doesn't work for Mercenaries the way they wanted to, but I love that. I wish my matchmaking teammates would do that more. Swapping out that ball is huge.
20-second lead now for 4 of a kind. The Trippy is going right into the front lines. That's the kind of dominance that 4 of a kind has been able to establish from time to time. Is having the 3-4 downs at the right opportunity where they can pressure spawners in that way. It's now just a 12-second hold for 4 of a kind to win this game. Mercenaries, they're out of second chances.
They have the ball, had him 3 down, and now need damn near perfect Halo. Drunk, really taking crazy amount of space, and now looking for the split players. Split spawns. Finds one. Nice no scope, turns into a 2-tap. Ball now being pushed out. If they need the security skills, they guarantee it. 3 down, go 4 of a kind, and 1 more hold like that, and we're talking about a potential comeback in round number 2.
That was a really good quantum translocator from Druck. He's able to block off the dummy, spawn 2 players over, win the fights, and then quantum translocate back to finish the fight there, and at the same time manipulating what the initial spawns are going to be for the team. This is a decent spot for Mercenaries, but it's just how much can you give up? 4 of a kind, they're not going to just roll over. They're a hard team to take down, and especially with their slaying power.
89 points here for 4 of a kind, as right now Mercenaries have the closer position to this ball, and I love this play to rotate this ball back towards your teammates who spawn on the opposite side of the map here. You're not that far away. Our Mercenaries, as we switch gears over towards Precision and 4 of a kind, looking to break.
Precision able to come out on top. The help of Talik was there, doing max damage to the next. This is going to force a play situation for Mercenaries. The ball's reset, and Druck thinks he might have the timing to get away with this. Is it true, though? Where is 4 of a kind? They're trying to hunt him down in the hall, but he's not able to get away. It comes down to this fight.
1v1, Sab does take him down, but ends up getting replaced almost immediately. Precision on the cleanup. 4 of a kind back on the ball here. They're staggered as they're pushing and trying to get this ball out of their hands, but it's easier said than done. 4 of a kind have built up the defense, and although they just need 3 more seconds, Druck's nade is not going to be enough, and 4 of a kind are going to take that round number 2 and ultimately game 1.
I think Mercenaries have great moments, but it doesn't seem like it was a possibility for them to chain them together the way the 4 of a kind did. You think about round 1, the sniper plays from Snakebite, how dominant that round became from them. Mercenaries, I think, do a great job at getting in, making things mixy, making things difficult for the other side, but they weren't quite able to establish a dominant control. And I think the difference between these 2 teams comes down to that slaying column. The slays heavily in favor of 4 of a kind, and if that doesn't change, this series could be over quickly.
Not only is Talik a super talented player as far as the ways he's able to stack up slays. I mean, a 16.7 KDA, had a respectable amount of ball time as well, but also I really feel like knowledge is power, and people might think I'm a little faded for this, but I think all that time that he has spent teaming with Druck, teaming with Soul Snipe, you know, playing Money 8s with suppressing them, you understand your opponent's tendencies, you understand their game style, what they want to do in a lot of situations, and I think that knowledge is going to work extremely well for him. On top of all of the talent and the firepower that he brings, knowing thy opponent is huge for Talik.
9,400 damage from Trippy. The output is insane, and it's been this career that Trippy's had in Halo Infinite has been such a fun one to watch because of how he's transitioned from his playstyle. He is now a main slayer, max damage dealer, where in the beginning of his career he wasn't really that style of player for his team, and honestly I feel like it's unlocked his best potential. But I think this was the moment that changed the game dramatically. The snakebite sniper, it just felt like he couldn't miss with the weapon in his hands.
It's funny when we talk about every member of Four of a Kind. Talik's crazy stat line and the James Trippy's incredible damage, snakebite's run that really kind of gave him that head start in this entire game, and of course, Precision holding it down as well. Everybody from Four of a Kind really doing their job in game 1, and now we look on the side of Mercenaries. Like, how do you answer back with that? Because necessarily, I don't actually think Mercenaries played bad. I talked about in that round number 1. If you take Snakebite's 9-kill run out of it, to me, that was a very even game, and in fact, maybe even in one that you had a slight advantage over. Like, I don't think Mercenaries necessarily played bad. I just think Four of a Kind played better.
Now we go into game 2 on Solitude. This is a map that Mercenaries clearly comfortable with. It was their map pick going into this series, and one that I feel like they're gonna need. They need some sort of response here to slow down to slow down Four of a Kind. Mercenaries, this should be their map. Let's see how they handle it.
Right after the camouflage, immediately does soul snipe here. Lead down, go Four of a Kind. So now when you start off with a 3-0, you get yourself some resources, all the goodies, and things are looking good. I said all the goodies, but there is one person who survived with the shock, and that was Talik, who eventually gets taken down himself.
There we see Soul Snipe going back onto his hunt into the mid-map. A great start for Mercenaries. It could become even better if Soul Snipe's able to sneak his way out of these gunfights. I love the slow and methodical pace from him. Able to find a couple more of those kills. Finally, Four of a Kind's on the board, but it's only a trade out that gets them their kill. They are struggling to find space on the map.
Mercenaries clearly picked this map and game mode for a reason here. They wanted it, and so far looking pretty good on it. Talik does open things up with a nice little double kill. Back-to-back kills goes their way, but Druk shuts that down immediately. He checks him just a bit. Snakebite down, walks him down, but Snakebite had one with him. That's Precision on the back-smack. And of course, looks like Druk had one with him. That's Sad on the cleanups.
Trippy trying to get himself way into his team's angle. Great job getting there to help, and right now Four of a Kind need to establish a little bit more map control. Mercenaries are largely trapped into this back spawn. This is the opportunity that Four of a Kind can move up onto the map and take some more space.
A lot of damage being taken here by Soul Snipe. He does try to put some out as well, but Talik, the final player alive from Four of a Kind, takes him down. 17-9 advantage here, still for Mercenaries, but it's Talik the one that attacks the perimeter, runs into a couple grenades while doing it, throws one of his own, but it's not enough. Druk with the win, and now 2 down the side of both teams.
Just Precision and Snakebite alive for Four of a Kind. On the other side of the map, they're gonna flip this away, and right now Precision's an important player. He's left in isolation on the right side of the map. It's his responsibility to stay alive and try to help his team get forward on the map. You can see that starting to happen on the right side, and once that engagement goes through, that's his cue that, hey, I can go in and start to make some havoc happen. Great plays by Precision, but unfortunately for him, the rest of his team is not quite able to stay alive. That's going to be a camouflage for Mercenaries, and with Shock Rifle coming up in 20 seconds, this could be back-breaking for Four of a Kind.
Camouflage and carbine in the hands of Druk. Seeing players rotating away from the blue side over toward yard. Nobody wants to spawn in blue, and you definitely don't want to attack towards the blue truck side. Mercenaries obviously know what's up. They block that line of sight immediately, get a couple kills that go their way, willing to trade out their lives. They have a double-digit lead.
Druck's been having a struggle on trying to find a player available to take down, and by the time he does, it's 2 that instantly spot him and find a neutralizing kill. So that Mercenaries, I mean, they have a decent lead here, but on Solitude, no lead is safe. It's so easy to be able to find spawn traps on this map. There's 3 very heavily weighted primary spawns that are very easy to trap players into. Right now, 4 of a kind, getting these kills without trade outs are building to that win condition of finding that spawn trap. It's going to be up to Mercenaries to get it behind enemy lines or to find a way forward to take space without being spotted by these players looking at spawns.
A few kills now start to change the way of 4 of a kind here. You're bringing it out of the double-digit realm, and now than just 6 kills, which clearly is doable. Like you said, no leads are safe, and in fact, just like that, you were up by 11 what feels like moments ago, where Mercenaries now just a 4-kill game, make it 3 as 4 of a kind continue to just get these kills moving with them. Soul Snipe, it's up to him to slow him down. He's already found 1. Can he find more?
Crucial kill by Soul Snipe. It does 2 things, right? Allows his team to start getting forward, but it also pulled back 2 members of 4 of a kind. That's going to gain some spacing for Mercenaries to allow them to try to win in the neutral map. And you see things starting to look a little bit different until Tala gets a crazy shot in the 1v2. Sab cleans up the triple kill, and Mercenaries are back in control.
All it takes is 1 play, and Sab shows it to you. 3 down, immediately go 4 of a kind, and just like that, Mercenaries had the momentum that they were looking for. It is a cleanup that goes in. That first kill now belongs to 4 of a kind. Looking to turn into much more. And a thrust, though, from Soul Snipe, breaking ankles right there. 5 in his former teammate. That was disgusting.
That cool little technique from him on these forge maps. There's a lot of these ghost ledges they can use to hit curb slides. When you go through that doorway, if you hit it right, you can get yourself a little bit of a speed boost. You try to break ankles with it, but not able to stay alive for much longer. We're seeing a very chaotic mid-map right now. Players trading out with life after life. All these trade outs, though, are just benefiting Mercenaries. Soul Snipe and Sab leading the charge with 28 of their team's kills. Right now, 4 of a kind, you are on your last leg. There really cannot be any more trade outs for the rest of this game.
Soul Snipe on the screen right now didn't have the best game number 1, but this game number 2 really feels like his. He is just moving with confidence right now. Eventually does get a point out on no man's land, but look at how his teammates are still able to just get his back and avenge most of it immediately. Now, just looking for 3 more kills are the Mercenaries, and Druck is just finding every weakened player on the map.
That's look at the sniper too. Just 2 more kills left to go. The question is who, not if, at this point for Mercenaries, and it'll be Soul Snipe ending the game with 18. His shock rifle proving to be deadly in this series.
After just 2 games, we are already tied up in the series right now. Mercenaries with a big bounce back on Solitude Slayer. Again, they picked that map in game mode for a reason. As we move on to game number 3, is going to be King of the Hill on Recharge. I found it kind of interesting that Trippy picked Live Fire immediately for game number 1, and then immediately banned it for game number 3 and the next one. So only wanted to see Oddball Live Fire, did not want to see it here at King of the Hill.
Yeah, it's an interesting rotation that's been built out here. We're going to go to Recharge King of the Hill instead. This is going to be the map pick from Trippy's team, 4 of a kind. So, right now we've seen the map picks be successful for both teams. We'll see if that rings true as we go into game 3. I'll say Mercenaries, that's a hell of a bounce back, but Solitude Slayer is, I think one of the better game types for players like Soul Snipe, Druck, Suppress. Clearly very comfortable on that map. They like the high, fast, aggressive maps like Solitude where you can force simplified game states. Recharge King of the Hill can get very murky. It's hard to get those clean, simplified game states.
And just remind you guys while we're all here, mind you, $128,000 Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. We've had 2 qualifiers to actually find our 8 teams that made it into the league here, but now we're going to find out makes it to land. So we're gonna have multiple weeks, multiple Sundays where every team in the league are gonna ultimately play each other in that round robin format to eventually bring us down to just 6 of the best teams that we have in the world, and they'll be competing on land. So every matchup, and honestly, Tools, maybe you can speak about this, every game should matter when it comes to the final standings.
Yeah, remember, folks, if you have a tie for that qualifying spot, it's going to come down to your map record win percentage. Yeah, there's a lot that can come into play here. So every single map matters, especially with the top 6 getting in. Those final 2 spots could be an absolute bloodbath to see who comes out on top.
Camo in the hands of Trippy here. And obviously, he and Four of a Kind want their spot to play to compete on land. Shroud dropped, and I wonder if he's gonna use it against Mercenaries. Pops in and out of that Shroud, gets himself a kill, gives them the advantage, and Four of a Kind are scoring.
Lasered him from across the map. Trippy coming out with a hot start. 5 kills. No deaths thus far on that killing spree. And I love that he has the noob combo in his back pocket. So often you see players leaving weapons on the rack. Not Trippy. He's going to try to maximize the value out of whatever is ahead of him. And oh my! Oh, the noob combo. He's shredding from across the map. That's a double now.
Wants to close out this hill here. Trippy just about does it despite being one shot, still scoring, and it looks like hill number 1 will go to Four of a Kind. Mercenaries come off the spawn and immediately attack the next hill here. Truck in a great position to try to bait it out, but somehow he still goes down, and Precision precisely dissects the remaining members of Mercenaries with the shock here. Oh, 3 down. Go Mercenaries.
He kept Trippy alive too. The killing frenzy still on the table. He gets the number 9. Trippy has been impossible for Mercenaries to take out. And with his shock rifle, he can find himself the killing frenzy.
Suppressed on the rotation. Anticipates as he goes down the orange pipe that he may just pop up over to where the bat ledge, but nobody home just yet. Taking a lot of damage though, and not able to get the trade. Suppressed with the kill shot out of his hands, but work not quite done here for Mercenaries. A lot of time here for Four of a Kind, and Mercenaries ultimately dying 1 at a time here. Sab has to make a play here toward the back blue. Can he win this 1v1?
So far, I think Mercenaries did a great job of finding the isolated players into those gunfights, are able to get a temporary break, but it's still Four of a Kind that seem to have the favorable spawns here, and they will get right back into the hill. It's Trippy, the player that went down first, actually comes back to punish Mercenaries by getting the camouflage, and seemingly will find the remaining bit of time to give themselves a 2-0 lead.
Doesn't get the frenzy, but does end up getting camouflage, gets himself a kill, and ultimately a 2-0 lead here for Four of a Kind. And Mercenaries not even starting off this next hill on the right foot. In fact, they were 3 down. Now Suppressed staggered once again here as he keeps finding kill after kill. All of this damage. It's too much. Mercenaries 3 down again.
They got the map in front of them too. Four of a Kind just know that Mercenaries don't have a lot of different opportunities to attack from. Soul Snipe able to get in, but quick trade outs are going to give Four of a Kind the numbers advantage once again. This is a really tough position for Mercenaries to fight out of. Even when they get the break, if they don't have those A spawns flipped, the war of attrition will always favor Four of a Kind.
What's crazy to me is that this is such a dominant performance here by Four of a Kind. Tolic just put his 4th kill on the board. Before that double, he was 2 and 3, and he's normally the high man for this roster when it comes to KD. If Mercenaries are getting treated like this, and their best Slayer is having an off game, what does that mean for the rest of the series? It's 3-0. Four of a Kind have complete and dominant map control.
It's an interesting spot because it's one of the few times where you see a stat line like that. You're like, oh, you know, maybe Tolic's not having the best game, but it's actually more indicative of the inverse, where Tolic just hasn't had to do a lot. His position's been largely back in the map, trying to anchor out spawns. The reality is that the front lines have just been won so consistently by Trippy and Precision. There hasn't been a lot of need for Tolic to get into these gunfights, and his focus has largely been blocking out the correct spawns. And That's why it's been so tough for Mercenaries, is they're not getting gifted anything on this map. They're not getting a favorable spawn. They're not getting, you know, a lucky chance here and there. It's been all grit, and so far, 4 of a kind. When it comes down to crucial one-on-ones, have largely come out on top. Though, luck might just change. This is the first time in the game that we're seeing Mercenaries get away with a camouflage.
Drugs able to get his hands here, ends up jumping right into the middle of the map, and then even tried to find the exit and finds himself a precision. The trade does end up going down here, but Camo now is off the map. Sam, meanwhile, wanted to deal with, if not 2, it looks like now 3 members of 4 of a kind who are pushing up. He's one shot. He wants to help Soul Snipe, he just doesn't have the shields to do so.
I see every nade hit the doorway, but Trippy able to bounce his way back, finds that kill, and with this right now, shock rifle coming up in just 10 seconds. 4 of a kind have 2 ways to win this game, right? They can capture this hill, or they can play a very long game of Slayer. The great position for them, though, is that they're not forced to do either necessarily. They have a little bit of time to feel this out and decide how they want to approach this game.
Drunken Mercenaries are able to clean up the player that's over towards tower, which is going to need some good time here for Mercenaries, as 4 of a kind find himself on the wrong side of the map. I say that, though, in the first pick does belong to Trippy and 4 of a kind, but Drunk and his active listening, finding the weakened players time and time again, and continue to try to put down max damage. However, he goes down. 4 of a kind find that hill, and they only need just 1 more.
Yeah, the problem is they give it up the shock rifle again, and this has been so punishing each time. The shock rifle continues to connect as Talik looks for Sav. He's going to be able to get that one, and he might call game if he finds the next as well. This is a position where 4 of a kind want these spawns at backseat. Talik will be the first to hit it. Oh, the shock rifle will secure the favorable spawns for 4 of a kind.
30 seconds worth of losing time. Kind of proving time and time again they want to close it out in this one, and with Mercenaries now nowhere near this hill, this is way time that ultimately Mercenaries can't afford, and just when a player gets close enough to try to strike, it's Talik that puts them down and gives his team a 2-1 advantage.
No, the shock rifle has clearly been an important gun throughout the history of Halo Infinite. But rarely do you see games where it has that big of an effect. It felt like anytime 4 of a kind had a player with shock rifle in their hands, they were guaranteeing 2-3 kills with the weapon in quick succession. It's just incredible work from 4 of a kind. The camouflages, the shock rifle is playing a huge impact in this game.
Going into our next game, and quite the advantage for 4 of a kind. Obviously just a 1-game lead in the series, but when you talk about momentum after a dominant performance like that, that can be mentally demoralizing for the opposite team. Trippy, 13.7 KDA, 4K damage. On the other side of things, have Precision and Talik both dropping damn near 5K damage themselves on the map. And when all that damage, all those kills are going down your way, it's no wonder why Mercenaries couldn't get anything going for them. Going into our next match, they're gonna have to dig deep once again and try to tie up the series.
Now look at the accuracy from Precision, hitting 71% that game. It's him and Last Shot that have had the highest accuracies throughout the history of Halo Infinite, and it's for good reason. Some absolutely gross players there. And we go into Origin. This is Mercenaries map pick here. It's one where I would be interested to see the strategies from both sides. I'd expect a lot of presence to be on this elbow for both teams, but I'd be in particular interested in how Mercenaries is going to approach. I think there's usually 2 strategies where you try to push up as a team, get the clean kills, get there. There's also the other way where you have a large focus on overextends, trying to take as much space as possible while doing minimal effort. I think that's the strategy that Mercenaries is going to try to put in here. They're a team that likes to play very fast and aggressive. In particular, I'd be keeping my eye on Druck and how he wants to manipulate this map to his whims. I'd expect to see him charging into a lot of the map, trying to buy and build his team space.
And it's funny because this was, you said it before, this is 4 of a kind's pick here, but I'm kind of worried about this, because I feel like when I listened to the pick and ban, you heard something very specific. The moment that it went to Druk. You didn't even get to finish your question saying what map banned. Druk immediately said Imperium.
Yeah.
And then when Trippy answered, he like hesitated a bit because it very much felt like clearly Druk did his homework and knew that For the Kind are an amazing Imperium team. And it almost caught Trippy off guard with how quick Druk answered that. And then even when Trippy went for his, like he seemed almost hesitant. I'm actually worried a little bit for For the Kind when it comes to this map, especially on the other side of things, Mercenaries. This has been known as their playground back in the Halo 5 days. They were an incredible Coliseum squad, and one that really kind of like created and redefined the meta on this map.
Jeez, dog, with that sniper in. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting between these two sides to see how they try to play forward on the map. So far, what we've seen is For the Kind being a little bit more patient with their plays, trying to get that sniper to be the decider of how they play forward. And I mean, so far, I think it's been somewhat successful for them. We haven't seen Mercenaries really create any sort of chaos right now. That sniper keeps hitting shots like that. Snakebite has been on a tear with this weapon.
Snakebite was known back in the Halo 5 days for burning snipe ammo against some of the best in the world. He's like, no, we're not burning it this time. We're using it. And got some crazy amount of value there. Eventually, that flag is stopped, and you have to imagine being returned soon here, but not easily. Soul Sniper is being attacked. And in fact, For the Kind ain't giving up on this flag. They want to relay it through the bottom of the map.
And just keeping it alive and buying time for your team to have second chances is big from Precision. They get the 3 down, and you see the last spawner is nowhere near that flag. So that's going to be the first one in for the Kind, and they're still dealing with pressure that's coming into their base.
Lead here For the Kind. Another flag on the move, but almost immediately stopped there. Sam now trying to battle his way through a couple of different members of For the Kind. That should be a 3 down. That should have been a clean 3 down, but a trade.
Anything. The should is a big emphasis there. There is just nothing that is guaranteed at the moment for Mercenaries. For the Kind have done such an effective job of staying alive and getting second chances on some of these plays because the spawners come up and are able to get involved in the fight. I love this positioning from Snake, but you don't need to force a flag at the moment. What you want to be is ready for a flagpole if you do find these kills. And he gets that first. He's going to see if he can pull some players back. This might be an opportunity. Despite, Snakebite getting this flagpole, Mercenaries do have some good positioning here to try to find an opportunity.
Here's over toward Druk. Down on the low side of the map, and no shields to work with, but no shields, no problem, says Druk. Goes right through Trippy and finds himself over on the elbow side of the map here, making his presence known by putting damage onto multiple different members of For the Kind, drawing a lot of attention here on the elbow side towards himself. And now there's a teammate with them. Looks like that's the point when they want to attack. Take down one, brings another down to half shields. The follow-up not quite there. And eventually, Mercenaries do end up going 3 down.
Yeah, Druk was trying to be aggressive to buy time for his team on the snipe side to get away with that sniper, but unfortunately, they lost those gunfights. It goes Precision's way, and Mercenaries, their best chance seems to just go away in a flash.
Sam is stuck over toward that elbow. A couple go down here for Mercenaries, and it could be a lot more than that. Eventually, 3 and the 4th will fall. Flagpole not quite there just yet. Looks like another maybe half a round, if not a full round of slays might be needed once again here for the Kind. But as they set up here, they understand the situation. And right now, Mercenaries, the one in trouble. They get the 2 round of slays in a row, and now they are heavily influencing those spawns towards the back base and continue to apply pressure.
Yeah, it's almost perfect there for the Kind to get this flag back home. Just really not much that you can complain about. They blocked both the elbow and the cave side. Were very deliberate on making sure no one was looking at that back base, giving them that terrible spawn at the back base, allowing them to get an easy flag capture.
2-0 lead here for the Kind. Snakebite Over on this elbow side of things, now has a carbine in his hands. These long range angles, he's going to love every last bit of it. That's what the carbine does. Max damage being dropped. So do two members of Mercenaries. Players over toward the low hand side, and target prioritization is on point here for Snakebite as Mercenaries continue to get punished. Already 2-0 in this game to 5 on Origin.
Max damage is the name of the game right now for Snakebite. Just not really focused that much on what the flag needs to do, but more just staying alive and getting damage for his teammates to get up on the map. Don't need to worry about that flag until you know you have a good opportunity to have a 3 down or a 4 down to try to get the run. You see Four of a Kind been very deliberate about when they try to go for that flagpole. Even now, right? They don't feel like they have the timing to necessarily pull out that flag. Instead, they focus on those slays, and this time around, not going to be successful. I don't necessarily mind not pulling the flag there, but I do question on whether I don't think they didn't believe they had the timing. I think they might have actually had a pretty good timing window for a flagpole there. We'll see if Mercenaries is able to find some sort of answer on the other side, because Four of a Kind is winning the slay up battle by a hefty margin right now.
See a sniper onto the battlefield here. This time Rock is not coming up at the same time. Flag was started but quickly stopped over toward the back base here. Precision immediately trying to angle that out. Trippy has the responsibility of defending this snipe side here against every member of Mercenaries that try to rotate through. Cuts off the timing delay from the animations and just rush through here, and that's gonna work out perfect. He finds himself right on time to get this flagpole before the return. A little bit of fumble, but it looks like that flag's still moving.
So far, Four of a Kind have done a fantastic job of showing you why the most important maps on most important parts of the map on Origin is going to be the rocket side and silvers. That's how they've facilitated all their attacks thus far, is by having the combination of those two players up and ready to cause action. And we'll see, you know, Mercenaries right now trying to find a response. Their way was trying to break out the rocket side. Successful at that, but it's coming at a hefty cost. A lot of trade outs happening. It's up to Talik to get on the overextend to try to stop this flag from Mercenaries.
Looks like every member of Mercenaries knows exactly what Talik is at right now here. Damage is going to keep him away, but it looks like his teammates are finding the slays that truly matter. That activates Talik to try to push through the base. Some great shots from Soul Sniper will keep him at bay. Sab with the hunt down takes him down, and Flag still over in that base. Isn't going to go through.
Ooh, nice nade though. Gets that kill. He finds a sniper as his reward down below. Four of a Kind don't have a lot of map control here. Just one player on the high ground, and Sab going to take care of that. Looks like a player from Four of a Kind got through the back ranks. I don't know when they got there, but they're on the return, and they will get the return. That's the third flag on board.
Big time sneaky return goes in. 3 flags so far in a row, and now looking for 2 more, or just play the time against them right now. Mercenaries in a really tough spot. A big kill by Four of a Kind as they continue to punish the Mercenaries.
Now look, this is 5 flag capture compared to 3 from previous iterations of this map, so there's still time to figure this out for Mercenaries, but so far Four of a Kind, the slaying has just made a huge difference in this game. And they have 2 players that are essentially plus 10, 25 and 11 from Talik thus far, 22 and 12 from Snakebite.
Talik maybe the MVP in this game here with the 25 and 13 assist performance, but Mama LVT is the MVP in the chat. I think that's 20 gifted subs that dropped it. My gosh. Thank you so much for the support as Four of a Kind look to close this game out against Mercenaries. Mercenaries obviously still having a chance, still time on the board. I'm definitely not going to say it's impossible, but I think improbable might be the word right now with the way Four of a Kind are playing.
Press is too trapped here. Eventually the help comes, but it's way too late into that engagement cycle. Ends up costing the life of 2 players, and that might have been one where they should have said, hey, Suppress, you overextended a little bit too quickly there. We gotta cut you loose and try to reset ourselves, because they've given an opening now to Four of a Kind to get the next sniper and to have their own push ready.
Not able to find Precision just yet here, or Precision find his kill against Soul Step, I should say, just there. Teammate goes down. Precision may have his shields back. Now he's surrounded by multiple members of Mercenaries. Druck does deal with them, and the Snipe does find his hands here. Not able to get that no-scope, but this third one does connect, and so does the 2-tap. Druck will survive with the Sniper.
Have they dealt with Talik yet, though? Talik has just been consistently extending into the base, finding kills, and being the greatest nuisance possible to this to this Mercenaries roster. I mean, look, Druck's getting kills with the Sniper, but the reality is they haven't found Talik yet. He's still just causing mayhem, and now he's got that carbine in the elbow from the opposite side, raining absolute damage on anyone that comes towards him.
Carbine side position home, but Mercenaries dedicate 2 players to push and force him out of that elbow side. Druck also finds a Lincoln player for his killing spree here, and now it's Snakebite having a whole lot of responsibility on his hands. Cuts right through the window side, but everybody on Mercenaries are able to anticipate it. Flag now on the move for the kind spawning just 1 step behind him. That's a 3 down. Precision, the final player, gets a double kill, but even that's not enough to stop this flag.
It's not enough to stop the flag, but it might have been enough to save this game. I mean, that was a dominant position for Mercenaries. They could have gone back-to-back with flag captures there, but Precision wins a pure 1v2, and now it's 4 of a kind that are being able to push up on the map and keep Mercenaries in front of them. They were in a really difficult spot to fight out of, and Precision just didn't miss a shot.
Now, 45 seconds worth of time on the board here for the kind. At this point, their win condition is just simply playing Slayer, making sure they keep Mercenaries out of the base for just that much time. And in fact, Talik says, you know what? Forget that. I'm going to pull this flag off. If there's a sudden death opportunity, it doesn't mean anything. He has flag out. As of right now, 4 of a kind are getting aggressive despite the shot clock.
The reality is Mercenaries just have left way too many gaps that Talik has taken advantage of. So often he's just been able to run past on the Rocket side, find his spacing towards the elbow. There has been no effort from Mercenaries to stop him from getting forward on the map, and because of it, it comes to haunt them. A 3-1 victory for 4 of a kind, thanks to Talik's 33-15 performance.
Wow. Talik has been having quite this series here, and again, to remind you guys, I mean, Talik was a long time a part of that trio with his best friends in Druck and Soul Snipe. Eventually, a lot of them ended up going their separate ways at different times, and Talik finds himself on a phenomenal 4 of a kind roster. But you know, it must be emotion here. Going up against your best friends like this in a matchup, like even when you win, it feels it must not feel all that great.
I think the stat line might make up a little bit of the hurt there, you know? Yeah, he's got to feel himself a little bit. 33, 15 deaths, 16 assists to go alongside it. You see his KDA shines above the rest with a 23.3. I think the reality of that game was Mercenaries just leaving the entire Rocket side open for so often. I was hoping maybe we'd see Druck be a little bit more aggressive towards the elbow side, but what largely happened throughout that game was players embedding themselves into the opposite elbow and being able to decide whether they want to play for the objective or try to do max damage. And well, you see Talik, he did just that, 8,800 damage. Just for reference, the next closest on the other side is at 6,700 damage. He did 2K more damage than the next highest player on Mercenaries.
His damage level is over 9,000. My gosh. Beautifully played by Talik at hitting almost 9k damage. And now we go into Recharge Slayer, and potentially the final time that we're going to see Mercenaries in this series, unless they awaken something similar to what they did in game number 2 the last time we saw a Slayer in this series. Recharge coming up next, and I will say Recharge and Solitude, those are 2 completely different maps.
Yeah, I mean, you do look at the Slayer, and Mercenaries was pretty dominant in that Slayer. The objectives have been clearly in favor of 4 of a kind, but it's not like Mercenaries is without a chance to battle back here. I think Recharge Slayer is a perfect opportunity for them to reset and get themselves back into this series and search for an answer in these objective game types, because they clearly need one.
last time we actually saw this very Mercenaries squad on a Slayer, I believe the leading man was Soul Snipe, if I can remember correctly. I want to say he actually even might have dropped like 18-9 in that Slayer game after maybe having a slower start in that game number 1. So I feel like if we're gonna look at any player here, we're gonna have to look at Soul Snipes, maybe have another similar game to that. And actually, I just checked the Halo data hive, and it was actually 18-8, 5 assists, and almost 4,000 damage in that Slayer. So if there is a player to look out for, it's gonna be Soul Snipe. He was the leading man once before in the Slayer, and they're gonna need him to do just that again.
The teams are finally set on their correct sides. Looks like we're going to get into this one as fast as we can. But for those that are curious about the schedules and how things can go, lvthalo.com, you can check everything out there. But if you're wanting a weekly email blast, you don't want to do any effort. You just want us to tell you, we can deliver you guys a hand-delivered email every single week with what matches you can expect by joining the newsletter now. !newsletter in chat. We'll send you guys out an email that gives you the schedule, the drops, everything to expect with the LVT Halo Pro League this year.
If you wonder what's going down, make sure you guys get on top of that newsletter. Links are already in the chat right now as we get back to our feature matchup here for the kind. Going up against Mercenaries, already up 3-1 in the series right now. We talked about Mercenaries clearly having a path to redemption here in the series. Game number 2 did go their way on Solitude behind a 18-8 performance by Soul Snipe. That's what we're starting on board with right now. Can he have a similar performance on Recharge?
Camo have been largely left out in the open. Both teams trying to work their long range fights before they try to make the commitment. First blood goes to 4 of a kind, but Mercenaries not giving up this cross onto the camo just yet.
Tied up in the early game here, Camouflage not grabbed up. Right now being used as bait by both of these teams at the moment here. Soul Snipe does enough damage for the cleanup to go down, earning him an assist. However, Precision right through the middle of the map goes after 1, and Mercenaries clear things out. Mercenaries do eventually win the opening break and earn themselves a Camouflage.
Yeah, in order to do so, though, they had to give up the high side of the map. That's going to give Shock Rifle over to 4 of a kind. We'll have to see which one becomes more valuable at the end. I think I'd rather have the Camouflage here, but with the way the snipe shots have been hitting for 4 of a kind, I don't know if it's necessarily guaranteed that's the right play.
It's going to be up to Snakebite here to maybe make some plays with this Shock Rifle, just barely missing out on the perfect headshot on the player over on the low tower side. Looks like one player breaks out over towards Whirlpool. Suppress trying to be sneaky, but he ends up actually getting caught, and meanwhile Sab jumps right over the head of Snakebite with this Camouflage. 7-6 in the advantage for Mercenaries, but as Camo runs out, Shock Rifle does not.
Ooh, Snakebite hits the shot, putting them one step closer to tying this game up, and eventually is when Precision hits that. Trade outs left and right, and Snakebite still has plenty of Shock Rifle work with a 3-man push, and Snakebite shutting it down.
1 kill advantage here for 4 of a kind at the moment. Drippy anticipating a push, going a bit of a denial grenade through the gold door, eventually goes in and challenges Soul Snipe, who would not be messed with. Suppress ends up getting the cleanup, seemingly out of nowhere here, but it's like players are flying. Drunk is in there, and Talik says thank you for the triple.
Clean up city for Talik there, and look at him able to get up into that window. I love how aggressive he's being here. He knows he has a ton of damage onto these players, and then his teammates try to keep that damage. That grapple helping him in that fight, but unfortunately not able to stay alive, but the rest of his team trying to clean up what was left behind.
Had a couple grenades with his pulls. I'm actually surprised Talik didn't try to drop one of them to take down any member of those players over toward the tower side. Love the aggressive grapple plays. I think one nade might have been able to change things from 20-19 in favor of 4 of a kind, but Mercenaries going 3 down ain't what the doctor ordered.
A lot of emphasis put on the seaside push. We're gonna see 3 players of 4 of a kind trying to work together. I mean, you don't see this too often. Look at that. It's a chain of players in red trying to work together, establishing a strong team shot to break this setup. And so far, it's working out. The trade outs haven't come. And you see them actually win the backseat control for now. Mercenaries not giving up on this fight. but the chain of players from Four of a Kind is just creating trade opportunities.
It ain't basketball, but I think we just saw a 3-man weave coming out of Four of a Kind right there through the blue pipes. Wow. Brought me back to my high school days as Mercenaries do eventually find the kills to give them a 1-kill advantage here. Sam goes in for the challenge, and man, a big time collapse, and a couple assists go his way as Mercenaries look to add to their lead.
We see it, Four of a Kind largely trapped now. Look how much space Mercenaries has. Druk able to push up through the middle of the map. They have control of the right and the left side, but because they took so much space, they didn't necessarily have each other's help right away. Four of a Kind able to take advantage of that, find the first couple kills, but did not look for the flank. And Druk was able at least to find one on that flank, but Four of a Kind still coming out, I think, on top in those engagements. Ooh, nice.
Make your advantage here. Make it 2 after the nade by Trip. He absolutely obliterates the shields and the life of Sam. Switch over to Soul Disciples. Stuck here over towards that blue side. And the moment he tries to break out, the cross map shots keep him in, and then Precision will hunt right through the middle of the map. 3 down, go Mercenaries. It's up to Sam to try to survive.
You see the spawns for Mercenaries are going to be on the high side of the map, so they're not going to have a good angle onto this camouflage. They do have a few seconds to try to get themselves into that better position, but with the grapple down, I think Trippy has a grapple to potentially get away with camo here, and you actually see that come to play. The grapple comes in that was left behind on a dead body, and that's going to give a free camo for Trippy to run around with.
Trippy with the camo. Starts off with a couple of shots over toward that Whirlpool side, immediate reposition, trying to keep Mercenaries guessing at the moment. Sees the 1v1 that he wants, but Suppressed refuses to overcommit to that. But now look at all 3 members of Mercenaries. They're trapped over toward that low A side, and because of that, you're seeing Snakebite and Four of a Kind really choose and pick the way they want to attack, controlling the influence of this fight, and because of that, they're taking down 2. Could be a 3rd here. Oh, whoa, sad.
He almost got away with his life there too, but Snakebite with the perfect shots. That gives them a 2-kill lead, and for the first time now in a while, the end game is in control of Four of a Kind. Mercenaries trying to battle their way back, but they've been largely stuck at C for probably the last 3 rotations of Slays. They haven't moved from this spot. They're trying to fight Four of a Kind from this position. Finally, some spacing towards A, and it looks like everyone from Mercenaries is trying to more prioritize that A side. A lot of emphasis being put on for Mercenaries there. The other 2 players trying to hold off C, and I like this from Trippy. He's saying, okay, like, they think we're engaging at C. We're actually going to try to engage you at A.
Just 1 kill between them going into the late game here. And in fact, it's a tied up game, and Four of a Kind are actually going to take the lead here. And this is not good for Mercenaries. They need this win to stay alive in the series, and a trade out is not going to work because that's 45 now for Four of a Kind.
Express got to be a little bit careful here. He's playing in isolation right now. Doesn't have the exact help to take on a lot of these gunfights. Oh my God, he's checking for information. Almost comes at the cost of his life, and Soul Snipe doesn't even hesitate to go out the door. So aggressive plays for Mercenary to try to close out this series. And right now, they're trying their best to get these kills, but Four of a Kind finding trade after trade. It's 46 all. It comes down to first to 4.
Just a couple of lives to work with. Every single fight matters. Soul Snipe goes in for the 1v1 and ends up winning. It takes down Snakebite and gives Mercenaries the lead.
Shot screens out. That should be camo for Suppress. Can he get away to safety? A 1-kill difference, but camouflage to try to close out this game for Suppressed.
2 kills is all you need if you're Mercenaries. But Four of a Kind were just 1 behind you, and in fact, they've actually just tied up the game. You still have camouflage if you're Suppressed, and you have all of this information on Talik. Finds the kill, gets cleaned up immediately. 49 to 49, this is it.
Comes down, Soul Snipe's getting into engagement of Precision stuck behind the wall. He will not be able to stay alive. He almost had it. A 50-49 for Mercenaries to stay alive in this series.
Wow. What a fight, what a war we just saw on our game here. That's 2 Slayers that now go the way of Mercenaries. But man, one false move could ultimately cost them that life and that game. Druck, 16 kills, a 4.0 KDA out of him. Meanwhile, Soul Snipe, 15 and 8, 9 assists, and 10.0 KDA coming out of Soul Snipe.
See, I mean, Precision trying to do so much at the end of that game there. I think maybe a little bit, trying to do a little bit, maybe too much by himself throughout that game a few times. But I really did enjoy the final few seconds of that game. The push was very interesting from both sides. Obviously, getting away with camouflage was a big deal for Mercenaries. Trippy didn't hesitate. I mean, Tolic didn't hesitate to go through the map though, and we see him catch suppressed here. And this is where it gets really interesting. At 49-49, they have good information about where these players of Mercenaries are. You see the flank coming in from tower, but Precision just taking a little bit too much damage here. But look how close he is from winning this gunfight. He is 1 shot away. And I really like to see, this is where Precision comes out on top in a lot of gunfights. This is how good his micro is. You see him down 3 shots in this engagement. He gets 1, 2, 3, and then just misses the head. He has an opportunity to win the game. And think about that. He has an opportunity to win the game being down 3 shots going into that gunfight.
Yeah, that's the most impressive thing to me is the fact that he was literally less than half shields in that fight and somehow almost got the reversal for the win, and that would have been absolutely crazy. But ultimately, that's a game that goes the way of Mercenaries, and we have another one coming up next. We move to the third objective, where now Mercenaries have a chance to force a game 7. We've seen so far 2 amazing series up until this point. We haven't seen a game 7. Maybe Mercenaries can bring us there.
Strongholds is an interesting objective type, right? It's completely different than any of the other game types. Largely rotational in a way that you just don't see in the other game types. There's never really a chance for you to play around a single objective. There's 3 that are always in play, and because of that, you can focus a lot more on the flow of the game, right? You don't necessarily have to win your slays to win the game. Just having 1, 2 solid situations where you get a trip cap into play and score those 2 points for every second can make a massive difference in this game. Be on the lookout for the trip cap pressure. That's what both these teams are going to want at all points in time.
Strongholds Recharge coming up next year. An opportunity for the Mercenaries to bring us to a game 7, but For of a Kind also can end it right here, right now, just like they tried to do in the Slayer here. And Tolic has already come out red hot here in this game.
That Soul Snipe did get away with the camouflage, and with Shock Rifle still up, he has a chance to stack both the power up and the power weapon together.
Bravo converts. Soul Snipe still having that camouflage in hands. You actually see that there's a teammate battling out over to the tower side. Says, why don't you stay alive? I got your back here. As he immediately puts down the pressure. Cleanups do happen. And Soul Snipe, without skipping a beat, attacks Charlie.
I love how he goes right into White Tower, is trying to instantly apply as much pressure as he can onto the map. That gives them this trip cap, at least for now. And if they find a couple of slays, they can maintain this. This is going to be one of the most important fights of the game, and Soul Snipe just couldn't find the head. That's going to at least reprieve the trip cap pressure for now, as Precision was able to get away with that. He's also getting max damage onto the other side, but so far Mercenaries, I think, look fairly strong to start this game.
Number 2 and number 5 seeds going at it right now here, and your number 5 seed not only winning that Slayer, but also now about to get themselves a triple cap and already have the lead here against For of a Kind. Sad. Now trying to navigate his way right to the Charlie side. Knows all he has to deal with is Tolic, and because of that, he gets the reset. For of a Kind attacking Bravo, though. Looks like 1 base will convert.
Hey, the Trippy's in trouble here. You see the help trying to get there. There's a 2v1 that's turning into a 3v2 for For of a Kind. Snakebite. Wow, great awareness to know, hey, I have help. I don't need to give away my life here. Set it up for my teammates. It's going to lead to a precision triple kill and a safety position for Four of a Kind. They have the spacing. You see Trippy playing the opposite side. Precision has A locked in, and Snakebite getting that long haul side push is going to allow Trippy to say, hey, we're going for 3. They are flying at C, and here comes the help from the mid map. Precision gets into play. So well executed. They have them trapped at B. That is supremely played by Four of a Kind. Great situational awareness to understand what that long haul spawn meant for the team. They didn't waste any time getting this trip cap locked in.
Four of a Kind bouncing back with a huge trip cap of their own here. They at least are able to burn away camouflage while also continuing to score. With that, Four of a Kind actually going to take a lead here in the game, and both teams going 3 down, a momentary 1v1.
Pollock has that grapple. He knows he can get into the C fight before it transfers. That nade's gonna force him back for now, but I don't think he's necessarily done trying to contest over at C. The B push is coming in from Mercenaries. Talik decides that B is going to be the priority for now, but at any point they can try to attack at C, and that's the position that you like for Four of a Kind. A really dynamic position being played by Talik right now, where he has the option to help or play for more, and he did both in this single life. Help secure B for his team, and as soon as that's over, you see him trying to extend for even more damage on the map, or even more control of the map. And right now, Four of a Kind is playing this rotation really, really well.
Soulside did a great job of playing his cover and trying to buy as much time as possible, but eventually taking down the same result for Sab as well. Now you have Bravo, the only base in the hands of Mercenaries, as Four of a Kind continue to score. Precision gonna stay alive through tower, and what is Mercenaries' next move?
Say it's a double man push out towards A. They want to secure some sort of home, but Precision's locking down the middle of the map while that pressure's starting to mount on the right side. The problem for Mercenaries is there's 2 players for Four of a Kind expecting this push at A. So it's an even numbers fight at A, but better positioning from Four of a Kind to keep them away.
Not able to take down both members of Mercenaries, but it looks like they actually weren't aware that Snakebite was over on the low side, and he immediately goes into attack. Precision trying to get the cleanup onto Drug. Somehow Sam was awarded the kill for that one there, and Precision goes down, and Mercenaries decide to get aggressive with this.
I think they lost track of Sab there. They didn't realize that he had flipped out the C spawn, and they thought it was a clean opportunity to go for that kill onto Druck, but made it a little bit more difficult. Either way, Four of a Kind still recovers, and you see this lead just continues to grow. That trip cap has really done its damage, and you can see them still, even with a over 100-point lead, they're not satisfied with 2. This is really the key. There's a reason why the hills are named ABC. It's always be capping. Trying to find yourself into these trip cap situations lets you minimize how long this game goes and try to win this as quickly as possible. There's no reason just to hold 2. If you're getting kills like this, play for the trip cap. Do not leave an opportunity for them to find kills of their own. Close this as fast as you can.
Fresh off the forward down here from Mercenaries. Four of a Kind wastes no time whatsoever with the triple cap, and they already have 233 points here. Things are looking quite bleak here for Mercenaries, as the moment Suppress tries to attack a base, he's taken down, and so is Sab here, and it's just, they've run out of time. They gotta convert both bases. They're not able to do it. Four of a Kind are taking your series.
Efficiency, the name of the game there for Four of a Kind. You look at the slays, there wasn't really that many in the game. That was a very quick game of Strongholds. And it's because how aggressively they were consistently playing for the trip cap throughout that game. It's a lesson to all of you that are sitting in matchmaking playing this map. A game of Recharge Strongholds, if you're winning your slay battles, shouldn't be longer than 6-7 minutes. It is like a map that really encourages trip cap pressure for you to be scoring in large swaths. And you see, if you find slays like this, that's your ability to end the game. Precision leading the charge at 13 kills for his team. An aggressive game of Strongholds to close out the series 4-2.
Four of a Kind showing how good of an objective team that they are, taking every objective game move, and ultimately was in the series against your number 5 seeded Mercenaries. Honestly look even better than the 5 seed at time when they're playing at their best Halo. They're looking to contend with anybody. in the game here, and For the Kind still was able to look as good as they did in every objective mode. If there is one thing that maybe could have gone better for them, was obviously closing out that game number 5 on Recharge Slayer. Obviously just a 1-kill game, but also game 2 didn't go their way either. In fact, Mercenaries looked amazing throughout that game. So there's maybe one thing to lean on here for Four of a Kind is working on those Slayers maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely like an interesting spot, because is it more that like Four of a Kind need to work on the Slayers, or is it that Mercenaries is really good at the Slayers? Because I will say, like, I thought Mercenaries played both the Slayers fairly well. I think that Recharge Slayer, they really showed resilience at the end of that game, because they were trapped at C for a really long time and were able to bounce back. But Four of a Kind, there's one thing that isn't up to contest. They are a dangerous team, and their objectives were as clean as you can be. I mean, every single objective game was a dominant win.
It definitely was. Four of a Kind showing why they are one of the higher seeds to come into your pro league. Again, guys, $128,000 on the line here, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. And when we take a look at some of the seedings and kind of how we got here, what we're looking at so far, as we still have a couple matches left in the later day. So far, we see a 4-2 map count for Four of a Kind, and Cloud9 with the exact same 4-2 record. Mercenaries and FaZe starting off their pro league 0-1, and we keep talking about it. Every single match is going to matter. As you see, every single Sundays, all of these teams duking it out in some way, shape, or form in this round robin format. Pay attention to how the games go, but also how the maps go, because when these tiebreakers start to come into effect, it's going to be an absolute brawl, a war to find out who's going to be our final 6 teams to make it to land.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the matches that we have to come still today. We have Shopify Rebellion going up against Ascending Baseline for our last match of the day. We still have Retribution going up against Inconceivable up next. I'm really excited for that Retribution squad. Acid, Descendant, Yaxon, and Eco. It's a team, that's 3/4 of the team, or half the team that got top 3. With Envy, I believe, and then Acid coming in. He's been fantastic all year. Eco obviously having to find a new home, and I think this is a team that complements him really well. I'm curious how they take on the challenge of a team like SSG or Inconceivable with Lucid, Penguin, Falcon, and Collect.
That's going to be an absolutely fantastic matchup. And then to close things out, we actually will eventually have Shopify Rebellion and Ascending Baseline duking it out. And that's going to be an exciting one as well, because time and time again, you count Ascending Baseline out, and they tend to make you pay for that one. So even against your number 1 seeded Shopify Rebellion, I still think that is going to be a very fun series to watch. So guys, when we come back from our break, we're going to have more of your pro league action. Me and Tool's going to be hopping out of this one. Eventually we will have Old Man Mikowski and Eli the Ninja hopping in for the comps.
Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill.
Enemy has ball drop.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Double kill. Double kill.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Killing spree. Snipe. Double kill.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week 1 of the LVT Halo Pro League presented by Shopify Gaming. I'm McCaskey. Joined alongside me on the mic is Eli the Ninja. And Eli, up next, we've got Inconceivable versus Retribution, who, believe it or not, are our 7-8 seeds. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are incredible. I think that this is going to be a very hotly contested matchup. We've already seen some banger series so far today. 4-2 in both of the previous series. Not many people had Cloud9 taking down FaZe, but they're able to do it. And let's see if we see some more upsets.
Yeah, we've got a few world champions in this series. We've got a few top 3 in the Halo World Championship just a few months ago. I guess about a year ago at this point. But if you guys are just tuning in, used to seeing best of 5s when you tune into LVT Halo or HCS competition. The LVT Halo Pro League will be best of 7s throughout the way, and I really think that first series between FaZe and Cloud9 exemplified why we love best of 7 so much. It's one thing to win 3, Eli. 4 doesn't sound like much more, but that closeout game is brutal, and it usually extends the series, which means we get more free Halo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a best of 7 basically ensures the better team that day comes out on top. You know, it's pretty easy to cheese out like a best of 3, you know, just winning 2 games against a team. Anybody could maybe do that, but after a best of 7, it's pretty clear and decisive which was the better team on that day. We've also got to talk about the pick ban structure. In case you guys didn't tune in earlier today, we've got a whole new format here. So this series layout was not predetermined. This was determined about 20 minutes ago off of the pick ban process, which we'll talk about more after this game. If you remind me, McCaskey, we both have the memory of a goldfish in our old age at this point, but let's try to lock in on this very first game. Recharge, King of the Hill.
Here we go. Hopping on board with the Season 1 MVP. And he's looking to start off hot here in his Year 5 Pro League debut, as he's got the camo off the start, going for the triple threat camo grapple shock. And he's got all 3, looking to turn it into just that. Doesn't quite connect on that first shot, though. And off the start, it's a fairly stagnant opening hill. You can see just a glimmer of points for the red team, but now Lucid in the hill as the shock has some time, harpooning his way into an opponent, but he ultimately trades out.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slower start here for both teams. It seems as both teams want to jostle for position. Of course, this hill extremely exposed out in the batteries, so you want to get some control through the pipe side as Penguin picks that up with a clean double kill. Does not suspect this player behind him, though. And just like that, Yaxin, the perfect kill, earns the pipes right back. Neither team yet in a position to comfortably get that hill time.
Jackson, nice flank, nice spree to start his day. 5-2-0, and now he's got the high ground on the bat ledge, looking out towards blue. Defend this throne, advancing on out towards collect. He's going to call for his teammate to clean that up, set his attention now to the tower, and perfect process. Takes down 2 with the use of the assist and the slay. A little bit of a gator arm there. Oh, but he's no worse for it, as unlegit, that's Eco, saves him.
Yeah, and an interesting movement there from Yaxin. Opts to not go into the A Whirlpool. So what you're going to see is teams try to create some type of L-shaped setup as they can after they get map control. So we're going to see how Inconceivable opts to do it here. They can either pin the extension of the L to C or to A to then force the spawns exactly where they want them.
Retribution need half a second to take a 1-0 lead, but they all get wiped. And now spawning on the opposite side of the map inside of C. They're going to have to work their way out. Inconceivable have a stronghold on this hill, and now they've got Lucid down. That's the first strike they need to have an improbable comeback on Hill 1.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're Retribution, you gotta either get some miracle grenades in the hill or just start thinking about next, and it's gonna be thinking about next. Lucid tried to kind of play the fork of 2 different possibilities there, getting shots on hill and controlling the space at the next hill. So I like that level of multitasking from Lucid. But in the process, Retribution not only got that first hill, but they're able to get the camo. Acid's got some early hill time, but as his teammates die around him, I expect him to get out of this hill and try to get some kills here shortly.
Wow, despite not much movement there, he was picked out despite having the camo, and now he's picked off. Does trade out, though. 1-1. The 1-0 lead here for Retribution is Descendant. Hot off the flight from Puerto Rico. He takes 1, but goes down as well. Lots of trades occurring here in the last 15-20 seconds or so as Eco working his way in towards the sneak. He got to watch his back. He trades out as well. It's 3 trades in a row, and then there's another trade right there. So all topsy-turvy, and the trade is reflected in the score as well. We're tied on Hill 2.
A acid with nice insta-explode setup. Doesn't even need the extension of the second plasma grenade to take down Collect. Now just trying to hold down this silo, but a very aggressive movement from Lucid. And talk about changing your playstyle. A lot of people said Lucid didn't play fast enough, but I tell you what, this man is adaptable. And I feel like he's been speeding up his game to meet the demands of the meta.
I like that adjective, adaptable. I do think that defines Lucid. He's also damn good at Halo. As Collect is also pretty good himself. Pushes into the tower, takes down 2. Preemptive grenade toss out towards the chasing potential triple, but it's the grenade that takes him down instead. And now Eco turning that one, working his way through, but you can see that little stutter step. He realized that Lucid was about to capture the hill, so Eco instead rotates next.
Yeah, actually, he ended up getting shot in the back. I think a bit of a uncharacteristic death from Eco there. Typically, he would have thought ahead in that situation, understood he didn't have the timing to stop the hill and just held for next. So instead, actually just kind of died for free bottom mid. Might be kicking himself for that one. See if his team can recoup from that death into the next play.
Lucid waited that extra half second to make sure he had that headshot lined up perfectly, and he's awarded with a perfect medal for it. Now in a tied game, 1-all, Lucid waiting for the next peak, whether it be through the tower or through the long haul. Lucid's reticle looks ready for the next shot, and it is. There goes the headshot. Boom goes the dynamite for the second. Could have hurt. Could have hit the third, but that player sneaks back into gold instead. Lucid does open up the lane for Collect, though, to grab this camo.
He's gonna grab the camo, also just backtracks into elevator just long enough to guarantee these players don't spawn there, just to be extra careful. Now flanking behind the players as he predicts their next push, getting some shots down range. Collect's doing it all. Also grabs the carbine and now elects to rotate all the way to C. I mean, look how forward his pressure is on the other side of the map, and it looks silly to some players or viewers that are watching this. Like, why would you be that far away from the hill? But if they got to deal with him before they can even look at the hill player, he just guaranteed their team to cap that hill.
Not only did he guarantee the cap there, Eli, but he preemptively pushes towards the rotating hill number 4. So yeah, Collect, you could maybe a little bit of aggro play style there, but it was rather calculated chaos. As Lucid now been on board with his POV quite often throughout this one, and for good reason. 10, 4, and 6, and there goes another one with use of the noob combo. Doesn't quite connect on the second. He goes down, and here comes the push through the tower from Retribution.
Here we go. Lots of grenades come down. All the grenades have been used, though, and now they suspect the players coming from behind. Not a lot of space to work with on the side of Retribution here. They do a good job to navigate the chaos, spread out just a little bit, but Collect is going to come in and ruin that push. Now just hunting down the last player. They want to make sure Jackson is taken down so they can comfortably get hill time. Now Collect's going to look for some spawners.
Nice POV switch there from Callus. Felt like we were warping through time and space, and the barrel of that shock rifle is Collect. Picks up another one, and that's a fresh one. Look at that. He's got 6 shots left to work with. Plenty of opportunity left in this sniper rifle. I think knowing it has so much ammunition left, he's just letting it rip. Doesn't connect on those 2 shots. The third misses as well. He's surely good for the 4th, and there it is. You're not going to miss too much if you're Collect. One of the better players with that shock rifle. Lining up for a potential collateral there. Does not get it. And he was very liberal with his use of the shock rifle, Eli, but I guess the positive is that if he can't use it, nobody can.
No, that's absolutely the case. You don't want to just use a couple shots and then die and then give that item to the other team. That's just one more measure they can use against you. So I like the use liberally, like you said. Just go ahead and burn the ammo. Yeah, you might look a little silly on some shots, but denying that resource to the other team does quite a bit for your squad as they now go up 3-1. And I believe this was Retribution's game type pick, by the way. So this would be a really strong start for Inconceivable if they can close this out.
Yeah, I love the chess play. I love the gamesmanship that this ban and veto system has brought to the Pro League. If you're going to pick the map and or game mode, you better win it. And now is Retribution's time to come back. 1:30 left on the clock, so they're right within that threshold to score 2 in under 2 minutes. They're there in the fight, but they got to get the next 2 if they want to send us to OT.
Yeah, a minute and a half on the clock. It's doable, especially with already half of this hill completed, but not as 3 players die. That's going to be a lot of extra time burned off before anyone can set foot. You've still got to secure the perimeter, and every time a kill comes down on the side of Inconceivable, means that they are one step closer to winning this game. Now Acid trying to work his way through, finds a trade, but that's really not going to be enough. You need a positive differential in slays if you're going to have any semblance of map control to close out this set.
60% on the board and 60 seconds left in game one. As Eco, like you said, Eli, all of Retribution gotta play their life. Eco, though, does not get the trade there. Seemed viable. Collect takes down another without trading out, and that might have all but done it. You've got likely one chance left up the map, and sure, there's still 50 seconds left, but down by 2. You gotta have this one in the next 15 seconds.
I love the way Inconceivable played that. They get 3 or 4 dead. They immediately backtrack to block both C and A, force Retribution to spawn pipes. And look at the route that you have to take to get to the hill if you spawn pipes. You have to completely expose yourself to all angles of the map in order to get there. And you start to see why it's so effective. They get an immediate 3 dead. They're going to hunt down the last player. And Retribution, I think they've lost game 1.
Yeah, Lucid was aware of every step Descendant was going to take there with that sticky across the map. 10 seconds left. Time left on the board. It's not much, and there's not much hope. Even despite the double kill there from Descendant, they don't really have enough time, and he might get an overkill. It'll go in the highlight reel, but it will result in a win. A nice collect overkill there, but excuse me, nice overkill there from Retribution, but it's still likely the game. They might just make it 2-3. The clock will not tick until that gray bar wraps all the way around the hill, and they're in it. So let's see if Retribution can hold strong here for 2 or 3 cycles. It might just do it.
You gotta admire the effort here. Descendant's last player alive. He's got to pull off some heroics. And look at this. He's got Eco in a rough spot, but when he falls, that is GG. Put up a nice fight towards the end, but 2 hills down, too much to come back from. And Inconceivable take game 1.
2 hills down and too little too late for Retribution, as they had revenge on their mind and a comeback, but just ran out of clock and really ran out of lanes on the map to work with a set of 4. You hardly ever felt like Retribution were pushing up with even 2 or 3 to their name, much less on the other side where Inconceivable, it felt like they were operating and firing on all cylinders to start the day. And wow, look at Penguin. 24, 18, and 7, and 8.3 KDA, and Lucid does one better with a 10.0. You see all low single digits and even negative KDAs there for Retribution. So not only was the objective efficiency there for Inconceivable, they won the sling battle too.
Absolutely. A lot of people had question marks about this Inconceivable roster coming into this. I would say they were likely the underdogs, both in the seeding and in public perception going into this series. You know, you've got Descendant, Acid, Yaxen. At least Descendant and Acid, you know, finished the World Championship 2025 with a top 3 finish. They've continued to pop off in this kind of downtime year as well. Of course, you've got Eco. We don't need to say much about him. But then you've got Inconceivable, which kind of just feels like, when you look at it at first glance, it looks like a fully random mix of players that have never teamed together before. But at closer inspection, I really like the makeup of this team. You know, you got Lucid, who's kind of like the captain of the show. He's going to be calling most of the shots and making some in-game leader type callouts. You got Collect, who's going to run the front line and just cause chaos and mayhem and clean up a lot of kills along the way. And then you've got Falcated and Penguin, who are just all-arounders. I mean, these guys just know how to pick up the slack wherever is necessary. They will do whatever it takes to win, and I like this makeup of this composition.
Yeah, I think anytime you got guys like that on the squad, you're going to have a really, really good chance. And they looked really good to start off their series number 1 here. We've got 7 weeks of just about continuous Halo all the way up until, call it, the middle of October. So if you guys were starving for some Halo action, the next few weeks and really a couple months will have you fulfilled, as Inconceivable able to take
every Sunday.
Every Sunday, just about. We got a few breaks here and there, usually towards the end of each month. But I know or at least I do believe, that the first opening set of LVT Halo Pro League is about 3 straight weeks of Halo, all with $1,000 winner take all on the line. So not only are you playing to make it to Los Angeles, capture one of those top 6 seeds, So you might just walk home with some cash as well if you're able to take the series. So plenty to play for, plenty of reasons to watch. And make sure you're following the channel. We are approaching 100,000 followers on Twitch. That is pretty sick to see for a community-led organization like LVT. That's official numbers right there.
Yeah, we're 6.7K followers from 100K, guys. So send the stream to your friends and family. Get your homies involved. Anybody that is interested in high-level video game gameplay, they should be interested in LVT Halo. So thank you guys for watching. As we get into game number 2, I feel like this one is an interesting choice for Inconceivable. Feeling confident on this map. I think it makes sense to me. I've seen all these players pop off on Origin in the past, but it's also one that if you give up too much early momentum, you could find yourself in a hole and having some difficulties climbing out of it.
Yeah, despite being a symmetrical, rather medium-sized map, this still has the propensity to go on a game of runs. So just because you go up big doesn't mean you have it in the bag. We've seen plenty of teams come back from that 10 or 11 kill mark, but off the start, it's Inconceivable looking to take a 2-0 lead in this series if things were to continue at this rate. 9-4 off the start, and Penguin still got 5 shots left in the snipe.
Select has the rockets as well. All the items in favor of Inconceivable, as does the lead follow. There's still a 5-kill advantage. Both teams kind of vying for this snipe side. Gotta watch your face though, Eco. Penguin is watching, and I like the way Penguin played that. He could confidently just watch one angle because he had his teammate on his left watching the other angles, and just says, hey, watch my left. I'm gonna hit this snipe. Does so beautifully, but as I say that, Retribution looks to be breaking through.
Penguin with a great game 1 and a great start here to game 2, but despite that great start, a swing of slays come through in favor of Retribution. They're only down by 2, despite what felt like a widening gap of the lead. They're right back in the fight. Penguin now off the respawn, going for some remote detonation, trying to clear the lane, but with that low ground, Eco's going to take him down. A couple of trades fall through in the feed, and it's still at that 3-kill mark.
See some people in chat a little confused about the team change. Both of these teams are using different names as they were last week. Some contracts have yet to be signed as far as I understand, and on the side of Retribution, they were using the team name of an org that was not sponsoring them. So I think that's a problem, and they said maybe we should use a different team name.
There you go. It ain't over till it's over, and it ain't official till it's official. But this lead continues to stagger after, what, just 30 seconds ago? It was a 3-kill game. Now it's about double to 7, 24-17 as we're approaching the 30s. Eco with some teammate support, 3 to be exact, gonna work his way to the right, allow his teammates to push through into the snipe. Takes down Falcon, but gets traded out by Collect. Descendant now on the far side with the use of the carbine. Spots Collect, doing his move with the aggressive G-slide across the way, and he's not able to pick him out. He gets caught out in no man's land, and he'll go down because of it. The lead now grows to 10.
Penguin 10-3. You pointed him out as being a standout player in the last game. He has not slowed down. Penguin showing why he is known as one of the most consistent players in Halo Infinite's entire lifespan. This guy always finds his way to the top spots, and he is looking very strong. Of course, I had to caster curse him, and he's unable to convert on that rocket, but team has quite a lead nonetheless. Falcated with the next snipe.
Yeah, Penguin with an average placing of about 3.1 or so, and it wasn't until the very end of last year that he didn't continue that gaudy streak of top 3. Unbelievable. Yeah. Very Elamite-like, as Falcated works his way through. Previously picked off 1 with the use of the snipe. 2 in the magazine, now 1. 5 left in total. He's going to reload, re-rack, and reposition, but no, he gets taken out, spotted out by Descendant, I think that was. Is Descendant now pushing through, down by 8. They have a path to a comeback, but they can't afford to lose one like that.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Retribution, your win condition is to not only get the kills, but also stay alive. You cannot afford to trade. Jackson does find a couple of kills of his own and has yet to fall, and they've actually got the spawn trap in action. I mean, these are, well, they were the makings of a potential comeback, but as I got excited, they both die, and now Inconceivable will be able to fight back.
Now this match has carried that kind of tone to it, where you see the glimmer of light, you see the door cracking open for him, and then it just gets shut right back down. And even despite that nasty snipe from Descended, another one there. Is it going to be enough? Are they going to have another instance where you say, okay, maybe they're coming back, and then things fall apart? Let's see what happens.
He's getting a lot of damage down, needs to stay alive, needs some help to take care of Falcated.
Okay.
And he's able to take him down. This is all of a sudden very doable. We're only at a 4-kill game. They need this next set of rockets. They need to have a good prediction on the next spawns, but Collect breaks the cycle, gets 1 kill and gets another to 1 shot. Collect might have just stabilized the map for Inconceivable.
Down by 5. Oh, now 6, and that number needed to go to 4. Yeah, that's really the mark I look for into the 40s, especially as we get deeper into it. Down by 4, it's still a game, because in one fell swoop you can tie it or even regain the lead, but this one's gotten a little out of control once again. And Eli, just like we said, the narrative of this fight has been how close, yet so far Retribution has gotten.
Yeah, it really just started with the beginning, and it's kind of maintained its pace. A little bit of pendulum swinging back and forth, but ultimately feels like Inconceivable should be able to close this out. It's not over yet.
Okay.
We've seen crazier things happen, but we've also been baited before.
Will this be the 4th or 5th bait of the game? Lucid looking to call game. Gets 1. Still a 4-kill game. Now 3. Will Retribution have an unbelievable comeback? This feels a little bit like the previous game where they just ran out of time. Will they find their way? This time they're only down by 1.
Jackson still has a full sniper. Just needs to connect a couple shots, and they might do this. They've actually taken the lead.
Unbelievable. We wrote them off 4 or 5 different times in this batch, but they might just tie the series up at 1 and rewrite the wrongs that we saw in the end game of game 1. Jackson with 4 shots, 5 in total. All he needs to do is land a body shot here. A headshot, though, would seal it.
This is such a stressful moment. If you're Inconceivable, it's so hard to play out. You know there's a sniper lurking somewhere. Penguin is trying to sneak through the bottom of the map, as is Collect. Jackson is just looking for the game-winning headshot. Falcated finds the kill, though. They're working together through the center.
49 all. It's tied, and it all comes down to this one final slay to determine 100 total in this game. Here comes the push. Who got it in the end?
They closed it. Lucid got it.
Oh, Inconceivable in back-to-back games. Snuff out the light and hope of Retribution.
I would have loved to hear the communication from Inconceivable in the end. They were down by 1 kill, 49-48, knowing that the opposition had a sniper lurking. You never want to just expose your head for free, because Jackson is talented enough. He's just going to rip it off. But they slowly, meticulously, they talked through the situation. They lurked their way through the bottom of the map and somehow found picks. We won't know exactly how those picks came through, but a clutch. It was almost horribly unclutch, but they did clutch up in the end.
They had the lead. They had the momentum. And most importantly, Jackson had the snipe. Despite those 3 crucial factors, Inconceivable were still able to come out on top. And that's back-to-back games where it essentially came down to the endgame ice, and Inconceivable made no mistakes. And it's not like they played safe and didn't make mistakes, Eli. They made some risks. Like you said, Penguin pushing through on the underbody of the map. They made plays, they called plays, and it paid off. 50-49 and 3-2 to start this series. It's 2-0, but it feels a lot closer than that.
It feels like Retribution kind of misplayed that, though, right? Like, they had the upper hand. They held backwards. They didn't play forwards on their space. They got the last few kills to get into that lead. But they then backtracked into the base and said Jackson just has to get a headshot to win the game. But I think it would have made a little more sense to apply some direct pressure from different parts of the map, at least have angles watched, because the only way that those 2 kills came through from Inconceivable was people sneaking through in areas of the map that were not being watched. And Retribution probably having a conversation about that right now in the lobby.
Nomi in chat says, Mikowski, show the damage, please. I only have a mic in front of me. I don't even, my keyboard's not active. My mouse isn't active. I don't have a controller plugged in like Chicago either. Pretending I'm playing like these players
or whatever.
But
and then
I do agree. I would like to see the damage and see what kind of story that tells.
Another guy in chat said, I wish that announcers wouldn't show their bias for one team to another. Man, I don't even know which team I'm biased for. Can you tell me? Can you tell me which team that I want to win? Because I don't know. I don't know which team I want to win. I love all these guys. These are all my friends.
Dude, I thought the same thing. That might have been the first message I read, but or called out. But it confused me so much because I thought the same thing. I was like, I don't even know who I want to win. I don't really. It's not that I don't care who wins, but I'm just here for good Halo, man. I'm here for 50-49s and 2-3 King of the Hills, and we're getting that so far.
Oh man. Yeah, just tell me, bro. Like, help me out. I don't know who I'm rooting for. Let me know.
Not only who are we rooting for, but like, okay, who are we biased for? Oh man, it's part of the fun of LVT. This isn't some official broadcast. We're community members just like you guys. We got the controller plugged in, sometimes like Chicago, I guess, but we're here to just see good Halo like y'all. And honestly, probably way less biased than you guys. I've seen the teams you root for, and that's good. You guys should have favorites, but the only thing we're a favorite of is LVT. That's our team. If you ask, who am I biased for, Eli? I'm pretty biased for the black and yellow.
Yeah, for sure. He comes back. He said, when you're saying they can finally win this, that's showing who you're rooting for. What are you talking? I'm just telling you what's on my screen, man. You're reading between lines that don't exist. What are you talking about, man?
They could finally win it, and that was I felt like that was accurate all throughout the game. It was 3-4 kills away, and then back to 8. No, up to 10. And I felt like we carried the narrative pretty well there, and really laid out how incredible that end game sequence was, where despite being down by 10 and down the entirety of the game, they took that lead 49-48. But Eli, it was not enough. Will Game 3 be their chance, an opportunity to take their first game of the series? You don't want to have to ride that perilous road of 4 in a row to reverse sweep your way. So Retribution, whether you're a fan of them or not, they need to win this game. Otherwise, the battle gets more and more uphill.
I will say I like this map pick from Retribution. So this is a map that's a bit polarizing amongst the pro community. I would say there's a good chunk of players that dislike this map. But if you're a team that does well on it, take advantage of the fact that other teams dislike it and choose it. You know, this is a great one to pick. And Retribution said, okay, you guys might not like it. We do. Might be their chance to bounce back.
Couldn't even see that man's face, but Descendant still took it. Unbelievable snipe there off the start. And it looks like it might just be enough to earn early time. Yaxon was seeking an rotation to the blue side of the map, but recognizing that the blue team is spawning inside of blue, has a well-timed push now to red, but that little hitch, that little 2-second delay in rotating it allowed Inconceivable the time to spawn up, but Retribution handles it very well. 3 down, you gotta grab this oddball.
Yeah, I've seen Yaxon do this a couple times so far this series, where he gets a kill near the objective, but he's more concerned with continuing to clear the area than he is of getting the objective time. So I'd like to see a bit more efficiency out of him. Maybe he's just being a little extra paranoid, make sure that there isn't somebody ready to run him down as soon as he grabs that ball. Either way, they will start with a strong lead.
Yeah, and it might only seem like, what, several seconds at best, 5, maybe 7 seconds. But how many 193 or 95 oddball rounds do we see here? So let's earmark that and see if that 5-second gap in separation of grabbing onto the oddball comes back to bite them. Right now, they are no worse for the wear. 34-0, a flawless start for Retribution. Exactly what they needed, down 2-0 in the series.
I think they're very cozy on this map and mode combination. It is one of the newest maps that we have. Shout out to Timmy Forges and the team that helped him build this Cataract and that Forge crew that put this together. I think some of the pros are really starting to understand it at a very deep level. The spawns are quite a bit different than other maps that we play. There's mainly 3 spawn areas. Like most maps, all 4 corners have spawn zones, but this one is just 3 corners, and it can kind of create some interesting spawn situations. But these teams are starting to master it. Retribution looking like they've fully got it under control.
Saw a lot of who is Sirion in the chat earlier, which is fair. He's only been on the scene for about 9-12 months or so. Now I'm seeing a lot of who's unlegit. Well, this isn't a fresh face. This is actually one of the wily veterans. He's got some rings on his finger. This is Eco. the artist formerly known as Unlegit, actually, when he first came on the scene at a time when Legit, the absolute stud from the Straight Ripid era, was still taking faces like Acid just did for the double. That's when he made his gamertag Unlegit. So for all those who are asking in chat, that is Eco, and this is Acid on your screen. In my eyes, the most improved player throughout the entirety of the Halo scene. 77 and rolling now for Retribution. What a start to round one.
Yeah, shout out to Brian Rizzo. The OG Legit was actually too legit before he shortened it to legit. But anyways, let's stop yapping about the old heads. We could do that for hours. And this is the first modicum of control that we have seen on the side of Inconceivable. They have stolen the red side setup, but is it too little too late? They have to play absolutely flawless Halo for several spawn cycles. The first cycle, that is a check mark. They have very cleanly won that one. And look at this, Lucid actually overextends. They're going to force these cargo spawns. Penguin actually, even though he's close, backs up enough to allow that player to spawn. And look at the prediction on the rotation. Falcated is taking face.
83-0 when Falcated grabbed the snipe, but this could be their path to a comeback. Falcated absolutely stuffing the gap, allowing no space or time to be had for Retribution. The nade shot, the damage, and the headshot, and another one just for good measure. Unlegit goes down as well. Falcated is tearing them up.
Retribution, though, they just need one clean wipe. They need to meticulously approach their next spawn cycle. I fear that as Acid falls here, okay, he does get a trade. That is massive for Retribution. They can move a little bit faster off spawn here. Maybe moving a little bit too fast, though, is Eco trying to immediately create a bit of panic on the side of Inconceivable, but no panic to be found. They're holding strong so far.
Inconceivable have gotten back to within 30 seconds, and 3 go down for Retribution. You talked earlier about the importance of winning just about each and every single spawn cycle, Eli, and they look to be, what, 3 for 3, maybe even 4 for 4 if they're able to stagger these next spawns. Inconceivable with an improbable run.
This is actually inconceivable what we're witnessing here. I mean, I thought for sure Retribution would have found a break by now. They've had 4 spawn cycle opportunities and have failed the quiz every single time. You got to start answering C or D instead of A or B. You've got to come up with some different answers to these questions, or else it's just never going to work out. Finally, a little bit of pressure has been applied to Inconceivable. Ball's being forced to rotate. This could be exactly what Retribution needed to finally close this out.
Always easier with hindsight, but Lucid rotates that oddball towards the red X of his teammate. That almost always spells trouble, always signifies that there's an opponent nearby, and Lucid was not able to pick up on that cue. However, they are able to pick the oddball back up and get on top. Unbelievable, inconceivable. We're all but done in this match, and now they're the ones who seem closest to winning round one. It's still a close game, though, 83-90. Here comes Eco. The potential to shift the tides in his team's favor with a few pop shots with the snipe, but he misses 2, takes a couple of shots to the back. He's weak. He's getting collapsed on, but he still finds a way to get damage out on the Penguin. Does not anticipate the push from Falcated, and Falcated. 23-9, and that will be enough for Inconceivable to come back despite being down by more than a minute.
Falcated just like ripped off the ankle weights mid-game. I swear, this guy was just, he just existed. He was just a normal guy for the first couple minutes of this round, and then he just evolved into a slaying dominant machine. This guy just ascended before our eyes, and they need to slow him down if you're Retribution. They finally do kill him off the opening of the next round, but what a performance to bring them back in that first round.
I just think back to some of the inefficiency and oddball time for Retribution. We teed that up for you, Eli. I wanted to talk about it after the round concluded. Would that 7 seconds, maybe at a stretch of 10 seconds that they left out in the open, come back to bite them? And despite the end result being a wider gap than 10 seconds, that was about it, man. That was absolutely a crucial decision there not to pick up the oddball, and now Lucid and the rest of Inconceivable are picking up where they left off.
Absolutely ridiculous round from Inconceivable. And if you're Retribution, that's really hard to come back from, right? Like, you had the game in your hands. It was an 83-0 lead off the start. You had complete and utter control. And the moment you lost it, you could not regain it for the rest of the round. And it's just bashing your head against the wall over and over and nothing working out. Now, finally, Retribution having their first feeling of control since they made that 83-point run.
Now they have to be efficient, not by choice, but by forced measures. As Acid now has the oddball, looking to rotate it towards Descendant. Descendant clears the way with that Slay onto Falcated. He's actually going to rotate it back because of the remaining spawners for Inconceivable spawning on that blue side. So a great pickup there, great comms, great game sense. That's the efficiency you need right there. A well-timed and decisive rotation is enough to earn you those 10 crucial seconds that you've got to have against Inconceivable.
Flex, nice. Perfect kill there. Got a little bit of extra credit damage on the next player as well. Falcated's got 3 bullets left to work with. We saw what he did in round 1. But fortunately for the other side, he gets taken down before he can heat back up.
Yeah, he went for the Eli X snipe there with the bounce shot, the bounce pass.
Yeah.
didn't connect.
Shout out to Eli X in chat.
Yep, shout out to my co-caster, Eli X. Always a pleasure, man. Lucid now. Working his way through the ice tunnel. Teammate to his right. He's going to allow him to work his way into the base, collect more safe oddball time. As Lucid gets a crucial Slay onto Descendant. They want to push out towards this side of the ice, but they have it fully covered, and Collect has the snipe. Only 1 shot left, but a guy like Collect can do something with it. Lands the very, very quick body shot there. Spending the push on the left side. Perfect nade. And the nade shot to boot earns the reversal, but he does trade out. And this score is still pretty close, despite what feels like from the eye test, Inconceivable up by more than 7. That's the lead for now.
They just had 3 dead as well, and they're occupying multiple corners of the map, so they should be able to predict the next set of spawns. Looks like they're actually intentionally forcing the tower spawns. Notoriously difficult spawn to play out of on this map. But so far, they've actually been able to fight out of it quite well. They get 2 kills, and Lucid is forced to rotate this ball. Really like this play. Just get it to the center of the map. Don't put it in a spot that's easy for the other team to accumulate time if they do win this fight. And now you can just focus on fighting. Once they get a few slays, they'll pick that ball right back up, take it right back to red.
Yeah, a few slays. How about all 4? That'll open up the lane for an easy decision as to where you want to rotate and take that oddball back next. As Collect has it in his hands, accumulating more time. Very even distribution for Inconceivable. You've got 47, 54, and 43 for Penguin, Collect, and Lucid. And then the main Slayer of the day, at least one of the most just gaudy Slayer performances we've seen in an objective. Falcated, he's only got 2 seconds, but when you've got 32 slays, I don't think he even needs to have 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly making the map open and safe for his teammates. Every slay he gets makes their life a little bit easier. Of course, teammates are doing lots of damage, so he's able to get these slays. His teammates have a lot of assists in their columns. But it is Lucid now with the oddball. And it's Retribution spawning on the blue side with players running at them as they come off spawn. Collect gets this kill and survives with the QT. Had it perfectly placed in the corner here of red, so he can now watch the next push on the opposite side.
Oh, I'd love that use of the QT there from Collect. Doubly so. He pushes into the blue base, pushes out that line of scrimmage, knowing that he can QT back to safety. And he is causing all sorts of chaos and confusion for the likes of Retribution. They don't know where this man is. Despite the QT trail, he's still found the back of a few, and they still haven't spotted him out or taken him down. Here comes the push. They're going to try to. Acid has good damage, and he does well enough to take down Collect, but that's going to be an easy cleanup for Penguin. So even when Collect goes down, he's taking the opponent down to 1 HP, making it for an easy cleanup for his teammate.
Yeah, what's that movie? Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. That's what Collect screen just looked like right now with the QTs.
Yeah.
Literally every single part of the map all at the same time, having dominant control of all the space. Retribution have really struggled to find their comfort zone that they had in the first half of round 1. A couple kills come in from Acid, though. I feel like if this comeback is going to happen, I need to see Acid start playing like the superstar that we know that he is.
Yeah, you need a spark. You need something. You need just some kind of energy boost right now. Maybe Jackson can deliver that in the form of oddball time. Hey, it doesn't have to be a sweet kill. It could be just 20 to 30 seconds of uncontested hold here. That would get them right back in the mix. Only down by 20 seconds, but look at the time. Just 60 seconds left in the match. And it feels like Lucid has been a time bandit in this one. He has routinely put the oddball out in no man's land with the lead, and he might just boa constrict his way to a win here based on that strategy.
Yeah, he's definitely been playing heads up with his oddball rotations, making sure it's left. As soon as his team is in a disadvantageous position, he leaves the ball in the open. The other team cannot get any value out of their kills. Lucid now will be the one chasing the oddball players with an unintentionally good grenade there. And now ball out in the ice. Retribution has actually taken the lead, but only by a few seconds. Now taking the lead, they've got a good chance to force a round 3.
74 to 68, 44 seconds left on the clock. Here comes Acid. Got to win this one. He's got every advantage. He's on the front foot. He's got more shields, and he's got the finishing shot, and now the commando bringing out towards Penguin in the window. Penguin feels confident enough to challenge that. Lucky enough not to go down, but he does eventually. Here comes Descendant. A weak Lucid around the corner leads to a double kill and potentially more time. 20 seconds left.
Okay, here we go. Descendant, great shots. Almost gets the beat down on to collect as well. But this is Mixie, 14 seconds on the clock. And Inconceivable not only need to get these kills, but they also need to get their hands on the ball. Retribution should be able to just play defense here. And Inconceivable just playing the Congo line one by one. Lucid gets the kill, but I don't think he can grab the ball. We're heading to a round 3.
All right, there we go. And I'm thinking to myself, Eli, if Retribution win this one, that is a sad and dejected Discord call going into game 4. Just thinking to yourself, man, we were so close every single game. In the micro and the macro, we just couldn't get it done. Now, they have an opportunity to make it a one-win series, or a one-game series, as Penguin, off the start, rips 2, to set his sights on the sniper, and I really felt like he was going to hit that. He ultimately does. Misses the first shot, so it's good enough for a trade. And 1 second on the board for Inconceivable. Still need to determine a few more slays on the board, though, before we see who's going to take that early opening break win.
I think the way Penguin jumped as he fell, I think the snipe did fall off the map. It will not be back in play unless I did not see that correctly. Retribution going to be able to grab this oddball and take it into blue. Now, most of this game, teams have accumulated most of their time on the red side of the map. So let's see how this plays out. It is a little bit more difficult to protect the blue side setup, but you have access to that play ball option. Looks like Yak does get it off the map just in time. And a nice fight win there from Descendant. He ultimately gets traded out, and Retribution take the early lead.
Descendant, one of the trickiest strafes in all of Halo, had Lucid. A little windmilly there. And now Unlegit. He's coming online. 20 and 30, only 4 seconds of oddball time. So this is really where you need a guy like Eco to step up. And I think in the last bit of round 2 and the start of round 3, he's doing just that. So that's why you can't always look at the stats at the end of the game. You got to think back to the big plays that those players made. Right now, Eco's making a lot of them, does go down there, and that's going to open up the floodgates. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nowhere to reset this oddball. They're going to take this back with the full setup. Inconceivable, down 29 to 2, but they should get a good chunk of time here as Retribution spawn at blue.
As the wheels fell off for Inconceivable in that second round, it felt like the main issue was their timing. They were making a lot of kind of individual pushes forward without kind of waiting for each other or taking space ahead of time to kind of sync up their pushes. But this round so far, I like what I'm seeing. I feel like they've made some adjustments. Still losing in this round, but they're starting to look a little bit cleaner.
Agree. I think a moment just ago, Yaxon, you could see his intensity and sense of urgency slid out into the open with only one player down for Inconceivable, grabbed the oddball and brought it back to blue. And that led to that first 30 seconds that they got. So maybe a little too overzealous there on that oddball grab, but he does drop it off to Acid, who's able to take it back into red. So a lot more scrappy play here from Retribution. It doesn't necessarily look pretty, but it's getting the job done.
For sure. Acid, sensing danger, likes to play the ball out, tries to get some kills. That repulse is going to make his life very difficult. Buck does get taken down, so that Repulse will trade hands. Penguin in an awkward fight here with Yaxen, but he has reinforcements. Eco arrives, and Penguin should fall. But just getting one singular kill as he falls is pretty advantageous. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Luce is able to grab the ball and just rotate it into blue. They can get a couple of slays here. This could be another strong hold for Inconceivable.
Bait and switch opportunity there for Retribution. Luce is not going to make it easy, though. Lucid actually turns that into a bait and switch for himself and his team. But here comes the fruition of that initial bait and switch. He goes down to send it with the oddball. To work it out towards the sniper, I would imagine, so they can reset if need be, but they are just grabbing more and more time. And I like this. Acid's blocking the one lane that would make that reset pretty difficult for Descendant. Now, if he goes down, Descendant might just want to reset it. Instead, he rotates to the other side. So that's the comms I would imagine are going through on their side is Acid sensing the pressure. He goes down, and look at the rotation. It's perfect.
Perfect rotation. Just get it away from the other team. Sometimes that's all that it takes. Retribution, despite having such a horrible collapse in round number 1, are positioning themselves to win this game. They have come back to life despite in a situation where most players would lose their confidence, have regained it. As I say that, though, Inconceivable does have the ball for now. Collect with the sniper in hand. All he has to do, land another body shot, and this will be a lot more time on the side of Inconceivable.
2x advantage for Retribution with 2 minutes left on the clock. This one's still very tight. Lucid does have the oddball in his hands, but with 2 going down on his team, he's going to try to rotate and has to be anticipating the push. Here it comes, and that 1v1 will fall. Yaxen, the well-timed slay there. Just as it looked like Inconceivable, we're starting to put some more points on the board. Retribution answer right back, so they have done a great job not only holding but also breaking. And here comes the break from Inconceivable. 3 pushing through that one singular door. Descendant has eyes on it, and he has damage on it as well. And now the oddball works its way into blue for the first time this round, and now it's in the tunnel for the first time, and they're still able to secure time in that precarious spot.
I feel like this always happens on this map, where it's tied 1-1, round 3 just becomes utter chaos with the ball somehow bottom middle, and it just becomes a chaotic mess. Okay, we will get a bit of a setup here, as Falcated was momentarily the last player alive, was able to get the ball out of bottom center. We won't see just a mosh pit down here. Retribution in a position where they have to stay alive during this push. So far, kills traded out on the way. Ball is going to be dropped for now to try to win this fight. Beautiful shots from Falcated once again. That was his 43rd kill in this game, and he is popping off.
And you think 43 would be a standout, but it's not. You've got 3 out of the 8 players, nearly half the lobby, surpassing 40 kills. Yaxen on the other side with 42 to his name, and 136 seconds. Collect has 43, tied with Falcated, but go back to Yaxen, Eli. How the hell does he have 42 kills and 136 seconds of time? You wouldn't have enough time to even get to 30 with that much oddball. That is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, off the charts numbers for Yaxen. He's been a huge difference maker, keeping Retribution alive. But it's Falcated who called game in round number 1 to put Inconceivable in the lead, and he's still popping off. Is it enough, though, is the question. Once he falls, the rest of the team forced to play the ball out, and they don't have the lead yet. 45 seconds left on the clock. Just 12 seconds is the difference between these teams. The next fight going to tell everything about how this one ends.
It's crunch time. 30 seconds left. This one's not going to go to score. It's going to come down to the final second, as Falcated has the oddball in his hands, down by 5 seconds. But I do see 5 being secured here, so they should regain control of the lead despite that opening strike from Unlegit. Now it's Penguin looking to defend the blue side of the map, 69 to 68. This is where a reset could be very intriguing in that it's just going to milk more time off the clock. 30 seconds left.
You're Inconceivable. You only want to play this ball if you absolutely have to. You'd love to just keep it out of their hands. You have the lead for now, but not playing it could come back to bite them if Eco can win this fight. Lucid knows he has a shield advantage, trying to play aggressively onto it. And he finishes that kill. Reinforcements have arrived, though, and Yaxen has the ball in hand. He's going to steal the lead. Needs to hold on to it for just a couple more seconds.
The repulsor! Unbelievable! Collect had what he needed, but he gets sent off the map. 74 to 73. Can Falcated get back on top? You can see he's trying to scurry his way there. There's 3 dead. Penguin gets on it. Penguin steals it, and Inconceivable steal their third end game of the series. A heartbreaker for Retribution. So close, yet so far once again.
What an insane end game. I mean, could this have been more intense? Collect has the sniper. He thinks he's playing bodyguard. I mean, he gets a couple snipes. He thinks he's playing bodyguard to the play ball, was probably ready to catch it in case that player tried to chuck it, but the repulse sends him off. But how does Penguin... Okay, there's 3 dead right here. Penguin just sneaks his way, finds a window of time to get the 1 second lead, sticks himself in celebration. I mean, Falcated though, 52 kills. How many times have we seen Falcated drop a 50 or more bomb? We've seen him drop a 60 bomb in an oddball before. This guy is playing out of his mind.
Insane. Just absolutely insane. I'm at a loss for words. As Timmy in chat says, are you not entertained? The forger that created Lad has got to be pretty happy with what he just witnessed there. I imagine that's what you drew up when you drew up the schematics for that map. And my God, are you not entertained? That is like that is straight out of like, this is Pro League MLG ad or something. I mean, that was, dude. Even in a series like this where it's 3-0, yeah, lock it up. That dude, I am getting so many OG, like old school Halo vibes right now, because that's one of the things I remember from the old days and like just the classic Halo era was even in series like this where it's 3-0, you're still on the edge of your seat. It's been that type of series.
It has. And yes, is it Kit Kat or Catarat? I think it was Catarat is her name. One of the forgers on this one. But
Eli.
yeah, 3-2, 50-49, 2-1,
that's exactly
1 second.
Dude,
like,
three points after 3 games is all that separates these two teams. So you might just be tuning in for the first time. You saw the 3-0 lead for Inconceivable, maybe thought, I should tune out. This has been arguably the best series of the day, despite the series score and layout that we see. But I don't know, I look at the series score and forget about it. I'm looking at the series layout. 3 points after 3 games is all that separates these two teams. That is about as close as you can ever imagine.
ridiculous stuff we're witnessing here. I mean, yeah, 1 hill, 1 kill, and 1 second. That's all that has separated these two teams so far. I mean, you couldn't ask for more. I mean, this is one that I had circled ahead of this weekend as like, okay, this is likely to be the closest one. But you look at the series score, and it's 3-0. It doesn't look like it's close at all. It looks like they're getting washed, but man, they still got a chance to come back. It's got to turn around right here, right now, if you're on the side of Retribution. Now playing 5 flags on Origin to prevent some of those 2-minute games that we saw in the past. This one is a guarantee to give us some action.
And Origin was the battlegrounds for that 1 kill 50-49 Slayer that we had just a few minutes ago, or a few moments ago. So will it deliver again? Another white knuckle affair between these two teams. Now down 3-0. Retribution has had the path. Retribution has had every single opportunity to take a game in this series. Now they can falter no more. 1 more loss. And it feels like at this stage, 1 more death or mistake could be their undoing. And $1,000 and some Pro League points and seedings will fall in favor of the opposition instead. Here we go. Kicking things off here on Origin. 3 going out onto the snipe side for Retribution. I believe it's the same. My God, what a GB nade. I'm telling you, man, the old school Halo vibes are just overflowing your screen. That was a GB nade if I've ever seen one from Falcated.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he lined that up to land on the BR of the opposition, which is a popular spot for people to sit and cross map. So maybe their opening strat is one of them shoots the guy that goes BR while he throws that grenade, so the grenade finishes him off. But clearly a very calculated opening strategy there on the side of Inconceivable. Can they convert it into some flag aggression?
It does convert into an opportunity at the very least, though. Yaxon is on the opposite side of the map, so they're going to have to clear him out. If they want to clear the board and put this one on, Yaxon working his way through and then make things a little mixy, I would imagine, by grabbing this flag, tossing it out into the open, now looking to get some slays, collect, take some shots. Yaxon, though, takes enough shots to go down, and all 4 will fall. That flag will get reset. Inconceivable will score first.
And you gotta think, you know, after the way the last 3 games have gone, you gotta think that Retribution really needed to strike first in this one. And being down 3-0 in the series and the other team caps within the first 2 minutes, it's a sinking feeling if you're on the side of Retribution. You've got to find some kind of spark to keep the team awake and ready to bring their best.
It really has felt like death by 1,000 lashes, or just little micro cuts.
Or 1 lash.
I guess you're right.
Death by a single lash.
It really has felt like that, man. This is unbelievable. And yeah, just really talking about the mental game, you know, the part that doesn't get shown on the scoreboard, just the morale of Retribution. I can't imagine what that feels or looks like right now.
They need to find something, need to find some semblance of control. Unfortunately, they're finding Jeff Stites are telling them they're down 2-0 instead. It's Falcated just continuing to put on the hurt. 7-3. Now does fall. Collect is 6-1. Has only died 1 time in the course of these first 2 flag caps, but just in terms of energy and how this has played out so far, this is feeling like this game could end in a hurry.
It's that house of cards that could be crumbling right now for Retribution. They're down 2-0 early in this one. Acid looks to work his way past the 50-yard line. He has no chance, though. Lucid shuts it down. 2 do come through in the feed. 3 in total for Retribution. Loses the last player alive. There we go. There's the team wipe that you needed. I think it's only going to be enough to win the 50, but hey, with Sniper and Rockets available, it's not so bad to just be winning the 50 right now. Jackson will turn 2 with that, but watch out. Collect might just grab this next snipe.
Yeah, Descendant, I think, left his vacation in Puerto Rico early to get to this series, and he might be wishing he stayed in Puerto Rico at this time. I'm not sure. But so far, Eco looking to turn things around with the sniper. Elects to put it in the back pocket for now. Teammate has the flag out, but you can't make it all the way back unless you land a few more kills.
Good bait there. Good distraction. All the attention on Eco. Oh, Quigley! Oh, and if he got the jump shot, that would have been insane. Oh, nice use of the G-slide. Just a little bit of extra force keeps him alive. He was just 1 shot, and oh my god, that looked like the Halo 3 construct gap jump there as he scoots his way just a little bit faster than what's seemingly normal or routine here. And Eco,
Hunter,
the old man, fast as ever, puts that in like 10 seconds.
Is the Quigley the spark they need to get back into this? I mean, you see your teammate hit a Quigley and run a perfect flag. That's going to power you up. I feel like that can pull you out of a deep depression. So I'm really hoping that is the catalyst for Retribution to make this series more interesting. We'd like to see this one extend. And what a way to start it. If you're Eco, having not the greatest series, you know, coming off of a pretty rough game 3, has a huge play like that to get a flag cap, that's got to feel good.
Battle for the 50 being contested once again. It started with that win for the 50 previously for Retribution that they were able to turn into their first cap. Jackson staying alive on that 50-yard line, and you can see that wave. It's a parallel wave pushing through the middle of the map for Retribution. They seem to be playing much better together. They seem to all be on the same page, and despite that, they're down 2-1. But what I'm seeing is promising.
Yeah, Acid needed to win that fight against Lucid, I think. As now Inconceivable, despite Jackson being in their base, are running another flag. They've got it all the way to the center of the map, taking heavy damage and have lost a few players. Penguin's going to keep the flag alive for now, but the spawning players have to land some kills, I think, before this one goes home.
Collect. Grabs the noob tube. Utilizing geometry and cover to stay alive, and all the while you've got 2 trying to take him down. They were not looking across map at that flag run going in, so a 2-0 lead. That gap is found once again for Inconceivable, up by 2 at the halfway mark.
Great stick from the grave there from Penguin. Keeps things simple, but yeah, 6 minutes left now. Just 2 caps to go for Inconceivable if they win this by caps, or they can just play strong defensive game, close out by virtue of time. New sniper is up. Collect's going to reroute, try to get that into his possession. He's going to actually backtrack towards his base, see if he can stay alive with this weapon and land a few headshots.
Nice use of the strong side. Takes 1 or 2 less shots because of it, and gets back up to full shields a little bit faster because of that. Now he's back in the mix a little bit sooner than you would have anticipated. But he does not need to do much after Lucid finds the Slay. He wins his biv. Collect rips the side of the dome off of one. And now he's got the reticle on the spawn of Yaxon. Barely misses Eco there. They're all spawned on the elbow. They're in a trap. They better watch out because Inconceivable could absolutely go up 4-1 right here. They have every measure they need to extend this lead.
Look at the heads-up awareness from Collect there. That he recognized my teammates are blocking both cave and elbow. Predicts the bottom mid spawn, drops on his head, and now predicts the back base spawn. I mean, this guy knows exactly where they're going to pop up next and put the hurt on them to the maximum. They might just pull a flag here. They have been on the death screen on repeats on the side of Retribution.
Collect finally goes down, drops a few shots in that sniper. Yaxon gonna eye that. He's gonna want to pick that up as he does. It's the reset as well. Close enough to being reset that he thinks it can reset to time. Well played decision there, as it does get reset to time. All the while he's up on the map as opposed to back in his base. The flag's getting pulled once again. Yaxon with the body shot, headshot cleanup. He's gonna pull out a contested flag here, but he's got to hit a perfect frag onto Penguin. But Penguin too fast, too slippery. Gets 2, might just get 3, and the re, and that could be game. That could be series.
Someone's got to grab the flag. Lucid's going to get the kill first and then start moving it. If you're on the side of Retribution, you've got to just throw everything you have at stopping this flag. Looks like so far it is still likely for Inconceivable to close this one out. Penguin gonna die here, but spawning teammates should be able to get some grenades onto the returning flag. Acid's here. Can he get the return? He does.
It's not enough to get the re, though. You've got to counter this, right? You've got to counter here. You've got to start putting some points back on the board.
Oh my god. Penguin with the crouch strafe makes him miss and also gets the perfect kill there. Disgusting kill out of Penguin from a defensive stance. Collects. Using the map like a jungle gym to get the triple kill and should guarantee his team's ability to get these rockets. And I mean, the pressure has been relentless from Inconceivable.
Collect with another one. I mean, it's just been like past the hot rock for Inconceivable. It's been falcated. You've seen Lucid. Penguin is at his incredible moments, and now Collect. I mean, there's just been moments of standout all-star level of play for each and every member for Inconceivable. And when they've needed to play most, they've gotten it every single time from at least one of these 4 members. You can't quite say the same for Retribution.
Yeah, if I'm being completely honest, I expected more out of Retribution. It just feels like something is off in their camp right now. They're not making the plays we know they're capable of. And when there's this many talented players in the same lobby, it's really just who's playing better on that day, who's feeling themselves, who's feeling a little bit more confident, who's got more gas in the tank. And Retribution have just fallen fairly short in so many situations. As it happens again, this time it's Lucid with the triple. I feel I'm making an overkill. Oh my god! To line that one up. And that's a stylish way to close out the series. I mean, there's nothing they can do about this. Yaxon might get the first kill, but I feel like it's just a matter of time. Those should be able to ultimately get this flag on the stump. And Inconceivable with the 4-0 in style.
How many overkills did Callus catch that series? There were a few, at least 2 or 3.
Yeah, Descendant had one.
Yeah, Descendant, Collect, and Lucid. So 3 overkills not only occurred in this series in just 4 games, but Callus got them all, man. Shout out to our observer, twisting and tweaking those 1 through 8 keys behind the scenes. It really does take a village to put together this high-level production of Halo at its finest, and the players. And sometimes they just make our job easy when they're frying like that. The first really uncontested, not even close match of the series, as Inconceivable take it 4-0. And you're right, just a little out of sorts for Retribution. There was some oddball inefficiency at the least that I can recall, where they were just lacking efficiency. And again, we're talking about 5 to 10 seconds. But that's the difference. When the series is this close, and I know it was 4-0, but when the series layout is that close, where the first 3 games come down to 3 points in total, it really does come down to one slate. It really does come down to 5 seconds in an oddball, and it comes down to making a play and being a hero and putting on the cape when your team needs it and your city needs it. And that was inconceivable. That's why they won.
Yeah, I called somebody in chat was really upset for me calling somebody a superstar this game. It was Acid. But let's take a look at this quickly. I mean, they line up perfectly. Eco was happy to get one of them, but he's like, okay, sure, I'll take both. And then turn this into the one flag cap that Retribution got, by the way. It's crazy that that's what it took, right?
The flag run was almost more impressive than the Quigley, though, to be completely honest. Like, 2 players eyeing him from the elbow, and he still runs it, hits that G slide perfectly, and then he hits like some kind of, I don't know, geometry slide. It wasn't a typical G slide, but he like hits a block of polygons that inched him a little bit further, and we thought maybe that was the spark. We talked about how sometimes your team just needs a hero, and we thought Eco was going to be that, but one is one time and one score is not enough when it goes to 5. As we see some more snipes here from Collect. It was just highlight reel after highlight reel in this one.
Yeah, but what I was trying to get at is, yes, I called Acid a superstar. Maybe that's preemptive, but I think Acid is, when he's playing his best, like a top 10 player in the league. Like, this guy is he's that good. And maybe top 15. You know, of course, there's a lot of players in that conversation that are barely there, but I think Acid is a standout player. And yeah, maybe he's not a superstar with wins yet, but just watch, man. When this guy has his day, it will be very obvious to you. Maybe I should have put future superstar in that, but
superstar in the making.
Guy's capable. Yeah, superstar in the making for sure.
And then there's a superstar right now in Lucid.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, my God. And pretty fitting that we fall into his highlight as he raids the channel. Lucid, thank you so much for bestowing your community upon LVT for the rest of the broadcast. We still got 1 series left in the day. Welcome everybody coming over from Lucid's crew. How about that first-hand POV? I can't imagine how fun that was to watch from his side. As Inconceivable take it 4-0. Up next, we got 1 final series of the day. Don't go anywhere. More Pro League, co-presented by LVT and Shopify. Up next.
the ball.
Double kill.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball.
Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo Pro League, presented by Shopify Gaming. I'm Mikowski. Joined alongside me is my man, Eli the Ninja. And Eli, we got a really solid series. Last series didn't quite go the distance. It was a 4-0 sweep, but the games were close. What do you anticipate here between Shopify and Ascending Baseline? Shopify, clearly head and shoulders the final boss of modern-day Halo. Going up against a scrappy Ascending Baseline team, what should we expect?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to predict anything outside of Shopify absolutely dominating this one. I would say Ascending Baseline do have the propensity to get hot and could potentially make him work for it, but I just think right now Shopify kind of playing at their peak. They're having fun. They're kind of prepared for everything that has been thrown at them, and even when they fall behind, they find a way to come back. So Ascending Baseline have their work cut out for them. I would say probably a good thing AB gets this out of the way early. They can maybe learn from this throughout the rest of the Pro League. But let's see if they can put up a fight.
I do like the purple. I don't know, something about that. The color just pops.
Looks good.
Like it. Looks real good. World 2. Been looking good for damn near 20 years now, and it's 20 plus seconds on the board here. And a live fire strongholds where Eli, if you took a look at that series layout before the series began, a lot of live fire in this one. I imagine there's just brand new things. He has to have something to do with it.
Actually, he was kind of upset in the. I was reading the Pick Band chat. He was like, "Do we care that we're playing this much live fire?" And he just kind of got ignored. But you know, it is what it is. The Pick Band process is a procedure for a reason. You just gotta follow the process. It just happened to work out this way that we're playing a lot of live fire in the first 5 games, but. I do like the pick ban process. It adds some more variety. I think that it gives opportunities maybe for underdogs to find some wins that they wouldn't find if the series layout was stacked against them. I like the way it's playing out so far.
45 to a now rolling 10 as Ascending Baseline have gotten control of the map, and Super CC is working his way back through the scoreboard. Boat detonation attempt, but there's nobody home now. After a shot in the back, knows there's an opponent behind him, but he turns quickly, calls for help, gets it. But despite what looked like a pretty nice sequence there from him, Shopify Rebellion not only regained control of live fire, but they're turning a trip cap.
Yeah, Ryan, you'll notice that he's intentionally not setting foot in B, doesn't want to fully give up his location. The problem with that, though, is Shopify probably already know you're there. They're just waiting for the right time to attack as they do ultimately take them down. Ryan's thought process there, wanted to link up with a teammate to maybe force a kill, and now in a game type that's as fast as this, that's kind of your only option when you're in disadvantage. You can't overstress about capturing a zone quickly. You gotta clear the map for safety before you get in the zone.
Yeah, you better look both ways before crossing the road if Shopify Rebellion is on the street, because, man, it takes 1 or 2 to turn down, or turn bad, I should say. All 4 looking your way, and there's no hope. For now, though, 4 players are up for Ascending Baseline. Despite the numbers advantage, though, they're having a hard time turning it into points. They earned the slays, but not able to turn it into time just yet. Should be able to turn B rather easily, but already staring at a 10x deficit. Gotta defend this side of the map if they want to extend that score.
Great camo plays out of Ryan New, slides out of the way of the grenade as well, but guess who's got the sniper? It is Frosty, and we know what this man is capable of with the sniper. And let's see how he elects to put it to work. You see, they're not just flying at B, they want to make sure they get a few slays. They actually lost a player on the other side, but the teamwork from Frosty and Last Shot is clean. And just like that, it's 4 dead in the blink of an eye. Shopify Rebellion will have complete control of the map, and they're forcing these dummy spawns. Where is Super CC supposed to go?
Frosty, probably one of the few players in Halo that can not hit the headshot like that and still have maximum DPS and RPM. I mean, my God, he is just dealing out damage like he's in a raid fight right now. 139 to 39, trip cap, ABC, and Shopify's possession, and this might get out of control. Let's go to a listen in with Rebellion, though. I can't imagine how calm, cool, and collected these comms sound.
There's gonna be 2 in A. There's gonna be 2 in A.
One's gonna spawn right back.
Yeah, I'm blind for it.
Running into back B.
But one's getting out bottom. One's getting out bottom.
Victor, no, Russ got nice former.
Double kill.
I'm probably.
He screens, I think, on mid.
I'm just blocking B. I'm perma blocking mid. Bottom mid dead.
Nice.
Camo. Watch your big in A. Hit A.
Watch out jail on me.
Watch me go escape. I'm watching me go escape.
He just ran to me.
Yo, camo's on.
Hold on.
Let's go find my pillars to be. Spawn B. One top of green, two top green.
2B. Pillars and B. Pillars and 2.
Two shot white wall. Probably one top green, I think. Two back.
Yeah, I'm nading 2.
Gonna be capping A now.
Yeah, we two. Good shot, Papa.
Oh, he left A. Spawning now. One just spawned.
Matt, can you push A? Yeah, I'm on my C.
I'm on it.
Camo now, by the way. Camo grab.
2C. Three on me. Oh my god.
Well, calm, cool, and collected as we supposed. Eli, what was it that you enjoyed most about Shopify's comms, not only in that moment, but just what they've established over the last year?
I mean, there's not too much extra. There's no chaos to their comms. It is collected. There are times that they will sound panicked, but I feel like it's as a means to like keep themselves entertained. They do like a fake panic thing, like last shot. Oh, I'm gonna die. He goes into that crazy voice, and like I feel like he does it as a joke to get his teammates to laugh. But like they're so chill about everything. There's no extra words being said. It's exactly what needs to be said. They're able to shore up their timing. Not only are the right things being said, but everything's being heard. I feel like there's a lot of teams that are saying a lot of words, but they're not hearing all of the words, and some things get lost in the mix. But they're just so efficient in everything they do. That's why they're the best team and have been the best team for over a year now.
So what you're saying is the only time Shopify sounds like there's any urgency in the chat is just to get an adrenaline spike out of a teammate who might be falling asleep. Is that what you're saying?
That's what it feels like when I watch these guys play, man. It's they're doing it to have a good time. I mean, that's just kind of like Last Shot's sense of humor. He's doing it in a way to keep things light and fun with the team. And that looked like light work to me. 250 to 39. These guys had full and utter map control. They're winning individual fights on every corner of the map, forcing the other team to spawn wherever they want, and they know exactly what to do thereafter. If you're sitting baseline, though, you got to be able to shrug that off. This is a team that, you know, they have been beaten hard in a game 1 and came back and won a game 2. So I think that if there's any map in the first 5 that they could win, it is Origin. It's going to have to start with a very strong opening, though, here at the beginning.
Well, that match concluded in the time that a Slayer would probably still be going into the 40s. That was a speed run, and yes, it was Strongholds, the fastest of the objective game modes here in Halo. About as fast as you'll see a team win. Now we do go to a Slayer here on Origin, and I think you're exactly right. As the underdog, underseeded team going up against the defending world champs, the namesake of the LVT Halo Pro League presented by Shopify. This is one you've got to take. The series started a game ago, but it didn't quite feel like Ascending Baseline had woken up just yet, or maybe Shopify's just that freaking good.
I will say I really love Ryan Noob's general just like attitude and mentality towards the game. He's probably just laughing like, yeah, we just got shit on. Like, he will literally say that in the comms, but he will also forget it as fast as he says it, and he will focus on the next game as he gets the first sniper of game 2, and he's trying to create a spark for a squad.
Does land that first nice headshot, but it's the only thing nice we have to say right now about AB is that's the only Slayer that they've put on the board. And like you said, felt like maybe Ryan was about to get a spark going, get some momentum, get some juice.
Oh no.
And instead, ever since you said that, it's been about as Caster Kersey of a moment as I've ever seen. Frosty and the rest of Shopify have not died since it looked like Ryan was about to start doing something with the snipe. Now it's in the hands of Frosties. Watch out.
Yeah, a lot of people like the meme, you know, hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. I wouldn't call Ascending Baseline a coughing baby here. I think they're a baby that they got hands at times. But Shopify sure is looking like the hydrogen bomb right now. This is rough, man. I mean, it's gone from bad to worse. That's why my co-caster needs to collect himself.
I just thought about the time my baby hit me in the face, and I was like, I just got injured by a 14-month-old. So yeah, this might be the only damage we see from AB in this one is the likes of the hands of a 12-month-old.
I mean, we know they're capable of more. I mean, Ryan just got done working a 60-hour shift. I don't know what he does for work, but that man is working hard. He's got a family. Shopify's been playing all day. I mean, let these guys warm up at the very least. There's a 12-kill lead so far. I like Ryan's positioning up here. He's actually doing quite a bit of work but his teammates need to capitalize off of this damage and move forward on the map.
For what it's worth, in all seriousness, there is a pretty incredible roster on the side of Ascending Baseline. I think Tapping Buttons could make a claim he's the #1 player in Mexico. Ryan Noob, up there in 20 years of Halo, professional Halo at that experience. Suspector and Super CC have both won free-for-alls on land, so we know they know how to use the gunny. I really don't think it's more about Ascending Baseline playing poorly. It's just, this is Shopify. They're the best team in the world.
Yeah.
As I say that, though, Ascending Baseline do get back to within 5, do get the rockets in their hands. You got to find 2 with it, and instead, Ryan Noob, in what feels like 0.2 seconds, drops to the floor dead.
Yeah, I will say this Ascending Baseline team is underrated, in my opinion. Just about any team in the league is going to look pretty rough when they play against Shopify, but this Ascending Baseline team has put up strong showings against very strong teams. They have been a bit up and down, though. I'd like to see them find their consistency and play their best all the time. They are keeping this game quite competitive. This is what we called for after game 1, for Ascending Baseline to fight back, and I would say they are absolutely still capable of winning this game.
Ryan Noob not able to make the most of the rockets, but now he's got the snipe in his hands. One body shot. Ooh. Now the headshot. Are we sure Ryan Noob is going on 40 with the family? Because that was as quick as you'd see from the likes of Descendant, who's about 21.
It's clean shot. I feel like Ryan is definitely an underrated sniper. This guy seems to always find a way to pop off. We've seen him have game-winning sprees with the sniper on many occasions. But the sniper has traded hands. It's now in the hands of Frosty. He has no shields. Trying to find a way back into this fight. Work with his teammates. But good flank from Tapping Buttons. Takes the body shot, but earns a sniper rifle anyways.
It's a 4-kill game. Ascending Baseline, do not write them off just yet. As Tapping Buttons has a sniper. Only 2 shots left to work with. Got to find some value out of this. Got to take down last shot. Does just that. Turns on the no-scope opportunity to Frosty. Not able to take him down, but he does deplete the resource, so it's not there for Shopify to take. 34 to 28. Now 35. Now 36. That's how quick. Man, life comes at you quick. Holy my God. Just as I was about to talk about how Ascending Baseline are keeping within 1 team wipe, heading into the 40s. They now have a lot of work to do. It's doubled in the blink of an eye to 8. Wow.
I mean, this game in general feels extremely fast, does it not? It feels like we're getting to the 40 kill mark faster than usual here.
Yeah.
You know, every time I look at the kill feed, it feels like Cycle is getting a double kill. Now a 10 kill lead. And if you're AB, gotta be mindful of last shot. He's at the top of the map. You can take him down quickly. You can then maybe earn some map space. They do a good job to push him back, but the problem is the rest of Shopify is flanking behind you. So what I called out as the vantage point you got to look at first, that's exactly what Shopify wanted them to do, and they flanked him in the process.
Shopify are looking at 2 sub-6-minute matches to start the series. This is a straight out of the GDC, the Games Done, or GDQ, Games Done Quick Expo, because this is going fast and from bad to worse, as it was just moments ago within reach and right there for Ascending Baseline to score an upset, but now they're just looking to put a little bit more on the board, so it looks a little bit closer as the game wraps up.
A few ugly rockets from Cycle, but it doesn't matter. It's just 3 more kills to go. AB have decent control of the snipe side, but not much more to write home about after that. And your time and space doesn't matter. If you lose the opening break piv, you can't use that positional advantage that you had if your first player is the one to die. So just like that, it should just be a matter of time for Shopify to close out these last 2 kills.
Just as you say that, there it is. 50 to 39. Shopify are a well-oiled machine, and despite not being into games 4 or 5, in the latter part of the series, they're already in 7th gear, flying through the competition. 250 to 39, and then 50 to 39. They got Ascending Baseline wherever they want them.
And going into the next game, Aqua CTF, I feel like Lashot's just going to start this game as quick as possible. Doesn't want them to have even time to talk about what went wrong. And there it is. Map's already loading. Don't even have time to figure it out. And last shot, 68% accuracy, 4,000 damage, Royal 2, 4,300, most in the lobby. And I tell you what, going into Aqua CTF, I know this is what Ascending Baseline chose when I was watching the pick ban process. But damn, Shopify look incredible on this game mode. We watched them play against FaZe in that money scrim not too long ago. And there was a point in time where I want to say Shopify went on like a 20, it was an over 20 kill streak before they had died a single time, and also capped like 3 or 4 flags in the process. It was just complete and utter control in every sense of the word. I kind of expect them to dominate this game in a similar fashion.
Royal 2 ripping the battle rifle off the start, going for those long range opportunities now, moving in closer, switching to the bandit as tapping buttons dead to rights. Tapping buttons still pushing forward into the generator aggressively. He now drops now to bottom mid. Frosty with the camo, top mid. Watch out for that commando. My God, that was fast. Looking out towards the generator. Shopify just setting up their control and calling plays and executing at a perfect level.
I mean, the discipline so far has been incredible on the side of Shopify. Like, even off that opening play we saw, Royal 2 is getting ran down in the car side. He just backs up, does damage to him, backs up, just knows that as long as I stay alive, my teammates will pick up the slack and we can ultimately get into a position to cap a flag. And just like that, they're 2 alive with 4 dead. Frosty, furthest up on the map, says, I'm the flag guy, pushes all the way in. Spawning teammates will take care of these players on both sides. And first flag has been pulled.
You don't see the commando used as prominently as it once was before it was nerfed, but Frosty's using it like he didn't download the patch. As he now works his way into the middle of the map, flag already out, 2 down. Numbers advantage here for Shopify. Flag goes out though, so tapping buttons is going to make it a little bit more difficult for Shopify. Put this first flag on the board. Frosty still with that commando, still maintaining this life. He's been alive for over a minute, pushing into 2, and his average life, that's another stat. He hasn't died at all. So is pushing 2 minutes there. Those are cast of curse for you, but 2 minutes, just about 2 minutes of lifetime. That's a stat that doesn't maybe get talked about enough. That is insane to be on the map, not only on the map that long, but dealing out damage the entire time.
We've been talking about how good Shopify is, but honestly, Ascending Baseline looking like the more likely team to capture first. Never mind, once again, Caster Curse, as they went 3 dead. Royal 2, he's not going to just drop immediately, wants to clear some space before he goes for the return. Return does come through, but one thing I want to highlight as well about Shopify is they're so good at understanding what their job is in the moment based on their map positioning. And what I mean is, like, we saw Frosty was top mid when his flag got pulled. He just shot the revealer, the threat detector, at his own base, but then turned around and fought somebody else because he knew that it was more important for him to actually fight forwards and fight the players on the other side of the map. He didn't tunnel vision backwards toward his own base. He understood that he can just give information to his teammate with the threat seeker and then accomplish something else on the map. And that's what makes this team so efficient and so difficult to play against.
Fairly easy score there for Shopify. Didn't see any contested shots coming through, not even from tapping buttons who had the camo lurking below. As Shopify were able to put that one in rather freely. And you just kind of worry at this point how big the snowball is going to roll down the mountain, how big it's going to get. For now, though, Shopify, 2 down. Ascending Baseline, 2 down. Last shot goes down as well, so Ascending Baseline might just get the re. Actually, this is really smart. Shopify go 4 down, so tapping buttons knows that that flag's going to get reset to time. His job, his objective is to get as far advanced on the map as possible. He's doing a great job of it.
Yeah, he knows that flag will ultimately return. No need to waste your time and space there. He was, for a moment, the only player on the map. So just go ahead and apply some pressure to the spawning players. Your spawning teammates will fill in the roles behind you. Get to top center, and that's exactly what they've done. This is a good-looking run right now from Ascending Baseline.
Ryan Noob pulling the attention back into the blue base. Meanwhile, that flag reaches the 50-yard line. Frosty still trying to spot out Ryan Noob. Finally, he takes him down. You can tell that was his first objective, and now the dominoes are starting to fall. So too are Ascending Baseline. All 4 go down, despite a decent attempt there. Ascending Baseline did not get past the 50.
Flag returned.
Shopify's just so good at coming off spawn and doing the right thing instantly. Finding the perfect first pick that just becomes the first domino to fall before they get the rest of the kills. In a situation where AB probably would have scored that flag against almost any other team, Shopify just cut it down so quickly. AB, though, have done a good job of consistently getting Shopify 3 or 4 dead. They just need to find a flag pull and actually get a flag run out of one of these 3 or 4 deads.
Yeah. Slays feel pretty even. Right now it's -5. So a +5 advantage here for Shopify. They've turned that into 1. But it does feel like we've seen maybe toe-to-toe in the plays made category, as Ascending Baseline are right there with them. And in the last couple minutes, they've extended beyond into Shopify's side of the map more often than it feels like Shopify has. Here's a great example of it. Ryan Noob turning 2 from the fridge, eating good. And Ascending Baseline just got to turn this into something here. There's their opportunity. They get past the 50, which they were not able to do before, but there's a member of Shopify waiting in the generator. They do a good job taking down Royal 2, and this one is just moments away from being tied, but no, maybe it is not. There is no purple on your screen, and you can't overextend towards that when Shopify is just laying traps, going for the counter cap. They're going to get the re right at the goal line.
And that's another example of playing perfectly in that situation. Last shot, and more often than not, you see him holding forward, but in that case, he had 2 teammates in front of him, so it was better for him to just chill bottom center and wait for the next player to appear on his screen. They navigate that situation perfectly. Now they're running a counter capture. Royal 2 with the triple kill sticky, and he's going to just stay here and make life difficult for these spawning players.
Man, Royal 2 is one of the best grenade players in the game. He pairs that sticky triple with an off-screen no-look frag toss for the slay. Royal 2 doesn't even need a weapon in his hand. He's just as deadly with the explosives. 2-0, Shopify.
You've got to say as well, Suspector, I think, got a little desperate to run that flag in as well. Had he just kind of like chucked the flag on the car bridge and maybe played his life a little bit better, maybe bought his time, you know, waited for teammates to come off spawn, isolate a couple of kills, then you run the flag in. You can't just desperate for these flag runs or even these flag recovers either. I feel like you've got to prioritize getting a few slays, especially against the like of Shopify.
That was Royal 2 again. You could not even see the member of Ascending Baseline resetting the flag over the tabletop, or below it, I should say, and he still finds the angle, the geometry, the math on point. So too is the execution here. 3-0 Shopify Rebellion, and this is watching Masters at work.
The fact that he gets a trade out of that situation is also insane. He had such a shield disadvantage there and just easily gets a trade that's going to open the door for the flag to go out. Frosty says, my job now to just hold the car bridge, and then pushes in, and the flag actually gets stopped. Suspector was able to get the kills and throws the flag out. So 4th flag thwarted by a great play there from Suspector.
Nice play from Suspector. And they turn it into points, though. Ryan Noob trying to stay alive. In the middle of the map, now working his way towards Shopify's side. Thrusts to stay alive. His teammate tapping buttons, takes down Royal 2. And again, here's another one of those examples, Eli, where things seem to be adding up for Ascending Baseline. Talk about playing well off the back foot. Even when Shopify get pushed up against the ropes, they come out swinging with haymakers.
Every single time. This has been the best looking sequence in a while for Ascending Baseline. They get 4 dead as they're pulling the flag. They know the timing of the first spawner. Ryan Noob's going to jump after last shot. Next spawner likely to be in the base. Ryan Noob's trying to isolate this target. Now he's going to turn his attention towards the base spawners. So I really like to see the process being executed there from AB. Great plays all around. They're going to get themselves on the board.
They've had the runs. You know, I mean, they've got it to the goal line. They've got it to the 50 where it looked like we could have scored. It could have, would have, should have, ifs and buts. But hey, that's 3 runs where I feel like Shopify or Ascending Baseline would have scored had they just gotten that 1 extra slay. Could be tied. Make a case for. Look at Super CC here, playing very sneaky on Cycle. Cycle turns on him, but not fast enough. And cross map, close range, doesn't matter. Ascending Baseline, it's Super CC with the flagpole, stuffs the face of Royal 2, and then follows one up with a right hook. And this might be a 1-score game.
Super CC taking the game into his own hands. Huge triple kill, beats him down with the flag, runs it all the way to the base. This is going to keep them alive, and I like the patience here as well. No rush to get this in immediately. You can land a couple slays and guarantee it. Super CC really playing excellent here.
Oh man, and that was about as well played as you could imagine from Super CC. He played patient enough, and there we go. It gets put in by tapping buttons. 3 down though for ascending baseline, so this is where a counter cap could be brewing for Rebellion.
Okay. Gotta play patient here. If you're AB coming off spawn, you should expect them to be aggressing you immediately. Work together, get a couple of kills, but instead it's Ryan, last player alive. His location is known. He gets taken down now on a staggered cycle. Royal 2 has the camo as well. And this is looking real rough for ascending baseline. So even in a situation where AB kind of played that last sequence perfectly, Shopify said, okay, well, you exhausted all of your resources and efforts. We're just going to turn this into a flat cap of our own and maintain the two capture lead.
Just really goes to show how good Shopify is, because ascending baseline learned on the fly, missed out on a score opportunity because they overextended or tried to just bum rush to the cap point. There they played it perfectly, and Shopify still turned it into a counter cap, and they're about to double cap this here. 4 go down. The map is clear. The runway is 2 for Frosty to clear the 50. And this could be all she wrote here on Aqua CTF. Royal 2 looking to make sure this doesn't get reset. Takes down tapping. The way he turns 2. Make sure to keep that flag alive so the counter resets. Super CC's on it once again.
He's got help as well, so this will go home, but 1 minute is all that's left. Here at AB, you not only got to get 2 flags moving across the map, you've got to get some spawn kills simultaneously. Shopify know their win condition is to just prevent 2 caps from going home. Honestly, just prevent 1 cap from going home, and they can't even activate overtime. So that might just be the game. I don't see a way for ascending baseline to get through and turn this into 2 captures.
30 seconds.
Setting baseline, going more toe for toe with Shopify in this one, but still not enough. A 2-score deficit with 20 seconds left. Eli said you got to score before 10, arguably, to get within 1 to force overtime. But with 3 dead, make it all 4. Shopify remain on top and flawless in this series. 3-0 lead.
Do want to shout out Super CC once again. I mean, if we play back that sequence, he was so patient. He saw 2 teammates die in front of him, decides to just sit in the corner of the util and just waited probably 10-15 seconds. Cycle was privy to it, looked like he was looking for a player, but ultimately turns that play into a triple kill. Yeah, here we go. This is after he engaged with Cycle, then looks across the map, helps out his teammate to keep him alive, and then with this player jumping in his face, dropping the flag to beat down with the rifle. It's actually a slightly faster beatdown than you know, the double melee with the flag. So well executed play there from Super CC, but ultimately not enough against the reigning world champions.
I was about to say that did look a frame or 2 faster by dropping the flag. So yeah, perfectly played. Honestly, maybe the play of the series, but it doesn't come down to plays. You got to put it all together, and against a team like Shopify, it's going to be hard to do. 8,300 damage for Cycle. I mean, that is his namesake. We always talk about, well, if you're going to have snipe in your name, you better be good with the snipe. Cycle is as true to his name as ever. He is rotating across the entire map. He is everywhere all at once, and throughout that entire time, he is putting damage out. Sometimes it turns into assists, sometimes it turns into kills. Either which way, he's making the other team hurt.
I gotta say, Cycle has been playing incredible Halo for the past couple months. I feel like he's found his flow state. Something's different. Maybe he's just more comfortable now, a little bit more confidence. I mean, got all the reason in the world to be confident after winning so much, but I feel like he's getting even better than he already was, which is kind of scary for everyone else. This guy has been an absolute machine, outputting absurd levels of damage on the map.
Absurd is a good way to put it. Spectre, though, does grab the snipe off the start, and talk about an opening break win. Perfectly executed. All 4 go down for Shopify, and it's ascending baseline with their first lead of the series.
Yes. Kind of a troll opening, if I do say so myself. I feel like Shopify might have just been trying something new there. When you're this far ahead in the lead, sometimes this is a good situation to experiment. with some of your opening strategies, and that one got marked off by best man. Let's not do that one again. So see how they can recover here throughout the rest of this opening round.
I mean, yeah, if you're that confident and that good, why not throw out a litmus test in live fire action, on live fire no less. So yeah, you're right. Maybe best man just crossed that opening strat off the book, or at least knows that needs to be tweaked next time. 2 players stuffed in the vents. Cycle's going to continue to deal out damage. Now rotating the oddball. He's not going to pick it back up once again with that camo. He's going to want to maintain cloaked invisibility. Playing bodyguard to Frosty with the oddball. Thinks that the opponent is inside of A. They're in the garage door, but one did seem to flank and sneak through on the tunnel side. I think they're at the scoreboard now. Cycle goes down. Yeah, there's that scoreboard player, Super CC. Great positioning there, and fantastically timed at that. The shots match, and this is the best we've seen ascending baseline all series.
Yeah, Suspector, I was a little concerned that he was moving too fast into the big door, but I didn't realize Super CC was already there. So it was a perfect play, reuniting with your teammate. Sometimes if somebody's already on the front line, you just have to connect with them to finish the play. And they're going to be rewarded with an oddball hold. Ryan, who's already applying pressure to the spawner. So this is the meta now. Your oddball players across the map from you, but you just hold forward and apply pressure to the spawners, and they can never get to your oddball player. So I love to see this from Ryan.
Yeah, this has been fun to watch. We got ourselves a game. 24 and rolling, and that feels good to say for if you're an ascending baseline fan, because they are continuing to put their hurt down on Shopify here in round number 1. Ryan Noob going for that patented Insta-Splode. He's got one more trick up his sleeve or in his bag in the form of the Spiker. Earns the trade, and Super CC earned him more time.
That just goes to show you where Ryan Noob traveled during that life. So he had the sticky grenades from being at B, and also the spike grenades from being on cuts. So he was every part of the map and had 4 sticky grenades in his pocket at one point, which, I mean, the man is going to find every way to kill you, and it is working. 4 dead again for Shopify. Sitting baseline in full control so far this round.
At least for a moment, Eli. The round's not over yet. The game's not over as well. You got to win 2 out of 3. But at least for the first couple of minutes here, Ascending Baseline have looked just as good as Shopify has against them all throughout the series. This is a very impressive bounce back that we're seeing here from Ascending Baseline. You'll love to see this here from an underdog team that is making Shopify earn every single second. And you can see it on the scoreboard. They've only got 7 to 46. Ascending Baseline really coming back.
A great start, but I will say there's a lot of teams that have had good starts against Shopify. What's the hardest thing to do is have a good finish against Shopify. These guys find a way to lock in, correct whatever mistakes they've been making. They say, all right, let's stop trolling. And they find a way to get back into control, and that's exactly what we just witnessed. They have gotten several slays. They also forced a full 4 green side spawn. And let's see if they're able to put the punishment on these players, or if they maybe even elect to rotate this ball out.
I think you're right, though, Eli. You bring up a good point. The best teams, that seems to be a characteristic and quality trait, is that they can press the lock-in button and then do it. However, though, 3 do go down there for Shopify, so while they were able to put 20 seconds on the board, Ascending Baseline maintaining now not only a double-up advantage, but a triple-up advantage at that, and every second you could acquire now just makes it easier and easier to maintain the lead, because you know Shopify is going to come on strong in the end.
Absolutely. You want to make it even harder for them to make that comeback, because you just know for sure they're gonna come to life at some point. They're gonna do something crazy to you at some point. They're gonna start spawn killing you at some point. So when you do have a hot start, you have to get the maximum value out of it, so that when they do lock in, it's not as disastrous, right? Like,
yeah.
Put yourself in a position that you have a chance to close it out even after they go on a run like that. And I think Baseline are keeping things close. They are continually trading out these kills. And let's, you know what? Let's actually go ahead and go to a listen in with AB and hear how they are navigating this situation.
Smaller and
AME just knows. Nice, two more. Don't fight, Try not to. If I coming in, let's see this. Kidor, I'm dead. One screen's gonna be top mid, I bet. One next week. That's 2 shots in.
Getting on bottom mid.
Oh, one shot for
DM bottom mid, I'm dead.
Yeah, wait.
Bottom mid.
Like 20.
2 screens.
Double up. Fight OB in 3 seconds. Fight OB in 3 seconds. Wait, too early. 3, 2, 1 now.
Spawn green.
One is cuts.
Snipe in 10.
Okay, yeah, I heard cuts.
I'm gonna cut. Shut up. Nice. Bottom mid. One shot, nice. Push up,
Yo, Joe, watch out, row 2.
Two guys spawning green. Two guys spawning green right now.
We touch small.
Nice. Two guys spawning green. I'm running green.
Yeah, me too.
Back green on me.
I have.
Dead.
Nice.
He's dicing me. I died. He was safe. Sniped on us. He's diced.
Nice, two shot.
They're gonna spawn OB side.
Nearing
We're
victory.
gonna have to play ball in 10 seconds. Get flash.
Watch out.
You're gonna play ball.
One slice.
I'm playing it last second.
Yeah, keep milking that chase.
Wipe out.
Kill it every.
Still wipe. Played it.
Nice.
Ball on
Top
12
middle
seconds,
going.
guys.
Top middle going behind you. Ryan.
Alright, training weak.
Training sniping.
Training.
He's S. 2 shots going, like, jumping up. Sending S weak.
I spawned, eh? Go back. It's on me. Frosty, 2 shots. Dead.
Nice.
Sniping, two shots.
Ball guy's alone. Ball guy's weak.
That's dead.
Last guy.
Spawn
him mud.
I'm going in there. I'll see this guy.
12 seconds, guys.
Yeah, right. Dead.
Nice, big
What's
kill.
it?
Behind me.
10 seconds.
I'm watching it.
Yeah, he's there. Frosty weak.
Watch it there, Frosty.
I'm on.
Hey, play weak, row 2.
We're gonna run in. Yeah, flying in row 2.
Nice round.
Nice.
Good job.
Alright, go cut again.
Round 2.
Yeah, let's do it.
Ball incoming.
Top tower.
I'm sorry.
Top tower, 1 shot.
Yo, dice, nading, dice, top mid. 2 dice, I got nades. Yeah, nades on.
Camo 15.
QT white box. He sticks me.
One is mud.
Step down top mid. He's gonna QT for it. Stepping top mid tower.
Okay.
It's top tower near combo.
I'm dead.
Alright, it's a really bad time to fight for 3 seconds.
One's on camo.
Okay.
I'm trying to get. I brought camo back.
Get her dead. I dead cam, nothing left.
Enemy has the ball.
There's nothing left. It could be top mid. Could be top mid.
Ball dropped.
Look at top tower. He's got 4 bullets sniped top tower. Reloading it.
Watch out back green, guys.
He's going.
Three dead.
Devil sniping.
Ball dropped.
Kitty cuts on you. I'm watching cuts.
Enemy has the ball.
Nobody cuts yet. Could be top mid.
Spawn in, guys. I'm checking bottom mid.
Nothing top mid yet.
Bottom mid. Yo, can you look at? Can you look at red? Can you look red?
Yeah, camo.
Can you look at red?
Watch out. Come here. Hey, 5, 3 shot now. Dropping 2 on you. Nice grenade. One more grenade. Watch out. Yellow panel. Tail panel. He's 1 shot. Watch out. Going back to the Verns. 8 pit full shield.
I rolled a second mat. Come here, mat.
Elbow.
One guy's spawned elbow.
Weak 2 elbow.
Enemy has the ball.
That's on mid.
I'm in. Both weak.
We got white, I think. Done.
Confidence growing for Ascending Baseline as they take round number 1 against Shopify. Eli, there we heard from Shopify's listening some of those urgency comms from last shot, but I think they're true urgency callouts here. He doesn't want to. Granted, it would be 4-1, 4-2 series. Let's say if Ascending Baseline continues at this rate, but a guy like last shot, Shopify Rebellion, they want to sweep. They want to exert themselves. They want to prove time after time that they are unquestionably the best team. So, seen a little bit of urgency, hearing it in the comms as well, and I think that's for good reason. Ascending Baseline looked really good in round number 1, but man, talk about that lock-in button. Shopify seemed to have pressed it.
Yeah, I think the comms that we hear when they get like that, it's honestly just a sign of respect. I mean, yeah, Shopify have been extremely dominant, but they understand the competition around them is very strong this year, and they don't take that lightly. They're not taking any of these teams lightly. Every single team that qualified for Pro League is a team that's capable of upsetting them in any given game. So they've got to lock in, and they've got to play their best if they want to continue on the streak that they've been on. And I think they're just showing their opponents some respect.
Agreed, and its respect was earned, but not a single second earned here in round number 2. It's 52 uncontested for Shopify, as Super CC had to have heard audibly Frosty pulse up to the top. He takes him down, but goes down shortly after. Last shot now. Comms and all. Snipe and all has that in his hands, earns a body shot. And look how quickly he reroutes towards the middle of the map. Resets the reticle as well. His centering is perfect. The repulsor reaction is on point as well, and the no-scope barrel stuff. Suspector eats the dirt.
Oh, talk about getting clothesline WWE style. Oh my god. I just did a backflip to the Shadow Realm as last shot played that perfectly while one shot. They unfortunately rotated into the spawning players of AB, so despite kind of getting world starred for a moment there, Ascending Baseline still maintained their confidence that they started this round with.
Right, Noob. Sniper in hand, anticipating the push from B to the garage door. Didn't sense the timing. He looks to his right, towards the middle. Now here it comes through the garage. Last shot's there. But he goes down. Right, Noob, though. The last player alive. Let out an audible shot, so they know he's creeping around this corner. You can tell by the body language of Royal 2, but Rydoob still turns on him.
I would have actually loved to hear the comms there from Shopify, because they're like, okay, where's Ryan? Like, we know Ryan's hiding somewhere. Where is Ryan? And they hunt him down very well. Unfortunately, it looked like Royal 2's beatdown just straight up did not register on the server at all. But yeah, it definitely looked like a Canadian melee to me. They don't go as far as the American and Texan melees, but has come off spawn and has a vengeance to a double kill to his name, and now he's just gonna look to grab this oddball while his team sets up shop for this next camo.
Yeah, quick check down lane, make sure the coast is clear, grabs onto the oddball with perfect timing and works it back into A, anticipating the push, reroutes it back to the scoreboard, keeps it fresh for a potential rotation. Last shot. This is the best spot on the map to hide with camo. It's arguably the only place you can go as a Halo Pro where they will not see you. And last shot's about to show us why. Perfectly played, hides in the corner, does not get found, still maintaining use of the camo, finds one, now might just find two.
I mean, the way he played that was perfect. Just sits utterly still, like felt like a horror movie with, you know, everyone circling around him. But it turns out he was instead the predator that then comes to life and not only gets one kill, but also forced Super CC to drop the ball and run to safety. So denying tons of time that AB would have otherwise gotten.
Just love that play. There's gotta be something to the lighting in Halo that does not make camo as strong as you might imagine, but when you creep into the dark, like last shot just did in that shadowy corner, the shadow realm, if you will, of live fire, you will not be found. Now Royal 2, as the sniper turns 2 for the double kill. That third player, I imagine he just got the comms, because he seemed to have, as soon as he turned, he shot and the player was in his reticle.
Yeah, I mean, that was robotic gameplay out of Royal 2, as it does appear Shopify have locked in for round 2 and win it in emphatic fashion. Yeah, first the patience there, the guy in the back, and then the quick scope onto, yeah, that guy definitely got called out because he was already weak. So I mean, Royal 2, perfect precision.
Yeah, that did look like all credit to Royal 2 and the quick scope and the insane shot, but that really felt comm based, and I think you're right, the fact that his opponent was weak, he just let it rip based on the comms. I mean, God, does that not point to how good Shopify are too, that they have the trust in each other to hear a call out and just shoot in that direction and earn the kill?
I mean, I think it sounds a little faded, because I'm pretty sure Royal 2 like saw the guy as well. I think the observer feed, when you're on higher ping like Royal 2, it's catching up a little bit to what his actual screen looked like. But I think you're correct. I mean, you're still going to look in the direction your teammate says, with the level of trust that they have. But I do think his screen probably, it didn't look like he was blind firing the same way the observer looked.
So if I got that right, it was a faded take for me, which I haven't heard you say in a long time. It's good to be back. But a faded take that was actually correct? Is hell frozen over?
You get half a point. You got a B+.
I'll take it. Tapping buttons will certainly take that back smack as well. Looked a little awkward. One of those shoulder side, and then you're in the back all of a sudden. But hey, it doesn't matter how you get it. Just get it if you're Ascending Baseline, because you are in the fight. You are in the series. If you can finally take a game, sure, it's a reverse sweep needed, but hey man, 3-1 looks a lot better than 4-0.
Ball incoming.
I mean, honestly, they're looking quite good so far this round. Still keeping Shopify at 0. Also continuing to get kills, staggering their spawns, rotating the ball now. I mean, I feel like Shopify definitely falling into more traps than they usually do. They're dying on staggered timings in situations where they probably expect to be getting kills. But that's just even more power to the way the Sitting Baseline has been playing this map and mode. They're catching Shopify off guard, and not many teams are doing that.
25-0 here for Ascending Baseline. And you thought maybe Shopify had locked in and would rather easily roll the momentum into round 3 and take the series, take the game, but it's going to be much more contested than that. They do finally get some points on the board, though. 3 seconds to their name, but not before Super CC is already in the fight. Frosty gets one, though. Super CC imagining that the push is coming. There it is. A little delayed. The time is just right for Shopify, and they finally take him down.
Yeah, he was pretty weak that whole time. The sticky repulse did not connect the way that he wanted it to. Royal 2 knows his camo player is lurking. Look how aggressively he's playing against them. Ryan is able to escape with his life, lives to see another day, and might just be the key they need to break the setup.
Here we go. Rhino takes down one. In that moment, 3 down for Shopify. Wow. Steph Curry, like from the corner, turns and starts running the other direction, knowing that the shot is pure.
Oh my god, the nade from Royal 2 though absolutely blasts him. And Royal 2 must have heard the audio cue. You know, sometimes you grenade someone, there's not like a hit marker sound, but you can hear the Spartan. Yeah, like he had to have heard that, or maybe even it makes the camo sound, because Royal 2 so confidently turned that corner to kill Ryanoob, and I think that's going to make all the difference into the next play. That sniper should be in a member of Shopify's hands.
I'm telling you, man, Royal 2's playing like he's got like a 6th or 7th sense or something. I don't even know. His game sense is as high as ever, and it's going to take everything for Ascending Baseline to secure a win here in this series on this oddball live fire. Last shot with the flank has the snipe lined up for the second, the third, but those both miss. Still a full 4-shot clip left to work with. Reloads, re-racks. Man, that swipe was nasty. Connects on the second with the body shot as well. Last shot, he's not going to give up this snipe easily.
And I love how confident he is in his teammates there. Gets the body shot and just immediately turns to watch the corner that his teammates are not watching. All he has to do is call that player out. They'll eventually die. He's teaming with 3 of the best players to ever do it. So he can be more efficient with his time and just cover the blind spot of his team. And that's what makes this guy so dangerous. I mean, the trust that he has in his teammates, he's already one of the best, but I think when he plays with this specific group, he plays his absolute best.
Yeah, you're right. Royal 2 and Frosty really have brought in the best out of Last Shot and Cycle. They just pair so well with each other.
Enemy has the ball.
As tapping buttons. In Ascending Baseline, we're once up 30-0. The next 71 seconds went to Shopify, but Ascending Baseline do have control of the oddball right now. They're down by 30. Can they put another 30 straight on the board? They're going to need to.
CC love this play. Tries to hit the far right side of the play with his teammate covering the left. But unfortunately, it always feels like there's one more member of Shopify waiting for you. And how many overkills have we seen today? The Pro League is delivering.
4 kills to an overkill, and 4 overkills captured by our observer Callus today. That is absolutely nuts. I mean, you might have an entire 64 team bracket and not see 4 overkills on your screen. That's just
in the 2 series that we cast.
Yes, that's just in 2 series.
Before us.
Insane. Absolutely insane. As Shopify ultimately take the game, take the series. Ascending Baseline did do a good job, put up a good fight, and looked the best they had all series, but Shopify proved why they're not only the world champs, they're still the best in all of Halo.
Yeah, and don't let this series fool you. I think there's still a pretty major gap between Shopify and everyone else. I think if anyone is close to Shopify right now, it's 4 of a kind. They have proven to be the only team to like consistently take games off them, but AB are gonna look much better against basically everyone else. I think that AB can actually, you know, maybe take some games off 4 of a kind as well. I think they can take games and even win series against everybody else that's currently in the Pro League. So Despite kind of getting cooked here, I think just about everyone's getting cooked by Shopify right now. They're going to keep growing from this, and they'll come back stronger for the next game.
Yeah, you talk about being in a league of their own. There are some contenders in the mix. Four of a Kind, definitely one of them. I think what we saw today, though, Cloud9, a 4-2 series win over FaZe. Now, FaZe, I still see and still think that there's some rust they got to kick off. But man,
for sure,
if Cloud9 isn't a top 3 team, then I'm not on the mic right now. I really do think that Cloud9, in the moment, are a top 3 team and are creeping up into that tier of competition that could give Shopify a run for their money or even beat them in a best of 7.
Yeah, and I think the power rankings are going to continue to shift as the Pro League continues. You know, yeah, FaZe had a rough showing today. We know how capable they are. As long as they lock in and they care, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? That's my concern. I hope that all members of that team are locked in and care about getting better and becoming the best versions of themselves. If that's the case, then I think that they can 100% become in the top 3 no matter what. But right now, I don't see them as a top 3 team. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things develop as we take a look at our results from day 1. Of course, 4 teams won today, 4 teams lost. We're going to be doing this just about every Sunday. I think there's a few breaks in the mix, but 8 hours of Halo every Sunday with all the best players in the world competing in every single Sunday. I mean, this is going to be a fun couple months.
In best of 7s at that. I think that's important to note.
Yeah.
We get best of 7s all throughout the end of the year. We'll be taking this all the way up to October online, but it'll all culminate on LAN in Los Angeles at the Shopify Rebellion headquarters, and I cannot wait for that. There is still plenty of high-level LAN competition at that to enjoy in the year of grassroots that is year 5. Let's kind of break down real quick where we're at in the moment, Eli. Like I said, you see Cloud9, they're in the 4 spot. I really think that they would give Inconceivable a run for their money within that top 3 realm. I mean, how exciting! I'd say the top 4, and then you gotta include FaZe Clan, because at some point they're gonna start playing like world champs and MVPs like they are. So really, there are 5 teams that are in the mix, and then 6, 7, and 8. Let's talk about Mercenaries for a second. They had a phenomenal last chance qualifier last weekend where they won the whole thing, took down FaZe in the grand finals. Looked a little flat today, and I think that could be said for a lot of the teams that lost or just didn't look good in certain moments, that it just looked a little flat, looked a little out of sorts. I look back to that first series that we casted as maybe being one of those. But what are some of your other takeaways as we've seen all teams compete here in week 1?
I mean, I really think that at this stage of the game, this is what, year 5 of Halo Infinite now at this point, year 4.5, I don't know what to even call it, but everybody is so good, man. Everybody understands how to play the game. There's some teams that just have natural chemistry a little bit better than others off the rip, but I think this is literally an any given Sunday type of league right now. I think that any of these teams can upset literally anyone else outside of maybe Shopify and 4 of a Kind. I think that those 2 are going to be the hardest to upset, but I think that every other team can beat every other team. It's like, it's going to be a highly competitive season. We're going to see some surprises that people don't expect, and I think that at the end of it, the 2 teams that drop out, it's going to be very close. It's probably going to come down to tiebreakers towards the end of this, because these teams are all so competitive.
Only 6 teams can make it, but folks, we've got 6 weeks left of the LVT Halo Pro League presented by Shopify Rebellion as far as the online competition is concerned. For Eli the Ninja, Tools, and Why Not Be Casting on the mic, as well as Callus and Louis V. Titan tweaking and twisting behind the scenes, producing and observing,
twerking,
as well as DSA for throwing down the hammer and adminning at the highest level. I'm Old Man Mikowski, thanking you guys so much for tuning into the first week of LVT Halo Pro League. We'll be right back at it next Sunday. We'll look forward to seeing you guys then. Until then, have a great rest of your weekend. See you soon.
Enemy team took the Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill.
Ball drop. Snipe. Enemy has the ball.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball.
Snipe. Double kill.
Ball out of bounds.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Enemy has the ball.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Killing spree. Snipe. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Kill. Snipe. Killing spree. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
Getting back B. Oh, one's getting up bottom. One's getting up bottom.
Let's go. Nice. One more.
Double kill.
I'm probably in.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Flag returned. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Triple kill.
In Miami, those. A5. Nice. Two more. Nice. One time.
Reset. Ball incoming. kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
But one's getting up bottom. One's getting up bottom.
Double kill.
I'm coming.